Good morning. I'm Kenyon McDuffie, council member at large and chair of the council's committee on business and economic development. Today is Thursday, June 8th, 2023, and we're convening this hearing in person and via Zoom. The time is 10:09 a.m. and I'm calling to order this public hearing. Today, the committee will receive testimony on 4 measures: Bill 25-136, the Golden Triangle Business Improvement District Amendment Act of 2023, Bill 25-149, the Friendship Heights Business Improvement District Amendment Act of 2023, Bill 25-56, the Dram Shop Clarification Amendment Act of 2023, and Bill 25-280, the Workers and Restaurants Our Priorities Act of 2023. As a reminder, public witnesses will each have 3 minutes to provide oral testimony and should remember to mute their microphones when they are not speaking. We have lots of public witnesses who have signed up to testify today, and I want everybody to be mindful of their time. I will not extend time as I want to be courteous of the time of others, and so I just want to give that a heads up. The first bill is 25-136, the Golden Triangle Business Improvement District Amendment Act of 2023. Councilmember Pinto and I introduced this measure on February 13, 2023. The bill was referred to the committee on February 21st, 2023. Bill 25-136 will revise the tax rates of assessments for property owners and to revise the residential tax rates for residential members of the Golden Triangle Business Improvement District. For tax year 2024, and thereafter, the bill raises the tax rate to 19 cents for each net rentable square foot of improved Class 2 and Class 3 property, excluding hotels. Currently, the tax rate is 17 cents per net rentable square foot. For hotels, the bill raises the tax rate to 16 cents for each equivalent net rentable square foot of improvements of hotels from the current 14.5 cents per square foot. For non-exempt residential properties, the bill charges $163 annually per residential unit, up from $120 annually. Affordable housing units are charged a percentage of the $163 based on the qualifying area median income required to participate in the affordable housing program. I'm now going to call our first panel of witnesses. All right, we do have 2 council members here. Unfortunately, I can't. Okay, I can see who they are now. I'm going to turn first to committee member and Ward 2 council member Brooke Pinto, but I'll note for the record that we're also joined by Ward 4 council member Janice Lewis George, who I'll call on next for a 3-minute opening statement. Thanks for joining this morning, council members. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you so much, Chairman McDuffie, for your comments and for holding this hearing today on these really 4 important bills. The Business Improvement District bills are very important. We know that BIDs are critical partners for the success and continued recovery of our business corridors. BIDs work tirelessly to innovate and respond to the changing needs of their neighborhoods and our fluctuating economy. The Golden Triangle BID has been supporting Golden Triangle businesses and the community at large for 25 years, and I look forward to their continued success and innovation as we address this legislation to ensure that they have adequate funding for their programming that so many rely on in the community. The Dram Shop Clarification Amendment Act that I introduced is an important piece of legislation to address the really exorbitantly high cost of liquor liability insurance and improve uptake of insurance coverage to ensure victims have access to monetary damages when an accident does occur. Liquor liability insurance in the district is prohibitively expensive, which can lead to negative economic impacts in establishments or lead establishments to forego liquor liability insurance altogether, which leaves victims and the establishment itself, as well as its workers, vulnerable. Our neighbors in the DMV, Virginia, and Maryland do not have dram shop laws like we do in the district. And businesses paying incredibly high insurance rates in DC may consider, and some already are considering or have, moved their establishments to one of these jurisdictions to maintain viability and ensure their business can continue. This is not what we want to see happen here in the district. We understand the importance of dram shop laws And we want to maintain these laws in DC while also looking at ways to lower insurance premiums to ensure sustainability for restaurants and bars and the workers they employ, as well as work towards higher uptake of insurance, which benefits businesses and victims, ensuring that there is access to funds for damages. This legislation tailors liability in order to achieve these goals and find a balance for all parties involved. I also look forward to the testimony today on the Workers in Restaurants or Priorities Act. The restaurant industry has gone through massive changes in the last several years following COVID, including worker shortages, increased deliveries, changes in clientele, especially around changing workforce and remote work, and inflation and continued economic recovery that we've seen. As the industry continues to recover, we know we must look at more ways to support restaurants so that they can thrive, provide jobs in the district, and continue to aid in the economic recovery of our city. Simultaneously, we need to ensure that we're supporting the restaurant workers and delivery drivers that contribute to the success of restaurants across DC. As industry practices and dining patterns continue to evolve, we must be thoughtful regarding policies and legislations in this changing economic landscape and must fully understand how our responses will impact businesses, workers, and consumers. Again, I look forward to testimony on this bill and working towards providing support to our restaurant industry that is so needed right now during this time of recovery and revitalization. So thank you very much again, Chairman McDuffie, to you and your team for this hearing today, and looking forward to hearing from the many public witnesses who have signed up to testify on these important topics. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Next is Councilmember Lewis George. Again, good morning to you.
Good morning. Good morning, and thank you, Councilmember McDuffie, for allowing me to take part in today's hearing. I will not be able to stay for the whole day because I'm a bit under the weather this week, but I wanted to provide an opening statement today for the record. As many of you know, I worked as a server to put myself through law school. So I know firsthand what it means to depend on tips to make a living and to help support my family, and the impact of tipping on Black women in the industry particularly. My coworkers and I found the tipping system to be deeply unpredictable. It made us vulnerable to discrimination and harassment of customers. To be quite clear, this is not a sustainable or fair system to subject workers to. Last fall, DC voters decisively passed a ballot referendum for the second time, approving a one fair wage in the district, to finally end the practice of paying a sub-minimum wage to tip workers. That is why I'm coming today, because I am concerned about the Workers and Restaurants Are Priorities Act. I believe this bill, as currently drafted, is a step backwards for tip workers and undermines the will of the voters who spoke loudly and clearly about their desire to ensure tip workers in the service industry have the same rights and protections as all other workers in our city. Specifically, I have concerns around the following provisions in the RAP Act. One, denying wage increases in 2024. I would be open to a quicker full phase in of a one fair wage system, but I need more information on the pros and cons of the bill's proposed 2025 timeline and how we got there. I also have concerns about the authorization of the service charges to cover base wages rather than serving as a substitution for tips. I have concerns with exempting service charges from rent calculations and sales taxes and what impact, if any, that will have on our city's finances. And I need to understand better what guarantees workers will have that they will receive service charge payments and how this potential industry shift will reduce wage theft and increase sector transparency. I believe more must be required of establishments in disclosing to their customers their use of service charges. And I similarly believe more must be required of third-party meal delivery platforms provisions to create an equal playing field across the restaurant industry. The bottom line for me is that restaurant and bar industry needs to be paying workers fairly and above board, just like every other business sector requires. I'm open to different ways to get to the end goal, But I think the council must honor the spirit of Initiative 82 by eliminating special exemptions for worker wages. To me, that is how we prioritize our servers and bartenders who have too long had to depend on the arbitrary nature of tipping. Black and brown women are the backbone of DC service industry, and they deserve fair treatment and good pay. When workers are centered, the restaurant industry thrives. I believe we can do even more to support restaurant operators, such as reducing insurance burdens with the Dram Shop Act, also before us today, which I support, as long as it's not at the expense of the workers who make restaurants successful. I am hopeful that I can work with my colleagues on revisions to this bill and others to make sure that the will of the people and the rights of our workers are front and center. I think this is so important I love our restaurants in the city. I think we have amazing restaurants. And I think if our restaurants workers are good, the restaurants will be good. I think, I want to listen in today. I think the industry, like every other industry, has to evolve, and it has to evolve with the times. And in times where people are struggling to meet basic needs, you will only have a consistent professional workforce if you pay people living wages. And so I think this is the way to help thriving restaurants. And I think working together on this, we can get there and have it thriving, recovering restaurant industry. And so I look forward to today's testimony, guiding the council in the right direction and working with my colleagues to make sure the will of the people and the rights of our workers are front and center, and we can have a thriving restaurant industry that meets all of those goals. So thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity to listen in today and for having these hearings.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. We're going to turn to our first panel of public witnesses for Bill 25-136. We have Leona Agarides, who is President and CEO of the Golden Triangle Business Improvement District, as well as Scott Mead, who's Vice President, Lerner Corporation. Yeah, Good morning to you. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Leona Agarides, and I have served as the CEO of the Golden Triangle since 2006. Even after 17 years, I marvel at the important mission that this organization fulfills. And I am proud of the service we provide daily to the businesses in the neighborhood and the residents of the District of Columbia. Since we were established 25 years ago, we've been innovators and leaders. We were the first CBED to invest in a public art program, the first to maintain a median along a major thoroughfare, the first to maintain and activate National Park Service parks for neighborhood use, the first to develop a nationally recognized emergency preparedness program, and the first LEED certified bid community in the world. Unfortunately, COVID response and recovery dominated much of our current charter term. The Golden Triangle proved to be an agile leader during these tough years, supporting the neighborhood's recovery while continuing to provide core services like cleaning, safety, and homeless outreach. During the next charter term, these core services will remain a principal focus. However, we will also lead a bold and ambitious agenda to reimagine and rebuild this part of downtown. Our future includes a more active Farragut Square, a transformed Pennsylvania Avenue, and an equity and innovation district, and more. We're also stepping in aggressively to attract office and retail tenants to the neighborhood. This new expanded mission comes at a time of historic inflation and increases in labor and material costs. To meet the challenge, the BID's Board of Directors approved a 2-cent rate increase for the next charter term. This is the first rate increase in 5 years. Our revenues are calculated on a very simple formula: rate times building square footage. Square footage in this neighborhood will not increase and may decrease in the next 5 years as office buildings convert to other uses. Increasing the rate is the only way to keep up with inflation, maintain current services, and meet the many challenges this neighborhood and the District of Columbia face ahead. This is not the time to reduce investment in the Golden Triangle. Rather, it's the time to double down, be stewards for the future, and act deliberately to rebuild our neighborhood. The work of the bid is more important now than ever. I strongly urge this committee and the council to support the bid's 5-year charter renewal and rate increase. We have been change makers in the past and will continue to be change makers in the future. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
And thank you for your testimony. We're going to turn next to Scott Mead. Good morning, and begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Hey, good morning, Chairman, Chairperson McDuffie, as members of the Committee of Business Economic Development and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of the Golden Triangle Business Improvement District Charter Renewal. My name is Scott Mead. I'm currently serve as the BID's board on the BID's board of directors and executive committee. I'm also vice president of property management at Lerner Corporation. Since our founding in 1952 as a family-owned company, Lerner has grown to become not only a leader in Washington, D.C. real estate, but also as an organization that's deeply embedded in the community fabric of the District of Columbia. The BID has been and continues to be a leader not only caring for existing neighborhood, but also looking ahead to what the Golden Triangle can and will become in the future as we emerge from the pandemic. We look towards a newly imagined central business district. The end of the current charter term marks 25 years of the Golden Triangle BID, serving its members, community, and visitors in the nation's capital. The BID is extremely proud to have continually upheld essential services and spearheaded tremendous positive change over this period. During the current charter term, the neighborhood was hit hard by the impacts of the pandemic. The BID proved to be an agile leader, sustaining core services like cleaning, safety, and homeless outreach, but also steadily supporting neighborhood recovery. As you know, the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic on the central business district are difficult to overstate. The absence and reliance of the office worker has only exacerbated an issue that prevailed before COVID. Our CBD is a monoculture of office and lacks a diversity of uses essential to a thriving urban core. With over 7 million square feet of vacant office space, it's abundantly clear that we need a bold new vision for our downtown, one that re-envisions a CBD with diverse uses beyond the office worker that has a traditional 9-to-5 schedule. At the onset of the pandemic, the Golden Triangle BID began to work of setting a new course for the neighborhood. As this work continues in collaboration with a range of partners from the public and private sectors, we look to the future. As an example, in our Washington Square building at 1050 Connecticut Avenue, thanks to the BID, we're getting ready to host a series of pop-up theater performances in July by the local Warshart Theater Company. This is in addition to the Windows project where we installed ground floor art by local diverse artists at the building. During the next 5 years, the BID's essential core services like cleaning, homeless outreach, and public safety will remain a principal focus. While dealing with immediate day-to-day needs, the BID will also lead a bold and ambitious agenda that reimagines a new and innovative CBD by hosting varied and creative public events, activating the Farragut Square area, and revitalizing Pennsylvania Avenue west of the White House. The BID will continue to attract more people downtown and energize the Golden Triangle. An emphasis on expanded economic development will help bring the new vision of the neighborhood to life. With the new charge and in the face of historic inflation increases in both labor and material costs, the BID and board of directors approved the 2-cent rate increase for our upcoming charter term. With a funding formula based on BID rate multiplied by square footage. Okay.
I'm gonna stop you there, but I do have a couple questions.
Sure.
For this panel. If staff could put me on a 5-minute clock. Maybe I'll direct this first question to Leona Agaritas. You mentioned in your testimony that the BID tax rate had been the same for the last 5 years, and I was curious as whether or not you expect to hold the new proposed tax rates if passed by the council. Do you expect that those will be in place for the upcoming 5-year charter?
Yes, council member, we do.
Okay, and did the membership of the BID vote in support of this increase?
Yes, we do. As I mentioned before, the full board did vote to increase it following numerous conversations where we costed out what the cost would be for the next 5 years. And then the second step after that is that the ballot was sent in May to all of the members, as is required by statute, for voting on the rate increase. So far, we have achieved the minimum 20% requirement for quorum. And so far, I can tell you that the vote in favor of the rate increase has been overwhelming. In fact, there was only one vote against it that comes to less than 1% of the total registered. Now, the ballots are still out, but clearly it is overwhelmingly supported at this point.
Have any concerns emerged amongst the members who have reached out to you or responded beyond this, the vote? Have they expressed any concerns with the proposal?
I'm not aware of any. And again, with our board, which represents probably about 70% of the square footage in the Golden Triangle, they voted overwhelmingly in favor of the increase, you know, especially after taking them through the numbers and the impacts of inflation and other things. And in addition, members of my staff have had one-on-one meetings with building managers throughout the Golden Triangle, focusing on groups that are not represented on the board, but that represent a lot of the square footage. We've been very careful about going out to people and explaining, and they have not received any input that's negative. One of all of those visits, there was only one comment that said, well, it's going to be tough the next couple of years, but we understand why you need to do this.
Sure. No, I imagine it might be tough given some of the financial circumstances, particularly for your business improvement district. But we've discussed, you and I and the committee, in fact, the whole council has been focused on efforts to create incentives for office to residential conversions in downtown. And so this includes the Golden Triangle bid. And in thinking about whether, and hopefully this is a successful effort, let's assume for the purpose of this question that it is successful. If you see some of the conversions that are expected based on the incentive that the council has in the budget that we're passing, how, if at all, might this impact your bid's operations in terms of having additional residential buildings instead of as many office buildings?
Mm-hmm. So first of all, thank you to Councilmember Pinto for your leadership on this, and obviously to the mayor as well. So I think the council and the mayor have been aligned, and I think it's a very good thing for the city and for the Golden Triangle bid. We have always been focused on members. One of the people on our staff is dedicated to member services. We believe that, the people who fund us, are looking for information and other things from us. And so we will continue to be focused on our members, whether they're businesses or residents or any others. The cleaning services that we provide really are world-class and are quite good. I do see the possibility for more activations in our parks. And clearly the action agenda that you and Councilmember Pinto have been part of and will continue to be part of, we're working with the downtown bid and the mayor, really kind of looks at the next generation of what needs to happen here to support residents, whether it's parks, schools, grocery stores, and we're very excited about planning for that. And in fact, to thank the council as well for inclusion of the Farragut Park improvements in the next 3 fiscal years in the capital budget, because I think that's an important first step.
I agree with that, and I'm looking forward to the work that's going to occur as a part of the Mayor's Downtown Action Plan that includes you and the Downtown Bid and Federal City Council and others. I think it's sorely needed, and I'm excited about it. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Pinto for a 5-minute round. Thanks to the witnesses.
Thanks, Chairman. And thank you so much, Leona and Scott, for your testimony. I just have a question about the use of these funds. And so you talked a little bit, both of you in your testimony, about the services that you have provided for the neighborhood, some for the businesses and some in support of the whole corridor, but increased. Do you expect that these funds coming in from the new charter will allow you to have expanded or new types of services, or just needed in order to sustain the types of services you're providing now?
It's both. The services that we're providing now are becoming more expensive. Wages, salaries, and other things continue to increase. This was always kind of the case, but post-COVID, it's a much more intense phenomenon. The cost of materials like steel for trash cans and other things is increasing. Gasoline's increasing, et cetera. So there are needs for that are driven by inflation. However, we also need to be positioned to provide for more aggressive work in the area of economic recovery and economic development. And how do we work to attract more investment into the neighborhood? How do we work with the council and others to do so? Hopefully there will be additional projects like Farragut Square, for example. We will be heavily involved in the planning of that. The construction of Pennsylvania Avenue streetscape is going to require a lot of direct outreach on our behalf to members and to DDOT. And I think the best example of a great construction project, believe it or not, was the Connecticut Avenue median, where we were working hand in hand with DDOT and with our members, and it was about as painless as a construction project could be.
Great, thank you so much. Scott, do you have anything else to add to that?
No, I just can say that I know, working on the bid for the last 15 or so years as a board member, president, and treasurer, that Leona and her staff take, as well as the board, look at the economics very closely. They try and get the best value in just about everything, and so I'm confident, and I think that's kind of the center of the board as well, that we were confident in looking through the numbers and approving the increase of the 2 cents for the next 5 years. So.
Okay, thank you both very much for continued leadership and innovation in this ever-evolving space, and hope this moves forward and you can continue doing the excellent work you do on behalf of the community. Thank you both. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. We're going to adjust the agenda just a bit. I know Basil Ficina with the Office of the Chief Financial Officer is on standby. I'm going to hear from the 4 public witnesses on the Friendship Heights Business Improvement District Amendment Act of 2023 first, and then allow Mr. Ficina to offer testimony on both measures, just for the sake of efficiency for the hearing. So. The 4 witnesses we're going to call for Bill 25-149 are Nolan Rodman, Jeff Sharp, Natalie Avery, and Tom Quinn. We're going to begin with Nolan Rodman, owner of Rodman's Discount Gourmet. Good morning to you. You begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you for having me, council members and chair. My testimony today is in support of B 25-0149, the Friendship Heights Business Improvement District Amendment Act of 2023. My name is Nolan Rodman. I'm the owner of Rodman's Discount Gourmet. family business, been here for 70 years. I also serve on the Friendship Heights Alliance Cross Jurisdictional Advisory Committee, a small business representative. I'm here to express strong support for the formation of the Friendship Heights BID, together with the Friendship Heights Urban District established by Montgomery County in April 2023. The BID will provide a long-term funding stream to support programs and services critical to shepherding a healthy and thriving future for Friendship Heights. I've been an active supporter of the Friendship Heights Alliance since its founding. I believe it makes business sense to collectively invest in an entity dedicated to coordinating services and support to improve the place where we operate. Alone, small businesses often don't have the time and resources to reach a wide audience through their individual channels. Small businesses like mine benefit from coordinated communication efforts that bring more visitors to the place and more visibility to my business through joint marketing campaigns, pop-ups, and large-scale community events. The Alliance has built a well-received marketing platform with digital print and signage components with online business directory that includes information for hundreds of businesses and health professionals in the neighborhood. By continuing to coordinate with stakeholders throughout the neighborhood, Friendship Heights Alliance can continue to amplify small businesses and bring more customers and visitors to Friendship Heights. It's also valuable to have an organization focused on the public environment, working to ensure it's not only clean and safe, but vibrant and inviting. Collaboratively investing in placemaking, installations, and place branding efforts to make Friendship Heights an enjoyable place to visit and explore is good for my business. The Friendship Heights Alliance has created energy and buzz around the Friendship Heights area in both Maryland and in DC through events and joint promotion, promoting Friendship Heights as a singular place, which is how people experience it, as opposed to two different neighborhoods, makes businesses and makes community sense. Rodman's looks forward to continued role in improving Friendship Heights and bringing more energy and improvement to the neighborhood as it continues to grow and change. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony this morning. We're going to turn next to Jeff Sharp, Vice President, Federal Realty.
Chairman McDuffie and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of B25-0149, the Friendship Heights Business Improvement District Act of 2023. My name is Jeff Sharp. I am Vice President of Development with Federal Realty Investment Trust and a founding board member of the Friendship Heights Alliance. I'm here to express my strong support for the formation of the Friendship Heights BID, together with the Friendship Heights Urban District established by Montgomery County in April of this past year. The BID will provide a sustainable source of revenue to support our programs and services. These are critical to the revitalization of Friendship Heights and will help foster a healthy and thriving neighborhood. While we have high hopes for its future, Friendship Heights has candidly seen better days. Friendship Heights has lagged the region's population growth in recent years. In the same decade that Montgomery County grew by 7% and the district by 17%, Friendship Heights population increased by only 2%. More locally, both downtown Bethesda and downtown Silver Spring saw population growth in excess of 50%. The neighborhood's retail woes are no secret. You are probably aware on the district side of the line of the closing of many longstanding businesses, including tenants of ours, such as Nordstrom Rack, DSW, and Mazagauri, and across the border of Montgomery County, Giant and Anthropology. An informal survey of commercial owners on the board suggests that retail vacancy in the market approaches 50%, and Friendship Heights has experienced negative retail absorption every year since 2017. Though there are some bright spots on the horizon, Friendship Heights remains in transition as it moves from a regional big box destination to a more neighborhood serving retail model. My company, Federal Realty, has owned Friendship Center at 5333 Wisconsin Avenue for over 2 decades. We recently secured approval from the Zoning Commission to amend our existing PUD. This will allow us to redevelop an obsolete retail property into 310 new apartment homes, including 48 IZ units and 14,000 square feet of neighborhood serving retail. We were able to justify such an investment because we know that local residents, local businesses, and other responsible commercial property owners are all working together to revitalize the neighborhood. The bid that will support the Friendship Heights Alliance is an essential part of that effort. In the year or so since our organization was founded, the Friendship Heights Alliance has already secured voluntary funding from companies like mine and has been active in the community. The formation of the bid will enable this investment to continue into the future with a place and community-centered approach to revitalization. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify in support of the Friendship Heights bid. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you for your testimony this morning. We're going to turn next to Natalie Avery, Director of Strategy and Engagement for the Friendship Heights Alliance. Good morning, and when you begin your testimony, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Councilmember McDuffie and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today in support of the Friendship Heights Business Improvement District Act. My name is Natalie Avery. I am on the Friendship Heights Alliance consulting team, where my role has been to work with DC and Maryland stakeholders to build a cross-jurisdictional funding and governance structure to support revitalization in Friendship Heights. The momentum to form the alliance directly resulted from a February 2021 ULI Washington Technical Assistance panel of leading land planning and community development professionals from around the region. A range of stakeholders recognize that Friendship Heights is on the cusp of significant change as it transitions from a regional retail destination to a more mixed-use urban center. With significant new redevelopment underway, around $1 billion of investment and over 1,200 units of new housing is going to be coming to the neighborhood and over the next decade. Ensuring that the neighborhood thrives in today's competitive environment is going to take cross-jurisdictional collaboration, careful planning, and extensive stakeholder engagement. Catalyzed by the TAP process, the Friendship Heights Alliance formed in 2021 to build a cross-jurisdictional place management and economic development entity. In this time, we have undertaken deep, extensive stakeholder engagement, researched examples of cross-jurisdictional place management structures in other parts of the country, conducted a market analysis to better understand key challenges and opportunities, and run a range of programs that Nolan talked about that demonstrate the value of collectively investing in placemaking and community building. And we've also worked with private and public sector stakeholders from both DC and Maryland to develop this sustainable funding mechanism and governance structure. The bid funding mechanism on the DC side and the urban district funding mechanism on the Maryland side will build on this groundwork. On the Maryland side, we worked with County Council Member Andrew Friedson and the Office of the County Executive to form the county's 4th urban district, and that passed unanimously by the Montgomery County Council this spring. On the DC side, we've been working closely with Councilmember Fruman from the beginning and appreciate his support. We've also been working closely with DSLBD throughout. Our bid application, which garnered overwhelming support from property owners and small business owners, has been preliminarily approved and with a hearing scheduled for June 29th. Our goal is to begin billing this summer so that the bid and the urban district funding mechanisms are in place by the beginning of the 2024 fiscal year. These two funding streams and a government and advisory group structure that allows for deep cross-jurisdictional, cross-stakeholder collaboration will enable the Friendship Heights Alliance to expand on a successful first year and continue to deliver programming and services that will lead to a more dynamic, vital, and inclusive Friendship Heights. Thank you, and I am happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you for your testimony this morning. We're going to turn to our 4th and final witness for this panel, and that's ANC Commissioner Tom Quinn. It's Commissioner for ANC 3E04. Good morning to you. You can begin your testimony.
Good morning, Councilmember McDuffie and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. My name is Tom Quinn, and I'm an advisory neighborhood commissioner representing single-member district 3E04, testifying today on behalf of ANC 3E in support of Bill 250149, which would authorize the establishment of the Friendship Heights Business Improvement District. In 2015, commissioners from ANC 3E were actively engaged in the creation of the Tenleytown Main Street, which was initially funded in the fiscal year 2016 budget. The Tenleytown Main Street organization supports businesses along Wisconsin Avenue from Rodman to Fessenden Streets. In the intervening 7 years, the Tenleytown Main Street organization has successfully organized and promoted neighborhood businesses, planned numerous successful neighborhood events, catalyzed streetscape improvements and neighborhood cleanups, and organized citizen committees. Unfortunately, during the same period, the Friendship Heights Commercial District on both the DC and Maryland side of Western Avenue has seen numerous businesses close, which has resulted in a high retail vacancy rate and plans to redevelop many of the retail properties into mixed-use projects with a fraction of the previous retail square footage, but with a significant increase in residential units. Although there have long been citizens associations active on both sides of Western Avenue, as well as a Montgomery County Transportation Planning Group, there has previously been no formal effort among commercial property owners and retailers to coordinate around planning, events, and neighborhood promotions in Friendship Heights. Friendship Heights is on the cusp of significant change. Ensuring that Friendship Heights thrives in today's competitive environment will take cross-jurisdictional collaboration, careful planning, and community building. In 2020, the Urban Land Institute brought in leading urban planners for a technical assistance panel that surveyed conditions in Friendship Heights and interviewed commercial landowners, business owners, and neighborhood residents. Based on recommendations from the ULI TAP panel, a group of major property owners from both DC and Maryland formed the Friendship Heights Alliance to coordinate place management, community building, and revitalization along the Wisconsin Avenue corridor on both sides of Western Avenue. Since 2022, supported by funding from major property owners, the Friendship Heights Alliance has conducted robust engagement with the ANC, residents, property owners, and retailers. Based on that feedback, the Alliance initiated a range of placemaking and community building efforts, including new placemaking, pop-up galleries, markets, participation in DC's November 2022 open street events, a historic exhibit on Reno City done in coordination with UDC and Jackson Reed students, and just most recently, a pop-up bookstore. These efforts demonstrate the value of a cross-jurisdictional place-focused approach to shepherding transformation and revitalization. As a result of this success, property owners on both sides of Western Avenue have come together with DC and Montgomery County government leaders to develop a sustainable funding model that will support this place-focused work into the future. There are currently at least 5 residential development projects in imminent construction.
Testimony, the time has expired.
Okay, well, I'll just quickly mention that our ANC unanimously supported this testimony.
And thank you for your testimony this morning. I want to thank all the witnesses on this panel for their testimony. I just have a couple of quick questions before I turn. I want to acknowledge that the committee's been joined by Ward 3 Councilmember Matt Fruman, as well as Ward 5 Councilmember Zachary Parker. I will turn to you all after Councilmember Brooke Pinto has a round. If staff could put 5 minutes on the clock for me. This proposed bid has some unique features relative to some of the existing bids, particularly a partnership across the border into Maryland, as has been mentioned by a couple of witnesses. If you could, I think I'll turn to maybe if the commissioner wants to just weigh in, and also Natalie Avery, I think might be appropriate to talk a little bit about this. But I'd love for you to elaborate just a little bit more on that cross-border partnership and why that's important to the work that you all are doing in that community of Friendship Heights.
Sure. Should I go first? Okay.
That's fine.
Yeah, so that has been a really important aspect of this work. When the TAP study happened, one of the findings was how so many people, residents and visitors, experience Friendship Heights as a singular place. They shop in it, they work in it, and they experience it that way. So that it was really important to have an entity where you have a lot of cross-jurisdictional cooperation, that you market and coordinate as the thinking. It's also thinking about like transportation and mobility and placemaking. That was really key. So the structure that we developed, having the bid on the DC side and the urban district, which is a similar model as to a bid in that it relies on a fee that is paid by the property owners based on their square footage. And it's an equal rate, 16.5 cents per square foot, as it is in DC, means that there is a taxing structure on both sides of the border that's equitable. And that there's also, because the Friendship Heights Alliance has been building this collaboration over the last year and a half, that we also have a really strong collaborative board with property owners on both sides of the Maryland and DC border already working together in the Friendship Heights Alliance. So that's just been why it's been an important structure. It's been
Okay.
complex.
It sounds like it, but necessary and important. Let me ask about timing. The committee's considering moving emergency and temporary legislation to allow this particular bid to submit its roles to the Office of Tax and Revenue in July for the October 1st start of the new tax year. And in the testimony that will be provided next, you'll hear from the Office of the Chief Financial Officer testimony that recommends a specific effective date for this bid. What did you all have in mind, Natalie Avery?
So the urban district legislation passed this spring and billing is going to begin this summer. So it's important to us that the district mechanism also begin this summer as well, so that we can be ready to go with both mechanisms by the start of the fiscal year. And we have actually already been in contact with some of the people at the OCFO's office to just structurally prepare for the billing cycle. So yes, it's definitely important to us so that you can have that equity on both sides of the Maryland and DC border to begin that process this summer.
Sounds good. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Pinto to see if she has any questions for this panel.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie, and thank you all for your testimony. I have no further questions.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to Ward 5 Councilmember Zachary Park. I'm not sure he's joined for a couple of other measures, but I still want to acknowledge and just see if you have any questions for this panel before I turn to Ward 3 Councilmember Matt Fruman.
Thank you, Chairperson McDuffie. I don't have questions, but appreciate everyone providing testimony.
Thank you, Councilmember Matt Fruman. I imagine you may have some comments or questions for this panel.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman McDuffie. Less questions than comments. I really want to thank all of the witnesses for testifying. I think this really shows the depth of support. The idea that Commissioner Quinn, my former colleague on ANC 3E, representing the ANC, has come out so strongly in support. One of our great local retail institutions, Rodman's, has come out in support. Very exciting new development happening in Friendship Heights by Federal Realty. Landowner coming out in support. And Natalie, and the great work that you have done and your team has done at the Friendship Alliance. This is a really important initiative. Part of what you were getting at in your questions, Chairman McDuffie, is parity with the Maryland side of the border and whether or not it's important to coordinate. One of the things that's so striking today is that when you are in Friendship Heights and you look from the DC side over to the Maryland side, there's so much more that has happened over time on the Maryland side, and the DC side really screams to be developed in a coordinated way that can strengthen both sides of the border and really make Friendship Heights a commercial, residential, and retail hub. And this initiative is a very well thought through initiative to try to make that happen and make it happen in a thoughtful way. And I'm very proud to be able to support it. Part of the compass point has been the fair treatment of the two jurisdictions to make sure that the taxes were on the same level, that the obligations kicked in at the same time, and that we were working together across the borders. I think this represents a really exciting initiative that there may be other places in the district where you have hubs that are on one partly on the DC side, partly on the Maryland side, where we could replicate the work that's being done here. But it's very, very important, this work, for Friendship Heights and for the region. And so I want to underscore the urgency of getting this done so that we can get the rolls out there and get the collections started so that this project can get going seamlessly in the coming year. And so thank you for having this hearing, Chairman McDuffie, and let's work together to make sure that this happens seamlessly and gets going as quickly as possible. I don't have any questions, but if any of the witnesses had any final comments that they wanted to offer, I'll use my 2 minutes to give a platform to you. Natalie, were you trying to say something?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to express gratitude to you, Councilmember Berman. You just from the very beginning, even you were one of the first meetings that we had, even before you became councilman. And Councilmember McDuffie, I want to also thank you for being supportive from the very beginning of this effort. And of course, thank our great panel for being here today.
I was going to just jump in and respond to Councilor McDuffie's earlier question that as an ANC commissioner for 12 years, it's always been who's been working on transportation challenges in the neighborhoods. It's always been my sense that Friendship Heights has been sort of this orphan on both sides of the line. And the Montgomery County people sort of feel like their obligations end at Bethesda. The DC people kind of feel like their obligations end at Tenleytown, and both sides. I mean, I've even spoken to people who weren't even aware that there were cross-jurisdictional issues in Friendship Heights. So I think unifying this and getting an organization sort of promoted as a unit, I think is hopefully going to raise the profile of the neighborhood on both sides of the line and get some attention on a number of issues, including transportation, that I think the neighborhood has not been getting. So I'm really excited about the opportunity for an organization to do that and kind of bring the neighborhood together. It's historically been divided.
Can I say something real quick too? As a retailer, I just want to say the last few years in this neighborhood have been very difficult. And I have a lot of friends who have lived downtown who have not expressed interest in coming up to this area. And just the overall marketing and bringing awareness to this is what I think will make a huge difference. And I'm really excited for that.
Thank you again to you all for bringing us to this point.
I've spent a lot of time in that information. It's not the same everybody else. There's a lot of excitement. It sounds like what this body witnesses and others in the community. Of course, not only creation was big, but to get back to many bags in that driving corridor that is on to. So I look forward to working with the food and the folks in the community, especially to work this measure forward to. Our government witness last testimony on the first both as well as from Baghdad 36 and that's here with Pacina, assistant general counsel in the office of financial officer. I agree to you with testimony and tradition of this area to swear in all government witnesses before it was engage your right hand exploring in once rather than twice.
Okay, you're a little garbled. I mean, I can start my testimony now? I will. So good morning, Chair. Good morning, Chairman McDuffie, members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. I'm Basil Fashina. I'm an Assistant General Counsel in the Office of the General Counsel for the Chief Financial Officer. Yes? Pardon, I can't understand you. It's a little garbled.
Let's hold on for a moment then.
Oh, okay.
Any better? Use another mic.
Yeah, I can hear you. You asked if it was better.
So I can swear you in. If you could just raise your right hand so I can swear you in with my testimony.
Oh, a swearing in?
Swearing in. Yes.
Oh, all right, yes.
To provide for the council of Columbia and this committee, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Now you can testimony.
Oh, all right. Good morning, Chairman McDuffie, members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. I'm Basil Fashina, Assistant General Counsel in the Office of the General Counsel for the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. I'm pleased to testify for the OCFO on Bill 25-136, the Golden Triangle Business Improvement District Amendment Act of 2023. In general, the bill provides new rates for assessment of commercial, vacant, and residential properties located within the Golden Triangle Business Improvement District, beginning with tax year 2024. For improved commercial, that is Class 2 property, and vacant, that is Class 3 property, excluding hotels, the rate is set at 19 cents per net rentable square foot. No mention is made of a bid tax on Class 4 property. For hotels, the rate is set at 16 cents per each equivalent net rentable square
Get
foot.
out of the way if I go on screen, but have them come back.
For hotels, the rate is set at 16 cents per each equivalent net rentable square foot of improvements. For residential units that are not exempt from this levy, the rate is $163 per unit. Although for affordable housing units, the rate is determined by multiplying this figure by the area median income percentage that the households must meet to qualify for the unit. The bill also adds a new subparagraph F to the Golden Triangle bid law, providing a 3% annual increase in the bid tax rates beginning with tax year 2024. However, the existing Golden Triangle bid law already provides for a 3% annual increase, so the committee and the bid may wish to consider whether this additional escalator provision should be harmonized with the existing escalator provision. If this provision in the bill is retained, then the phrase subsection C of should be stricken as superfluous. The bill also provides reduced amounts of bid tax for residential units that are income restricted under district and federal housing programs. The bill should provide a method for easily identifying these units, such as by a certification by the bid or district agency, so that the bid's roll of properties can be reliably certified and the need to issue corrective bills can be minimized. As a general matter, the bid prepares the roll of properties liable for the bid tax and the amounts of bid taxes that each property must pay. This roll is then provided to the Office of Tax and Revenue, which then certifies the roll, issued the bid bills to the bid taxpayers, and collects the remittances from these taxpayers, which are then paid to the bid. As a result, bid handles most of the administrative work of preparing the bid roll and computing the bid tax imposed on each property subject to the bid. Aside from the issue of properly identifying income-restricted residential units entitled to the reduced level of bid tax, the bill does not appear to present any administrative issues for the Office of Tax and Revenue. Thanks for the opportunity to testify. This concludes my testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Should I go right into the Friendship Heights testimony?
Yes, thank you.
All right. So in general, the Friendship Heights Business Improvement District Amendment Act of 2023 creates a new Friendship Heights Business Improvement District. The bill specifies the boundaries of the new bid and provides the bid tax rates applicable to the various types of non-exempt property within the bid. As a general matter, as I just said, the bid prepares the roll of properties liable for the bid tax and the amounts of bid taxes that each property must pay. This roll is then provided to the OTR, which certifies it, issues the bills, and collects the remittances, which are paid to the bid. As a result, the bid handles most of the administrative work of preparing the bid roll and computing the tax. there are some administrative matters that should be considered in starting up the bid billing process. The bid bills are issued in advance of the tax year of the half tax year to which they apply. So the billing for the first half of tax year 2024 would be issued in August 2023. Normally, the bids submit their rolls to OTR in June or July for this billing cycle. If the bid does not become law in time to allow the timely submission of the bid roll for this billing, the bid would not be able to start collecting funds until the following billing cycle in the spring of 2024. If this is a concern, the council may wish to consider emergency legislation to bring the bid into existence before the permanent law takes effect. Additionally, the bill should provide a specific effective date for the bid beginning with the first year of a tax year, which is October 1, or the second half of a tax year, which is April 1st, to avoid the complications that would arise from billing for only part of a half tax year. The bill also provides reduced amounts of bid tax for residential units that are income restricted under federal or district housing programs. As I mentioned in my prior testimony, the bill should provide a method for easily identifying these units, such as by a certification by the bid or a district agency, so that the bid roll can be reliably certified and the need to issue corrective bills can be minimized. This concludes my testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony this morning. I do have just a couple of quick questions for you. You identified and recommended a couple of technical changes to the legislation.
Yes.
Namely the first one, the Golden Triangle bid one. One of the recommendations was to provide a method of easily identifying income restricted residential units, which you just touched on, because they're taxed at a lower rate. The current law has a similar provision for income restricted units, and so I'm wondering whether your office has encountered any challenges in administering the existing law with the existing bids as it relates to the residential units.
I'm not aware of any, but we can certainly look into that.
No, I mean, I don't think it's necessary. I was just curious whether or not you had mentioned that because there might have been some outstanding issues, but I appreciate you making that recommendation. You also, in the next measure with respect to Friendship Heights, you recommended including a specific effective date. And if the legislation includes an effective date of October 1st, 2023, and the council moves emergency and temporary legislation to that effect, along with this permanent bill, will OTR be able to process the tax bills in time?
I believe so. As I noted, the bid provides the initial roll, which we then certify. So if the bid can meet our timetable for submitting its roll within the June or July timeframe, I think that we should be able to accommodate it.
Okay. All right. I don't have any additional questions. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Pinto for a round. I don't see Councilmember Pinto has her video on the Zoom, so I'm going to turn then to Councilmember Zachary Parker.
Thank you. I have no questions for this witness, but thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much. I don't have questions. Well, I suppose just one very broad general one, which is it's not regard to the front. We can make this happen, but we need to do temporary and emergency legislation and should be working with you to make sure that we've dotted every I and crossed every T and included an appropriate effective date. And all I would say is that I would ask that you work with the committee and work with the stakeholders around the Friendship Heights bid so that we can make that happen and get this going as soon as possible.
Yes, we're happy to do that. Yes.
Thank you very much for your help and support.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. I don't have any additional questions for you, Ms. Ficina. Is there anything else you'd like to add to the record before we move on to our next measure on the agenda?
No, nothing further.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you to all the public witnesses who testified in the first two measures for today. We're going to turn to our next measure, which is Bill 25-56. The Dram Shop Clarification Amendment Act of 2023. Councilmembers Pinto and Henderson introduced this measure on January 20th, 2023. The bill was referred to the Committee on Business and Economic Development on February 7th, 2023. Among other things, this bill would define the term intoxicated to clarify that licensed establishments can only be held liable for consequent injury and damages if they knowingly serve, sell, or deliver alcohol to a person under 21 years of age or a person that is obviously or noticeably exhibiting signs of intoxication. It would also limit third-party civil actions and cap certain monetary damages. We have a diverse group of witnesses to provide input on this topic as we examine the issue of liquor liability. The testimony we received today will help inform how the committee moves forward with the bill and shape its final form if we move forward with the bill. I look forward to hearing from you all and learning from your experience and expertise on this topic. All right, I'm going to call the first panel. We're going to do the first 12 witnesses on the panel. Just want to note for those who are waiting, we have several witnesses who signed up to testify, approximately 27. John Guggenmos, Sean Townsend, Andrew Klein, Zachary Hoffman, Simon B., Shelley Fleming, Paul Casey, Abigail Casey, Dave Roth, Brendan Klopperth, Sandra Basanti, and Frank Harris are the first 12 witnesses. We're going to begin with John Guggenmos, Board Chair, DC Nightlife Council. Good morning. Thanks for joining us. And you have 3 minutes to provide your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman McDuffie and members on the Committee of Business and Economic Development. My name is John Guggenmos, and I'm testifying on behalf of the DC Nightlife Council, the voice of the nightlife establishments in the District of Columbia. I'm pleased to testify in support of the bill 35056, the Dram Shop Clarification Amendment Act of 2023. I have submitted a full testimony to the committee, but I will summarize it here. Nightlife establishments are the lifeblood of the district, an integral part of the district's culture, social, and economic fabric. They are gathering spaces where people come to socialize and relax, to celebrate and to dance, to network, to eat, drink, and to enjoy live music and to be entertained. They are critical pillars providing cultural experiences that support a thriving economy, stimulate downtown and neighborhood development. However, operational landscape within the district is fraught with challenges for businesses, particularly those with alcohol sales. Nightlife establishments in the district bear the heaviest burden for liquor liability insurance premiums in the nation. And it's due to the lack of guardrails in the district's current statute. Our local businesses are compelled to pay tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands more for liquor liability insurance than other establishments. These high premiums collected represent millions of dollars siphoned from our local economy each and every year. Millions of dollars are leave to benefit out-of-state insurance companies. In my written testimony, I have provided real-world comparisons of premiums paid by district establishments and those similars in other states. Compounding this issue is the stark contrast presented by Virginia and Maryland, our primary economic rivals. Both of these states provide measures to license alcohol venues against civil liabilities arising from damages caused by individuals served in their establishment. Thus, these establishments merely across the district line are exempt from exorbitant high liquor liability insurance costs. The inequity significantly undermines one of the district's key economic drivers, our hospitality industry, placing us at a disadvantage. Only two states and one state to be soon rank worse than the districts on the ISO ranking, which is used to determine liquor liability insurance. On a scale from 0 to 10, 0 being the least risky underwriting environment and 10 being the perceived riskiest, the district is a 9, making it almost impossible for some establishments to get coverage. My most recent renewal offered 16 companies that declined to underwrite coverage in the District of Columbia, leaving me a choice of 2 carriers. I pay over $2,000 a week, $104,000 a year. And to be clear, it's not because I've had any claims. I have a perfect loss run, and I've been operating the district since 1990 and had the privilege of holding 12 different liquor licenses. Yet my premiums continue to rise. Only Alabama and Vermont currently rank higher. And Alabama just revised its dram shop law in February by a vote of 142 to 0. Meaning its
John,
ranking will soon change.
Your time has expired. If you could summarize.
Okay, I look forward to answering any questions. I'm so sorry. Could have read faster.
No worries. We have your full written testimony. We appreciate you providing that in advance. We're going to turn next to Sean Townsend, President and CEO, Restaurant Association of Metropolitan Washington. Good morning to you. In your testimony, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. All right, the RMW Restaurant Association of Metropolitan Washington thanks you and the committee, Chairman McDuffie, Committee on Business and Economic Development, for holding today's hearing and for the opportunity to provide comment on Bill 25-0280, the Dram Shop Clarification Act, Amendment Act of 2023. For more than 100 years, RMW has advocated and provided community for more than 1,400 entrepreneurs and small businesses in the greater Washington area. We count among our members favorite neighborhood spots, family-owned businesses, homegrown restaurant groups, and beloved national and regional favorites. Together, we are one of the largest job creators in the district and leading contributors to city revenues. RNW supports passage of the Dram Shop Clarification Amendment Act, not only because it brings district law in line with the rest of the region and US, but also because it increases opportunities for small neighborhood restaurants by lowering excessive insurance costs. This is especially true for those who are owned by entrepreneurs of color. Unlike most jurisdictions, district law is vague about how or when a business can be held liable for the actions of an intoxicated guest. As a result, courts have found that plaintiffs have almost unlimited power to file lawsuits against bars, restaurants, event venues, making the district an outlier in its liquor liability rules. The lack of clear liquor liability law has led the Insurance Service Organization to rank the district 3rd worst in the US and made the cost of insurance in the district some of the most expensive in the country. In some cases, insurance in the district costs 100 times more than in Maryland or Virginia, our 2 greatest economic competitors. The Dram Shop Clarification Act would for the first time establish clear liquor liability rules in the district. First, it would provide a definition of intoxicated in the law. It would also add the terms knowingly, obviously, and noticeably, and limit liability claims to innocent victims of an intoxicated individual. Lastly, and most important, for lowering excessive insurance costs, it establishes a cap of $250,000 on damages. Again, RMW is proud to support the Dram Shop Clarification Act. We also recommend further strengthening the bill by adding a 1-year statute of limitations. Such a measure would further bring district liquor liability in line with the rest of the US and further drive down costs. We ask the committee to consider our recommendations for strengthening the bill before advancing it to the full council for passage. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today. I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to turn next to Andrew Klein, who's General Counsel for the Restaurant Association of Metropolitan Washington, for testimony. You're muted. I saw the gesture. I'm not sure what it means. We'll turn to the next witness and we'll come back to you. Zachary Hoffman is the club manager for the National Democratic Club. It's great to see you. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, council members, committee staff for allowing me to testify today. My name is Zachary Hoffman. I'm the club manager at the National Democratic Club, as well as I sit on the board of directors for the Capitol Hill bid. Today, I want to voice my support for Bill 25-0056, the Dram Shop Clarification Act of 2023. Overall, the district lags behind regional partners in establishing fair and common sense regulations surrounding dram shop liability. This bill is an excellent step forward in correcting the regulatory framework to limit liquor liability insurance premiums and protect small businesses from improper litigation damages. The clear and proper definition of intoxication also further clarifies the statute and provides better protection. Shifting the presumption to knowingly serving underage or intoxicated persons is also a welcome addition. In summary, this bill lowers insurance premiums and properly supports our thriving economic driver that is our hospitality industry. Arguments can be made that further reform is necessary. However, this bill is a great first step in creating an equitable and just framework for all parties. I support this bill and I urge the committee to do so as well. And I appreciate the time today. I'll keep it short and I'm available for any questions you might have.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to turn back to Andrew Klein to see if he's got a handle on the mute button. All right. Yes. Well, I can't hear you. You don't appear to be muted, but we still can't hear you. And I'm not that great at reading lips. So I'm going to turn to Simon B., owner, Red Bear Brewing Company. Good morning to you. You can provide your testimony now. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman McDuffie and council members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to testify here. So I'm Simon B. I'm one of the owners of and the director of operations for Red Bear Brewing Company in the Noma neighborhood. We've been operating for just about 4 years, or just over 4 years now. We're an LGBTQ plus owned small business, and we have 34 employees. I support the Dram Shop Clarification Amendment Act of 2023. Due to the current dram shop laws, businesses like ours incur a very large insurance expense for liquor liability, which is one of the highest in the country. Amending the dram shop laws will allow DC to be a more competitive place to run the type of business that we run, as it's not an expense that businesses in Maryland and Virginia experience. This will provide some financial relief in an increasingly difficult environment for our businesses to operate in. Currently, the massive insurance premiums we have to pay for liquor liability are going to insurance companies that are outside of the district. We feel the savings in insurance costs can be better appropriated as an investment into our business, but also helping us improve worker wages and benefits.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to turn next to Shelley Fleming, Serve Safe instructor, Food Safety Zone. Welcome. Thank you for being here. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning and thank you. I, Shelley Fleming, am testifying from the perspective of a Serve Safe Advanced Alcohol Awareness instructor in light of the Dram Shop law. The goal of these alcohol awareness classes is to assist in risk management in food service operations and bar establishment. These classes teach tools in order to provide service with due diligence to effectively protect customers, the community, and businesses. Due diligence is taking reasonable steps by a person in order to satisfy a legal requirement. It is a standard practice that a manager with the alcohol awareness certification is on duty during all operating hours. The information provided to alcohol awareness students in Washington, D.C. accommodates what most states throughout the U.S. covers. Education and training for both consumer and worker is the surest way to help prevent drunk driving. The alcohol awareness course covers the types of liability, civil, dram shop, criminal, administrative. The laws restricting alcohol service such as minimum age to drink or purchase is included, selling and serving alcohol to intoxicated guests. In most states, there are laws against selling alcohol to people who are visibly or obviously intoxicated. Recognizing and prevention of intoxication is covered, such as identifying alcohol and how it moves through the body, reviewing factors of the BAC, blood alcohol content, such as the strength of drinks, the quantity of drinks, how fast the guest is drinking, people's body size, body types, gender, their age, carbonation, dehydration, food intake, and best food choices to serve. Understanding that time is the major factor that reduces intoxication in the body. Understanding different risk factors in a guest who indulge due to stress or depression. Being able to measure drinks accurately and counting the number of drinks that are served to prevent intoxication. Observing a person's behavior or in the stages of progression of intoxication. Also accurately being able to check identification and tools for checking to make sure that the ID belongs to the person, that it's not a fake ID. And having tools to be able to refuse service when necessary, calling for transportation, delaying departure when necessary, observing when to stop service. So in ending, as I began, education and training for both the consumer and the worker is a sure way to help prevent drunk driving. And I encourage alcohol awareness classes as a requirement to get a driver's license. In ending, I support clarification of the Dram Shop Act. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony this morning. I don't see Paul Casey. I do see two people under the name Abigail Casey. So I'll turn to them now. Good morning to both of you. If I have Paul Casey signed up first to testify, but it's totally up to you.
Good morning. I'm Paul Casey. I'm here with my wife, Gail. We appreciate this opportunity to comment on the Dram Shop proposal and to express our opposition to it as it's currently written. Our son, Patrick Casey, was a U.S. Army Sergeant, combat veteran, and war hero. In 2011, after serving his country, he was enrolled in a master's degree program at George Washington University. His whole life was ahead of him. Only weeks into his studies, he was violently attacked and killed in our nation's capital by drunken strangers outside the McDonald's restaurant located at 1916 M Street Northwest. Patrick was a high school all-star football player. He received an academic scholarship to Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, where he earned a degree in management and technology in 2000 and excelled in football. After graduating, he had a successful and lucrative career with a computer technology company installing video lottery systems worldwide. He volunteered to work in Israel for several months. While there, he had the opportunity to travel across the region's security barriers and to learn through real-life experience about the region's conflicts. He also traveled to Jordan and Egypt. He loved the Middle East. He had the ability to see things from both sides. He thought he could do so much more if he understood the language. In 2006, Patrick gave up his technology career to serve his country. He enlisted to serve in the infantry. Patrick volunteered for and successfully completed language training in Arabic and Pashto. Patrick's platoon leader told us that Patrick was his advisor and counter IED expert. Patrick saved countless lives in Afghanistan. He became an expert with the metal detector and protected his fellow soldiers and Afghani citizens from improvised explosive devices. With his language training, Pat had many opportunities to speak with Afghan men. He grew to understand their pressure situation in interfacing with both the Taliban and the U.S. soldiers. After his honorable discharge, Patrick took the advice of foreign news correspondent Richard Engel, for whom he had provided a security detail, and enrolled in the International Affairs Master's Program at George Washington University in August 2011. Within weeks of arriving in DC, Patrick met with the FBI and the CIA to discuss future employment. The person he interviewed with at the FBI later told us that he had been very impressed with Patrick and that he was the exact type of person they were looking for. He had wondered why Patrick had not gotten back to him. Just weeks into the first semester, on September 23rd, 2011, after a college event touring DC monuments, Patrick's met a new friend late at night on his way home at McDonald's, where later Patrick was attacked from behind by Jason Ward. He died 4 days later at the age of 33. Gail is going to continue to comment for us.
I'm Gail Casey. I am Patrick's mother. Prior to arriving at McDonald's, starting at 7 p.m., Ward spent the night drinking at several bars in Virginia and also in DC, nearby the McDonald's with his friends. Ward went to at least 8 bars that night. He ordered 22 beers in the first bar at Arlington, Virginia. At Public Bar in DC, he ordered 5 shots of gin. At Camelot, the last bar where he drank, immediately before arriving at McDonald's, Ward and his friends collectively spent $211.95. The drinks were purchased at Camelot at 1:38 in the morning. Approximately 2:21 in the morning, shortly after their bar hopping ended, and having been witnessed to be drunk, intoxicated, and out of control, Ward arrived at McDonald's, which is located within 1 block of Camelot. At McDonald's, Ward and his friends were witnessed to be drunk, belligerent, and looking for a fight before they attacked Patrick. The alcohol-driven attack at McDonald's was very foreseeable and preventable. Without the avenue for justice provided to us through the civil case, we would never have learned the truth about what happened to our son. He was attacked and killed by an individual that was grossly overserved and intoxicated. Under the proposed law, as we understand it, we would have been denied access to any justice because we would have never been able to ever show that the bartender knew Ward was drunk and knowingly served him, despite overwhelming objective evidence that Ward was in fact drunk. The proposed law places business profits before protection for citizens. The rights of citizens should be protected and strengthened, not weakened. This proposed law's arbitrary limit of $250,000 for the loss of a life, if passed, would appear to prove one thing: the most severely injured victims will not have access to justice. In the case of our son Patrick, we would have been denied the little justice we got. Thank you.
And I want to thank you both for providing testimony to the committee. We really appreciate you sharing a very tragic and personal story. So thank you for that. I want to turn to our next witness. I think Andrew Klein, is your microphone working?
Yes, it is. Thank you. I apologize. Good morning, Chairman McDuffie, council members and council staff. I'm Andrew Klein. I'm counsel to RAMW Restaurant Association. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie, for holding this hearing. And thank you, council members Pinto and Henderson, for introducing this legislation. We've been discussing issues concerning liquor liability and the lack of available insurance for many years. And this is likely the first time the council considers these issues. We must keep in mind that neither the council nor Congress, as its predecessor legislature, created liability for third-party service for alcohol. Instead, the current state of the law was imposed upon us by the courts. And even the courts for a long time couldn't agree, as federal court initially denied liability until the issue was resolved in the DC Court of Appeals in Wrong Yao Zhao versus Jennifer Mull Restaurant. Obviously, the court's examinations of issues was very limited. And one of the things that they did not look at is whether the standard adopted might practically eliminate the availability of affordable insurance. That was something that was never considered. You now have the opportunity to do that, and we appreciate your taking that opportunity. You've already heard from one operator, and you will hear from several others today, that the current standard has virtually destroyed the availability to obtain insurance coverage for alcohol liability. The standard is different in the district than it is in other jurisdictions. And the small size of the district, when compared with states, makes it uneconomical for insurance companies to do an actual underwriting. Instead, most carriers refuse to write coverage, and those that do, it seems, simply look up in the sky and come up with a number that if bars and restaurants will pay it, they'll insure them. It doesn't seem that there are a lot of cases, nor that the high premiums are justified. Bill 25-56 sets forth a specific standard for liability, which requires some conscious act on the part of an operator or its employees, rather than the current standard where it's virtually strict liability, and liability is imposed whether the establishment had any opportunity to know or not that the person consuming was impaired. We think the law strikes a good compromise as introduced. However, we would suggest an additional feature. We think that there should be a shorter statute of limitations, and we would suggest that it be a year. Hospitality workers are notoriously transient, and the current 3-year statute of limitations makes it likely that those that may have witnessed the incident after 2 or 3 years may not be around. And we think that a 1-year statute is reasonable and fair when you're talking about a third-party wrongdoer as opposed to the primary.
Mr. Klein, your time has expired.
All right, just one more point, if I may, very quickly. We know that APCA has concerns that the current language would change the standard for adjudicating sale to minor violations before the ABC board. We concur with them on that and have no objection to that language being changed.
Got it. Thank you for your testimony. We're going to turn next to David Roth, who I don't see on the Zoom, so I'm going to move to Brendan Klaproth, who's an attorney, the Trial Lawyers Association in Washington, D.C. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us this morning. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Chair McDuffie, members of the committee. I'm Brendan Klaproth of the Trial Lawyers Association of Metropolitan Washington, D.C. I'm pleased to be here and to speak in opposition to Bill 25-56. I'm an attorney practicing in the District of Columbia, and I've represented victims in dram shop cases. Dram shop cases are rare. My 13 years as a lawyer, I've only handled 3 cases, and that is a lot among my peers. But as you heard from my clients, Mr. and Mrs. Casey, and you will hear from David Roth in his written testimony, these are typically tragic cases which result in significant permanent injuries or the death of innocent victims. As the law currently stands, dram shop cases are very difficult cases and difficult to prove. The dram shop law is not strict liability. It is a negligent standard. A plaintiff must not only prove that the bar served someone who's intoxicated, but also that the injury was caused by the overserving of alcohol and the violation was unexcused. In other words, even if a bar overserves a customer, it can still argue that the violation of the law did not cause the injury or that they had an excuse for its violation. And ultimately, whether a bar is liable is decided by a jury of the citizens of this city. Under the proposed bill, dram shop cases will be eviscerated. Bars will be immunized for overserving alcohol, and the most aggrieved victims in this city will be denied justice. Let me explain. First, the requirement that the sale of alcohol to an intoxicated individual be made knowingly is an impossible burden of proof. To prove a case under this standard, a bartender would need to testify, "I knew the customer was drunk, but I served him anyway." A bulletproof defense would be, "I didn't know he was drunk." But under this knowing standard, neither Mr. or Mrs. Casey nor David Roth would be able to bring a case on behalf of their child who was killed. Second, the requirement that the customer be served obviously intoxicated rather than appear intoxicated is inconsistent with the standard of care in nationally recognized training programs. Under DC law, an ABC manager must complete an alcohol training program such as TIPS. By changing the law to a prohibition of serving obviously intoxicated customers, DC will be creating a standard lower than that set forth in the TIPS training. This will create an incentive for non-compliance with the training program and lead to overserving. Third, the $250,000 cap punishes those who are most severely injured or killed. In DC, medical bills must be repaid from any recovery. In cases where the victim is severely injured or killed, the bills to be repaid will vastly exceed this cap. This, coupled with the cost of litigating the cases and the cost of experts to prove the case, means that the most severely injured citizens of the city will be denied access to justice. Moreover, this also means that the city will not be reimbursed when the victim is a Medicaid recipient. Under the proposed law, the taxpayers will be stuck footing the bill rather than the wrongdoer. Finally, if the intended reason for this bill is to stave off insurance premiums for the restaurant industry, this bill is not the answer. 2016, the Iowa legislature passed similar tort reform provisions to its dram shop law, but as part of that law, it is also required the insurance division, government agency, to prepare a biennial report on the actual.
Your time has expired. This is a brief summary.
Just a brief summary. According to Iowa government data, dram shop premium policy increased 17% from 2016 through 2019, despite the law. And from their experience, it tells us that restaurants and bars will be incentivized to overserve. There will be an increase in alcohol-related injuries to the citizens of the District of Columbia, and those injured victims will be denied justice and their constitutional right to present their claims to a jury of their peers.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. And I imagine there may be a question or two once we start the rounds for council members, but I'm going to turn to our next witness, who is Sandra Basanti, owner Pie Shop. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us this morning. And you can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning and thank you, Committee Chair, Councilmember McDuffie, and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. My name is Sandra Basanti. I'm a Ward 5 resident and owner of Pie Shop and Executive Director of DC Nightlife Council. I support the Dram Shop Clarification Amendment Act of 2023. The passing of the Dram Shop Clarification Act is not merely a legislative necessity. It is a crucial step in restoring balance in the commercial space, particularly for DC's nightlife industry. Currently, DC businesses pay the highest liquor liability rates in the nation, while businesses in neighboring Maryland and Virginia enjoy some of the country's lowest rates. This stark divergence in costs is not simply a fiscal strain for DC establishments. It disincentivizes entrepreneurs and poses a threat to the growth and longevity of our diverse nightlife industry landscape. A landscape that, unique to our city, consists of roughly 90% local independent small businesses, a statistic that we as DC residents take enormous pride in and understand the need to protect and nurture. The escalating operating costs threaten the very fabric of this unique composition. Paying the highest liquor liability rates in the country makes it increasingly challenging for businesses to remain competitive. We face the risk of losing our unique identity to multinational corporations and out-of-state restaurant groups with large financial backing who could displace our treasured local establishments. The call to reform liquor liability laws emerges as a critical strategy for the protections and preservation of our local businesses, as well as a commitment to our city's identity and the entrepreneurial spirit of its residents. It's about reducing the barriers to entry for the smallest businesses, many of which are minority owned, and about retaining these vital contributors to our cultural scene. Without this crucial reform, we will continue to lose these businesses to neighboring states where the cost of doing business is vastly less prohibitive. DC businesses are funneling tens of millions of dollars to out-of-state insurance companies, a massive financial leakage that could otherwise be reinvested into strengthening and expanding our local enterprises. Instead of enhancing our nightlife and cultural landscape, these resources are being diverted away, undermining our competitiveness with other major cities. Nightlife establishments in DC are more than just businesses. They are vital cultural institutions. They not only attract tourists who contribute to our economy, but also serve as cultural hubs, preserving and promoting the rich tapestry of DC's culture. The success and sustainability of these establishments are thus integral to our city's economic health and cultural vibrancy. It's time that we redirect our resources. By passing the Dram Shop Clarification Act, we can attract and retain businesses as well as lower the barriers to entry for the smallest and minority-owned businesses while also preserving the cultural heartbeat of Washington, D.C. Thank you.
And thank you so much for your testimony. We're going to turn next to Frank Harris, Director of State Government Affairs, Mothers Against Drunk Driving. Thank you for joining us this morning. You begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chair McDuffie, members of committee. Mothers Against Drunk Driving urges you to please oppose Bill 56. My name is Frank Harris, Director of State Government Affairs with Mothers Against Drunk Driving, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify. Mothers Against Drunk Driving opposes this legislation as it limits the rights of victims of impaired driving crashes to seek just compensation following the 100% preventable crime of drunk driving. And drunk driving is getting worse in the district. Since 2019, drunk driving fatalities has increased 71%. This resulted in still 12 people dying in 2021, but that's 12 people too many. And the prevalence of impaired driving is unacceptable and points to the need to ensure that impaired driving laws are tough on the front end, and that after the crash, victims should have every right available to seek and obtain just compensation. And Bill 56 restricts this ability for justice. And limiting a bar's liability to $250,000. I mean, that doesn't even cover a day or two of medical bills in a serious drunk driving crash. I mean, that is a slap in the face of victims, that liability limit. And also just the change of knowing to obviously. I mean, again, DC and we keep getting compared to Maryland and Virginia. It should be noted 43 states have dram shop laws of some form, plus DC. Maryland and Virginia do not. And Maryland and Virginia are the problem children in our district, in our area. They do not protect the rights of victims. And it's showed by that with the dram shop laws. And I don't think the district wants to follow the lead of Maryland and Virginia, all because overzealous insurance companies are overcharging for liability coverages, which they shouldn't be doing. And that's just not fair to victims. And Matt is working in Virginia, by the way, to enact a dram shop law pushed by a victim, Scott Seaton. And again, special interest lobby in Virginia has killed that the last 2 years. So, and also there are studies showing that dram shop laws, they do help to reduce drunk driving fatalities. So again, Matt is not against the responsible sale or consumption of alcohol. We want bars and restaurants to thrive and be part of the community. It's just that if somebody is overserved, a victim should have every right imaginable to obtain just compensation. And this bill limits that right. And we strongly urge the council to reject this proposal and to find other ways to make sure that that bars and restaurants can get those insurance policies. And again, just to reiterate, 43 other states have dram shop laws like the district. Now, the district might be a little stronger than others, but this isn't a new concept, and this just reverses progress. We urge the council to reject. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I want to thank all the witnesses who provided testimony on this measure this morning so far, especially Paul and Abigail Casey. Really appreciate you providing your testimony as well. I have just a couple questions, but I'm going to turn first as the introducer of the measure to Councilmember Brooke Pinto for a 5-minute round.
All right. Thank you so much, Chairman McDuffie, and thank you to all of the witnesses on this panel. I really appreciate your perspective. And Paul and Abigail, I'm so sorry for what your loss and what you've experienced with your son and what Patrick went through. And thank you so much for your bravery and thoughtfulness in being here today and testifying about this bill. I'm not sure if you are still here, but I wanted to ask you and some folks from the Trial Lawyers Association. I hear the points about wanting to make sure that we're protecting victims. And this bill took those really important considerations into account. This bill is not getting rid of dram shop liability. This bill is not following the lead of other jurisdictions that don't have dram shop liability. This bill really seeks to address what seems to be relatively consistently shared by this panel, that the insurance rates and costs are too high, especially when we hear even from you, Mr. Klaproth, about 3 cases. I think that what we're trying to accomplish is not to get rid of this important protection and ability for victims to recover when they are injured, but to have a reasonable cap on some of these insurance costs when the cases that we're seeing are so few and far between. So I'm not sure if Casey's, if you have a comment on that, on the cap component or this knowingly served component, to make sure that we're still opposing when a bartender is knowingly over serving somebody. And Mr. Klaproth, if you have comments about the kind of rare frequency of these cases.
Are we on?
Yes, Brian.
You want to start, Mr. and Mrs. Casey?
Yeah, I mean, we think a cap is, especially a cap as low as $250,000 is just inherently flawed. And it starts out immediately with a limitation. And maybe there could be a cap, but I think $250,000 is unreasonable.
Okay.
And to some extent, if there are so few cases, then I guess I'm confused about what the issue is if there's so few cases. It doesn't sound like it's the catastrophic concern that it's made out to be.
We learned the truth through civil action. And in doing so, you have to pay experts and to get their opinion, and experts are not cheap. And it would run through $250,000 very quickly.
And council member, just to add to that, first, with respect to the knowing standard, it's an impossible burden to meet because one, we'd have to try to identify a bartender, which is, say it's a busy bar and there's multiple people working that night, you can't even do that. But it would just be a fail-safe defense to just say, I didn't know he was drunk. So it's such a high burden. And Iowa's actually creates an interesting example because they actually lowered it. Iowa was knowingly or should have known, a constructive knowledge type standard. And then they changed it to visibly intoxicated because the knowing standard, according to the council, was too confusing.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry, Mr. Klaproth, that my 5 minutes is running out quickly. So I'm going to move on to another question, but thank you all. And I think just to this point that the case he's made about it seems unusual that there's so few cases. I think that's what we're trying to get at. There's so few cases, but the insurance companies are charging so much. So this effort, again, is really to get after what the insurance companies are doing while still balancing the need to make sure that there's adequate funds for victims. Mr. Guggenmoos, I just wanted to ask you from the perspective of operations, what did this look like in practice? Insurance companies present a series of options for you in thinking about which to pursue?
Insurance companies as in our policies?
Yes.
Yes, when it gets put out to bid, most of the companies just will not do business here in the district. And that's just the way it is. We only had our choice of 2, and that has, shrunk, but 16 actually declined to write coverage here in the district. It's too open-ended. They perceived at the risk as just open-ended.
Thank you very much. I want to be respectful of my time, Chairman. If you,
I'll give you an additional minute or two if you need it.
Oh, thank you so much. Okay. Mr. Townsend, are you still here?
Still here.
Great, thanks so much. In your capacity in representing so many of the restaurants in DC, do you have a sense of what portion of your membership forgoes liquor liability insurance completely because of the high cost?
I don't right offhand, but what we do hear about this issue quite a bit. I mean, in my short stint here, 4 months, I've heard about it at least a couple times a week, especially as we've begun to ramp up for this hearing. I've heard how detrimental the insurance premiums are to our businesses, and I mean, I think operators at this point are just looking for any type of breathing room as it relates to those premiums, because like we're hearing, the premiums are high, specifically in the district.
Okay, thank you so much. And could you speak to any of the types of trainings that your member restaurants participate in around ensuring their staff can be aware if somebody is intoxicated or to ensure that they're not overly serving patrons?
Yes, we provide alcohol and tips training. I feel like almost weekly here in the office, and the trainings are always full. They are always waitlisted and folks are waiting for us to put out a schedule of when we're offering those trainings again. So we continue to do that. I mean, that's an all year round thing. So we look forward to continuing to provide that, as I think one of the instructors have mentioned earlier, Ms. Shelley.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Klein, as we think about the specific language, and I think Mr. Klaproth started to talk about what Iowa did, can you speak to this knowing standard component, and from a legal perspective, how you think that could be pursued? I'm an honor to try to get at this balance that we're seeking to accomplish here.
Sure, and I completely disagree with Mr. Klaproth that this is incapable of proof. It's like any civil case. You go in, you interview the witnesses that are there, other people that are there that see the individual that was involved in the incident afterwards can assess whether he appeared intoxicated. I think that's what it comes down to. And knowing means knew or had reason to know. And reason to know would be based on the testimony of others that observed the individual. So I don't see, simply because a trial lawyer has to do some work to make his case, I don't see where that's an insurmountable barrier. If someone is as intoxicated as was so tragically described by the Caseys, somebody knew that person was intoxicated. There isn't any question that one or more of those establishments violated a knowing standard, even without seeing the individual, based upon the amount of alcohol that's been described that was consumed.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I really appreciate you all. And I'll just say, in moving this bill and conversations that I've had about this for almost 2 years now, we are going to continue to try to get this balance right, that we are creating an avenue for victims to pursue damages. Of course, no amount of money can ever account for the loss of human life or significant injuries that can happen as a result of drunk driving or other issues. And we're going to keep that concern at the forefront, and also do so in a way that makes sure that more of our restaurants and all of our restaurants and bars do pursue this insurance option, and don't be put out of business because the costs are so exorbitant. And I believe we can do both simultaneously, and we're going to keep working towards that. So thank you all very much. Thanks, Chairman McDuffie.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. I see that Councilmember Zachary Parker is on. And so I want to turn to him for a round, not be followed by Councilmember Fruman. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Chairperson McDuffie. I would say at the outset, my condolences to the Caseys. I really appreciate you all's testimony. I'm not seeing them on still, but I did want to acknowledge their very tragic loss. And I would also say I am sympathetic to the concerns that many restaurant and bar owners have expressed in Ward 5, but also like Councilmember Pinto was speaking to, want to make sure we get the balance right. So with that, there's one thing that I even have questions about, and it is the proposed cap of $250,000, which in comparison to many other jurisdictions seems low. Where there are other states that are at 500,000 or some even at the $1 million mark. So Mr. Townsend, if you're still on, I see you. Okay, Mr. Townsend, if you could just speak to the Restaurant Association's view of that proposed cap. Is there flexibility as you all see it, or do you all hold a line that it must be at $250,000? And if so, why?
No, good question. I'll defer to Andrew Klein to respond to that.
Mr. Klein, I want to take a stab at it.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. I think in the short time that you've gotten to know our organization, we are always willing to discuss, and we don't draw lines in the sand. That's not who we are. That's not how we operate. So we're having this hearing today. You're going to hear from a number of operators as to how astounding their costs are. And as we look at this further, we're going to need to make considerations as to balancing a cap versus the amount of premiums. The higher the cap, the higher the premiums. So we don't draw a line in the sand, and we're certainly willing to work with the chairman of the committee and the two introducers and you and others on this issue to see what is the right balance.
Okay, thank you for that. So what I'm taking from that is that you all are open to exploring greater limits for that proposed cap. And I am persuaded that for folk who may have extensive stays in the hospital, may be dealing with lifelong challenges following an incident, we would want to make sure that they are compensated fairly. Mr. Klaproth, I wanted to come to you. You were just getting at earlier a change made in Iowa to the knowingly clause to include also the should have known. And it's my understanding that the proposed legislation here in DC is just knowingly. Can you, in a legal sense, just describe what's the difference, and does that adding that should have known clause improve the likelihood of a victim being rewarded in a case?
Thank you. So just one point I'd like to make about that is Mr. Klein indicated that this knowingly could be proven through the testimony of other people. That's the current state of the law. The law says who appear intoxicated. So we can prove that through the testimony of eyewitnesses, right? Making it a knowing standard is a subjective. We have to show what the bartender knows. How do we do that? We take his deposition and he says, I didn't know he was drunk. So knowingly is not the same as should have known. That's constructive knowledge, and that's not in the bill. But as the current law stands, the precise proof that Mr. Klein just articulated is what the law is. Appeared to be intoxicated, which you can do through eyewitness testimony. So I think the current law, as Mr. Klein articulated, is it should stay the same. But if there is a knowing standard, it does not include a should have known.
And so you're arguing, to make sure I'm clear, adding a should have known clause strengthens a victim's defense in a courtroom.
It strengthens it, but it also creates confusion, because where the law currently stands is it's whether someone was intoxicated, meaning you can prove that through a breathalyzer that was later done, and then you work back through expert testimony to see where the person was on the intoxication level at that point in time, or you do it through eyewitness testimony. This person was clearly drunk, falling over, like we heard in the Casey case, belligerent. That satisfies, at that point, a bartender should have known. So I think it just creates confusion, and there are no issues with the current law as it currently stands.
And then in my last 8 seconds, well, I'll get it on the next round, but I want to dig into the issue of insurance companies gouging prices for restaurants, because that really is the issue at hand here. But really appreciate you all's testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Fruman, for a round.
Thank you very much, Chairman McDuffie. I'm not going to have, I just joined, so I didn't hear all the testimony. But on this question of the standard, well, first I'll step back to say that my sense is that the status quo today doesn't work, that the costs imposed on restaurants are way out of line with what the costs imposed in other jurisdictions are. And so we need to do something. And then the question is, what is it that we do, and what has the most impact and creates something that is fair and more consistent with what's happening in our surrounding jurisdictions and jurisdictions around the country. Exactly what that is and whether or not this bill as drafted captures that, that's, I think, an open question at the moment. Two things have come up in this conversation. One seems to be the standard, and Mr. Klaproth, let me see if I understand it. Current law is appeared to be intoxicated, which doesn't go to the state of the mind of the bartender at all. It just goes to what any person's observation of the customer. Knowingly goes to the state of mind of the bartender. They needed to know that that person was intoxicated. And then there seems to be this middle ground, knew if I'm understanding the way you're parsing it, that becomes subjective, whether or not they should have known, and you have to get into the mind of it's a combination. You would take the deposition of the bartender, but you would also take depositions of other people in the restaurant, and they could give evidence that whether or not the bartender actually knew, the bartender should have known. Am I understanding the sort of spectrum of what lawyers call scienter that are under discussion?
So yes, to some degree, because where the law currently is, it's intoxicated or appears to be intoxicated. This obviously knowingly is, I think should be off the table, period, because it doesn't account for any sort of other objective evidence about how the person appeared. So should have known. Point on that is under DC law, ABC managers are required to do a training program. As part of that training program, for example, the tips, they have this intervention model that requires a bartender to take affirmative steps, whether it be drink counting, looking for behavioral cues. So those are some of the things that come up in these types of cases, whether the bartender undertook those steps. So we want to avoid a situation where a bartender or bar takes an ostrich defense, head in the sand. I didn't know, it was a busy night. And the law currently also has a fail-safe in the sense that it does not allow, a bar can still come forward with an excuse for a violation. So it could be a variety of things that, the person just walked in and appeared fine, right? So that's a defense that they can make to a jury. And I think the important thing here is to just not legislate the jury box or the jury room. Trust the citizens of the city to make these determinations.
Okay, so this is going to be an area that I'm going to need to look into and think more about, because we have our current law, and then in comparing us to other jurisdictions, I think I'm going to want to be comparing what that scienter requirement is. And I hear you on what the levels of proof are in the different settings, but this is helpful in identifying that as a question. Then the other goes to the damages cap. Mr. Klein, you seem like you would wanted to make a comment on that question, so maybe I'll give you the opportunity to.
The intoxicated means an after the fact breathalyzer, and we object to that because that's not a standard that servers are to be kept to, that they're supposed to know what someone's blood alcohol content is. They can't know that. And that is one of our problems. And I suspect that's one of the problems that the insurance companies have, is that, okay, yeah, if they're found to be intoxicated, then somehow the server or bartender is supposed to know that, even if that person didn't exhibit any signs of intoxication. And that, I think, gets to the heart of the matter and is extremely unfair.
So, and here we have a express, which on the one, that's an objective test that doesn't go at all to the state of the mind of the bartender. On the other hand, knowingly goes to the state of the mind of the bartender. And you object to something that goes to that completely ignores the state of the mind of the bartender. And Mr. Klaproth objects to something that requires a standard as high as that they knew, and doesn't admit of any middle ground where the ordinary person, and you look at it in the comparative statutes where they should have known. And that's a thing in the law, the question of whether or not the actor should have known. I'm over time, but this was helpful. And if the damages issue hasn't been more fully covered by the next round, I'll ask about the damages issue too again. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank each of the witnesses in this round for their testimony and in responding to questions. I'm going to turn to our next panel, because we do have additional witnesses, public witnesses for this measure. And so we're going to call them up to give them an opportunity to testify. We left off, if you're keeping up with where the committee is, we're on number 13 on the witness list. That's Tom Naylor, Dean Sybil, Catherine Ferrando, Matthew Cronin, Alex Four, Andrew Shapiro, Alex H, Tim Clinton, Jamie Leeds, Eric Heidenberger, Anna Valero, Fitzgerald Lewis, Jeffrey Musciri, Reed Landry, and John Groth. I'll make a call for Tom Naylor, managing partner at Archibald's. I don't see present right now. So I'm going to turn to Dean Sybil. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for being here with us. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie. Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for listening to my testimony today. My name is Dean Sybil. I'm here to testify in support of the Dram Shop Clarification Act of 2023. I've been in the restaurant business in Washington, D.C. for over 40 years. I'm one of the owners of Tony and Joe's Seafood Place and Nick's Riverside Grill, as well as the Point DC and Ivy City Tavern. My family has had small businesses here for nearly 100 years on one side or the other of my family. And as a native Washingtonian, I feel there's a need for the city to support locally owned and operated small businesses. The Dram Shop Act is clearly beneficial for small operators who are least able to afford the spiraling costs of operating a restaurant in this economic climate. The growth of independent restaurants has led to increased vitality in many of Washington's neighborhoods, and the insurance cost associated with unclear definition of liability is a clear disadvantage for operators doing business in the district. The laws in the surrounding areas may incentivize operators to move or focus expansion outside of the city. This bill will provide some clarity for insurance providers and lower costs for operators. Therefore, I hope you will pass this bill. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your testimony. Next witness is Catherine Ferrando, Black Cat. Good morning to you. You can begin your testimony. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Catherine Ferrando, a longtime district resident, and I'm also co-owner of the Black Cat, a live music venue which will be celebrating its 30th anniversary this fall. Like other alcohol licensed businesses in the district, we have struggled with the issue of liquor liability, or more specifically, the insurance we need to protect us against that liability throughout our existence. In fact, early on, there were several years when we could not afford liquor liability insurance, and we just went without. The present legal framework does not give businesses the opportunity to take reasonable steps that can protect them from the possibility of being liable for damages based on their serving a customer. Right now, when insurers look at our Dram Shop law, they see statutory language that makes businesses liable if they serve an intoxicated person, not if the person was obviously intoxicated or if the server should have reasonably known the person was intoxicated. Just the fact of intoxication is enough. It's any person who appears to be intoxicated or an intoxicated person. The person might be on medications that interact with the alcohol, or they might have been in another bar doing shots immediately before that haven't hit them yet. They might just hold their liquor deceptively well, but the business has no way to know that. Further, it's a legal and accepted practice for bars to serve several drinks to one person during an evening. But we all know that a person can become unsafe to drive long before they show observable signs of intoxication. And right now, businesses are on the hook if they have the bad luck to end up over-serving a customer, even if that customer appeared perfectly fine at the time they were served. We needed a law that clearly lays out what businesses should and should not do. And the only way to be sure right now that you're not serving an intoxicated person is to just not serve alcohol. And it's not fair to hold businesses to that absolute standard or to punish them for serving customers in a way that we as a society and as a city actively allow and accept. Businesses should be required to do what they can to ensure that their servers are trained and to strictly enforce policies against serving obviously observably intoxicated people. The class is required to obtain an ABC license, teach servers ways to quickly identify signs of intoxication so they can avoid overserving, but that's not enough to avoid liquor liability under current law. Yet, unless they stop serving liquor, businesses can't really do any more than that. And doing just that much can be incredibly effective. Our track record at Black Cat is demonstration of that. We've never had a case. But our excellent track record has not made it easy for us to get liquor liability insurance at a reasonable rate, because insurers know that under current law, no matter how careful a business is, we're still a huge potential risk. We need the council to set out a clear set of rules for businesses to follow and to cap liability so that businesses can obtain insurance at reasonable prices. This legislation would accomplish both of those objectives, and we respectfully request that you support the Dram Shop clarification amendment. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Our next witness is Matthew Cronin with Echo Stage Glow Events. Thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon, council members, and thank you for allowing me this time to speak to the Dram Shop Clarification Act. My name is Matthew Cronin. I'm currently the Vice President of the DC Nightlife Council, Vice President of Glow DC, which operates such venues and festivals in the district as Echo Stage and Project Glow. I've owned and run various music venues, restaurants, and bars in the city for 2 decades. Almost every time a new operator I know opens an establishment in the city, their first question to me is, who do you use for insurance? Or what is going on with these insurance rates? I pay nothing close to this at my Virginia or Maryland locations. These emails, calls, and texts happen monthly. And our response is almost always, that is just what it is here. To put the issue into easy to understand terms, just how high and impactful these rates are, here are a few examples. I pay an average of $4,000 a single night I am open at one of our venues in liquor liability insurance. This is despite having a completely clean record for over a decade of operation. That is the same as 25 employees being paid in full on my staff for that single shift. In addition, my insurance costs roughly half what my rent is at the same location. With these examples, it should quickly become clear how difficult these insurance rates make it for all businesses, new and established, especially in this difficult financial climate as we pay down COVID debts and deal with increased costs of goods. We desperately need help across the city with these highest in class costs. I have sister venues across the country in Chicago, LA, as well as New York City that I've reached out to for comparable establishment rates. Universally, they pay much lower rates. In one instance, a venue almost identical, but twice the capacity in Chicago paid 80% less for their premiums. As we face the extreme and challenging Initiative 82 transition, in the interest of making sure we can keep businesses open across the district, this Dram Shop Amendment Act wouldn't just be helpful, it's critical. As a resident, I love this city. I personally enjoy going out to local restaurants and constantly brag globally about our incredible nightlife scene. My favorite thing is seeing small businesses succeed and people have wonderful, well-paying, family-like jobs. Unfortunately, the small hospitality businesses are struggling with the remote working environment. And when you take that in conjunction with how much cheaper it currently is to operate in Virginia and Maryland, we are losing the new businesses and jobs we desperately need in our sector here in the district. The DC hospitality industry is a family, and it hurts as we continue to watch our friends and local establishments close what feels like daily. This act would be a massive help to keep these businesses and jobs in our home. Thank you so much for your time, and I urge your support of the Dram Shop Clarification Act.
Thank you very much for your testimony. If I want to take this opportunity, I'm not sure that we have your testimony in writing, Matthew Cronin, and it was really a solid testimony with some numbers that I couldn't commit to memory, and I'd love to be able to have that in writing. So I want to encourage all the public witnesses who have already testified. If you haven't provided your testimony to the committee in writing, I would urge you to do so. And I'm going to turn to our next witness, Alex LaFour, who's the co-founder and CEO, District Made Spirits. Welcome, and you can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, committee and Chairman McDuffie. My name is Alex Laufer. I'm the co-founder, CEO of District Made Spirits by 1-8 Distilling. We've been operating in Ward 5 in Ivy City for coming on our 9th year. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in favor of the Dram Shop Clarification Act. We use our tasting room to showcase our spirits to our customers. Since the pandemic, the business has slowed greatly. We're currently only open for 7 hours on Saturdays. We have been shuffled from one insurance company to another over the years, and the premiums for our liquor liability insurance continue to climb. We currently pay more than $32,000 a year. And this year, if business does not improve, we're on track to gross $35,000 a year. So almost entirely of our gross profits will go to pay the liquor liability premium. So if our business was in or viewed through a comparable lens as Maryland and Virginia, the expected decrease in insurance could allow us to reinvest in our DC business. And I thank you for your time, and we'll stay on for any questions.
And thank you for your time. And I imagine a number of the witnesses taking time out of operating their businesses to provide testimony. So we really do appreciate that. We're going to turn next to Andrew Shapiro, Operations Director, Lucky Bonds. Good to see you. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you to the Committee on Business and Economic Development. Sorry, my voice is a little scratchy from the air. I'm actually going to yield my time. The Lucky Buns restaurant group is in support of this, but we will have no new points to make that have not been made by other operators. So we'll just submit a written testimony in the interest of time and moving the hearing along.
Okay, thank you for that. We're going to turn to our next witness. Alex, and last name is pronounced H-A-J-E. It's with the operator. Actually, I don't know that we see the person on the Zoom. I do see Tim Clinton, partner with Clinton and Peed. So we're going to turn to you next for your 3-minute testimony. Welcome, and you can begin.
Thank you and good afternoon, Chair McDuffie, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in opposition to Bill 25-56. I've practiced law in DC for 18 years, currently serve as the managing partner of Clinton and Peed. During that time, I've served in capacities that would place me on both sides of this issue. Indeed, one of my former clients is here testifying in favor of the bill I now oppose. I have 4 points to briefly share with a focus on one particular aspect of the act, the new proposed immunity from claims by the person to whom the alcohol beverage was sold or served. First, if the claimed problem is that insurance premiums are too high, the solution should be to regulate insurance. Insurance premiums are not the only costs imposed by excessive intoxication. According to the CDC, those other costs include losses of workplace productivity, healthcare expenses, law enforcement, and other criminal justice expenses, as well as losses from injuries. Studies have shown that the public bears roughly 40% of those costs through higher medical insurance, automobile insurance, and taxes, and receives only a pittance in return from increased tax revenues. And again, according to the CDC, those costs are particularly acute in the district, which in 2010 paid more per person than any other state in the nation. I've included links to such studies in my written testimony. Second, insurance is all about the allocation of risk. And a fundamental rule is that the person in the best position to prevent a harm should bear the risk of it. Here, restaurants are in a much better position, to prevent serious over-intoxication than people whose judgment has already become impaired, and certainly in a better position than the public at large. The existing regulations require ABCA licensed managers to receive training on topics such as alcohol's effect on the body and behavior, recognizing the problem drinker. But people who are already intoxicated, by definition, lack the judgment or capacity to know when enough is enough. Third, these lawsuits are very rare, and they're rare precisely because we know jurors will be skeptical of them. That means that only the most egregious cases are brought under the existing law, which has been in place for nearly a century. Excuse me, I lost my place. In my 18 years, I only heard of one, and it was the one such case that I handled. In that case, the defendant restaurant admitted that they knew my client's husband had a regular practice of arriving at the restaurant already intoxicated. But for 5 to 7 months after making this realization, they kept feeding his addiction for 3 nights a week until he finally collapsed after 3 or 4 hours of drinking in their establishment. By the time the hospital tested his blood alcohol content 90 minutes later, it was an astonishing 0.202%. He remained in a coma for several months and then died. If the amendment were enacted, it would bar his family from relief entirely. Finally, not only would this proposed immunity reduce the deterrent effect of existing law, but it would actually incentivize unscrupulous restaurants, and not pointing any fingers at anyone here, but it would incentivize such restaurants to prey on a vulnerable population, alcoholics. As the current regulations acknowledge, alcoholism is a chronic progressive disease, making alcoholics the proverbial golden goose. In the era of big data, it would take minutes to create targeted ads designed specifically to reenact the tragic case that I just mentioned, and the proposed amendment would grant bad actors carte blanche to do precisely that.
Has expired.
Thank you. I respectfully encourage the members of the council to oppose this bill. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your time and for your testimony. We're going to turn next to Jamie Leeds. I do not see the person on the Zoom. Eric Heidenberger, DC Restaurant Group. Thank you for being here. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for taking the time to listen to our testimony today. My name is Eric Heidenberger, and I'm the managing partner for the DC Restaurant Group, which operates 6 locations in DC and 3 locations in Bethany Beach, Delaware. We are a family-owned and operated group that started 44 years ago with our first location, the Bottom Line, of which is still open today. I want to thank the council and the mayor's office for supporting and buoying our industry throughout the pandemic. Without local and federal grants and other favorable legislative measures, it's safe to say that we wouldn't be here today. But the support and the relief funds are behind us, and we find ourselves in the most challenging time we've experienced yet. We're faced with the highest insurance premiums in the country, staggering increase in cost of goods, and the impending rollout of Initiative 82. Our insurance premiums are 6 times higher in DC compared to Delaware on comparable sales. I know it's been mentioned, but DC has the strictest possible ratings as far as liquor liability and is ranked at a 9. Delaware, Maryland, and Virginia are both ranked at a 0, or no dram shop laws. I just went through the insurance renewal process for one of our locations this morning. We were only provided with 2 carrier options despite our clean track record and a decline in sales last year. The total coverage cost was equal to our entire net profit for 2022. It's worth noting it had been our goal to open a new restaurant in DC every 2 years. Over the past 10 years, we achieved that goal by opening 5 new locations. I'm a proud DC native. I was born and raised here. I love this city, but given the current risks, costs, and uncertainty in DC, we have paused our search in DC and are increasingly open to exploring new opportunities in Maryland and Delaware. I wish this were not the case. I hope that we can find a balance where businesses have realistic options for insurance coverage. I strongly request the council to pass the Dram Shop Clarification Act. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. I do not see any of the other public witnesses who I've already called on this panel. And so we're going to turn to my colleagues for a round with this panel. If they have questions, Councilmember Pinto. Councilmember Parker, for questions.
Thank you. I wanted to come back to Matthew Cronin. Can you restate just the comparative prices of insurance for some of your locations relative to DC?
Certainly. I guess the prime example that I keep turning back to, because it was the most astonishing one. I was at a conference out in Los Angeles speaking with a venue operator in Chicago. Their venue is almost the identical model, but it is twice the capacity, up to 6,000 people. Their insurance rate, we're actually in excess of 80% cheaper than what we pay. And this is a venue that's located in downtown Chicago, not, out in the boonies somewhere, a very similar market. 80% cheaper is one of the first things that, pops out to me as just being absurd. We're not pulling comparisons from, non-metropolitan areas. These are very similar areas to Washington, D.C., sister markets, and they just don't pay anything close to what we do.
That is helpful. And a quick follow-up, what would you say are your costs for insurance across a year here in DC? And I'm going to ask the same of other restaurant and bar owners that might be on.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars, hundreds and hundreds of thousands is what I'll say. Like I said, when I broke it down per night of operation at one of our venues, for it to be in the $3,000 to $4,000 a night of opening, the first thing that popped out to me was the employee comparison. That's 25 employees right there. And when I looked at my rent, I started thinking about some of the smaller locations, and I'm like, if I'm paying half the rent, or the equivalent of half of my rent in insurance, I started thinking about mom and pop local restaurants and bars and that are trying to open up, or even small music venues. And I was just like, it's just too risky, especially when I get these emails and texts and calls all the time from established people who are opening places in the district that already operate in Virginia or Maryland. And they're just astonished and literally say things like, I wouldn't have done this if I had known it was going to be like this, because it just doesn't even cross any reasonable person's mind that they would be paying these types of extreme premiums. And to the other point is there's just no competition at all. You have one, maybe two underwriters that will even quote you a rate in Washington, D.C.
And that seems to be the issue, restating what I said earlier, that we want to make sure that we are not giving license for people to act belligerent, or for restaurants and bars to aid people in getting drunk and acting belligerent. But it seems as though we have to rein in insurance companies, and perhaps some of the language changes in this legislation would allow for that. I'm persuaded, I will say that the knowingly language is a bit problematic in that it may be hard to prove in court, but I do think our previous panel spoke to some ways we can strengthen that. For instance, should have known. For you or any other restaurant owners that might be on still, can you speak to how you go about training or supporting your bartenders or staff in identifying people that may have had too much to drink?
Certainly. First of all operators for the most part are keenly aware of our risk and the fact that we need to make sure that our staffs are properly trained. We do trainings. I did a training this last Sunday, full staff training. Tips training is mandatory for the entire staff. Everybody was there. Everyone is certified. We do this out of our own pocket. We do it routinely once a quarter and make sure everyone is trained. Our focus is on prevention. We in no way want to take away the rights of any victims ever. That is not what our goal is. Our goal is to make sure there aren't any victims. We're training our staff. We're looking for any reasonable way that somebody could have been served. But you've heard the testimony. People come in. We're all adults, but we know tailgating goes on, pre-gaming goes on with young people. They will go and drink unreasonable amounts of alcohol before they enter an establishment, and it takes time for those signs of inebriation to show up. Holding us to what it currently is, which is a blood test scale, which we can't perform, is not reasonable. Nobody here is saying we should be allowed to serve drunk people. We just want to be able to operate our businesses in a fair insurance environment. And we will continue to take those steps to make sure that people are taken care of. One of our establishments has a first aid room. All of my security, I make sure I have an EMT on staff. We don't allow people to not get proper treatment for anything, whether it's alcohol or any kind of medical issues they might be suffering from.
Thank you for that. My time is winding down. I would just throw out, I'm not a lawyer, but a question I also have is, with the language in this legislation, is that enough to guarantee that those insurance providers that have already pulled out of the district would come back, and that we would drastically see decreases in prices for restaurant owners and bars? But thank you all for your testimony.
I see a couple of hands up. I will get to them in my round, but I'm going to turn first to Councilmember Fruman for a round of questions. So let's do this. Andrew Shapiro, Tim Clinton, I see both of your hands are up. Well, are you?
They can go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna take my 5-minute round first, Councilmember Fruman, then I'll turn to you next. Tim Clinton, your hand is raised. If you want to lower your hand and you can make your comment.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to make the point again that insurance premiums are set based upon actual data set by actuarial scientists. It's not based on speculation. There is a common fallacy that correlation means causation. What's amazing to me is we've heard no analysis whatsoever, no data, no actuarials, no insurance reps that can claim a single point of anything other than speculation that this bill is the cause for premiums. We know, for example, that DC has among the highest rates of binge drinking in the country. That has to play a role. This bill, lowering the standard, decreasing the deterrence effect of this bill to prevent excessive intoxication, will probably increase the binge drinking in the city, could in fact actually result in higher premiums. It seems to me irresponsible to make an insurance-based bill when on a bill like this that's designed to affect all kinds of different issues in our economy and our society. One of the witnesses talked about the delicate balance here, and there are like dozens of factors that are implicated by this amendment, and we've only talked about one, and there's no data to support the claims of the proponents of the bill. Thank you.
I think that's a fair point. Let me ask you. You said in your comment that it lowers deterrent effect. Talk a little bit about your position that this bill, if passed as drafted, would lower the deterrent effect.
Well, again, following the lead of everyone else, I'm relying on first principles here and not data, which is that if you increase the potential for liability, you increase the incentive to prevent the harm that you might be liable for. And so when you lower the standard, for example, from you can't serve intoxicated people more alcohol to, well, you can't knowingly serve intoxicated people more alcohol, which, by the way, speaking of ambiguity, knowingly or obviously, from whose perspective? Are we talking about from a person who's supposed to be trained under the ABCA regulations to identify not only the visible signs of intoxication, but trained to know when someone is in fact intoxication, but may not show the signs. So I think when you lower the costs of compliance and preventing intoxication, you're going to have less deterrence. But again, I think it's premature to know precisely how that's going to play out. The law of unintended consequences is a major.
Do you have a sense of how many cases? I think you gave a number of how many cases you had, and I think you said you've been practicing for 18 years. If you could just for the record, how many cases have you had? I think there was an attorney on the first panel who I believe said that he had, was it 2 or 3 cases? 3 cases.
Right.
During the time frame within which he had been practicing. How many cases have you had in your practice?
I've had 1, and I've only heard of 3. I know, and besides the ones that are publicly reported, in the DC Court of Appeals.
Let me ask you a different question. Not that we're here to provide testimony specifically on this issue of insurance, but in terms of what you've heard, albeit anecdotal, what are your thoughts about the cost associated with insurance for the businesses that have expressed support of this?
The idea to me that this bill that's been in place for a century is jeopardizing the continued vitality of one of the nation's best restaurant industries is a little bit absurd. It was this year, the James Beard Foundation awarded the Outstanding Chef to one of our own, and we have one of the most vibrant restaurant communities in the country. So I think it's a little bit of a tail wagging the dog. We are completely speculative on terms of the effects that this bill might have. And I think it's certainly premature without some real data to support the effect that this amendment will have on the community. I think these cases are rare. When they occur, they're egregious. And
I'm going to jump in just because I'm coming up on 30 seconds left in my round, but I want to turn to Andrew Shapiro. Your hand is up. If you want to lower your hand and provide your comment. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you, Councilmember. I just wanted to address some of the points Councilmember Parker made. in my position handling operations and compliance with a restaurant group that has 4 different locations, and then my experience as a bartender. I am also first aid and CPR certified, and I think that was a really important point. But we have to be honest. I mean, it is very difficult. You cannot. We have a restaurant that's on the wharf. There's the anthem, right? Are we supposed to check every single person? All we can do is make sure that our bartenders are the best knowledgeably equipped to identify that our hosts, if we have, a door person, that they are best knowledgeably equipped to identify if a person looks like they're inebriated. I think it's important to note that ABRA, or now APCA, is a very high level functioning agency. They are very on top of compliance. They are very strict about that. And I think that's a plus in the city because they really create an environment where there is a lot of sound regulation. They are going out and checking compliance. They are making sure places, have appropriately licensed people in the establishments at all time. I think that can't get lost because I to just really blame the bartenders and the people that are doing their job, to require them to be an arbiter of something they can't be, it's just not realistic. And so all we can do, as operators on that end is make sure that our staff is the most well equipped. And I think the city has good infrastructure for that. And the Restaurant Association also has lots of communication by way of newsletters and announcements on trainings constantly going on every week. There are lots of independent people in the, yes.
I'm just going to jump in just so I can be respectful of the time. I want to turn to Ward 3 Councilmember Fruman for his round.
Thank you very much, Chairman McDuffie. I had a couple of questions for Mr. Clinton. Mr. Clinton, you at the end of what you were saying before, you said these cases are rare, but when they happen, they're egregious. Do you have a sense of how many cases there have been in recent years?
Again, I all I can say is that I think they're rare, but this would be a question that are aimed at insurance analysts that set the premiums. If there are more cases, it could be because there is a lot of excessive intoxication. There's a difference between a lot of cases and a lot of frivolous cases, for example. If there's a lot of meritorious cases, then lowering the bar may not make sense. If there's a lot of frivolous cases, maybe we need to lower the bar to try and prevent plaintiffs' lawyers from bringing more frivolous cases. Like I've represented folks on both sides of this. The aim of public policy should be balance. And I'm not aware of anyone that's brought a frivolous claim under the Dram Shop Act.
Yeah, no, but I mean, I'm just trying to get a sense of the magnitude. You said rare. I mean, how many cases are you aware of?
I do know a lot of plaintiffs' lawyers in the district, and among that group of plaintiff lawyers, I'm aware of 4 such cases in the last 18 years.
Okay, so, and then the other topic that I mean, 4 such cases there's 4 tragedies there. So
That's right.
I just am trying to get a sense of it. You also, a thing you focused on was the prohibition on the person who consumed the drinks or their estate bringing a case. And there is some comparative stuff that we've seen about what are the standards in different places. Is that carve out? Does that carve out exist in laws in other states? Or
the carve out has existed in other states. It's changed over time. In my written materials, I submit a case from the pre-Civil War era where this statute existed, and it was liability to the tavern owner. The town drunk basically came in to the bar. The bar owner knew he was a person of, quote, notoriously intemperate habits, which, by the way, has been eliminated just last year in our statute. And on the man's way home, he literally fell off his wagon and died. And so these are not sort of the product of the creeping nanny state, kind of regulation. These have been around since before the Civil War era. There's no sign that these Dram Shop Acts are actually harming the restaurant industry, but there is a lot of data that over service of alcohol is a great expense both to the public as a society, to public safety, and also to the public expense.
Well, no, I hear you about that, and the world has changed in my lifetime on this. I mean, the impact of Mothers Against Drunk Driving and has been giant and positive. So I hear you on that. There is a question about balance that folks are trying to get at here, and I hear you that tangible evidence. I'd love to be talking to insurance companies. I hear you that tangible evidence that a change in the standard might lead to lower insurance premiums would be helpful. On the other hand, you're aware in 18 years, it does seem like probably not the number of cases out there that's driving up insurance premiums, probably something else. And if our law is out of sync in some way with what is typically done, then the idea that that would be part of the explanation here doesn't strike me as crazy, although I do want to hear from folks in the insurance industry.
Well, I would want to make the point to that in other words, what you're saying is that it's very likely that there are other factors, and those factors could include the fact that the District of Columbia leads the nation, or sort of in the top like 5 or 10% in binge drinking. We tend to drink a lot more. Now, if you have look at, for example, Ms. Ferrando, Black Cat, one of DC's best bars, nightclubs in the city, they go out of their way to exceed the regulatory requirements, and as a result, they've never seen a case. Perhaps the solution, we have ABCA as a great agency. Perhaps we could increase the regulation on industry, which would affect insurance, because if there's a violation, you could have, insurance premiums may not be affected. There are a lot of solutions here, but it's just premature to kind of take a shot in the dark and hope that this is going to have the intended consequences that the industry wants.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Ms. Ferrando has her hand up, and Mr. Cronin, I don't know whether or not I have license as I go over time to invite them to comment, but I'm going to try until Chairman McDuffie tells me not to.
Yeah, no, I'll definitely, Councilman Fruman, allow Matthew Cronin. But first, Catherine Ferrando to provide comment. So we get that on the record, and then we'll transition to our government witness. So Catherine Ferrando.
Thank you. I just wanted to address the issue of, it would be great to be hearing from actual insurance providers and brokers right now, but I can, in lieu of that, tell you that we have been dropped over and over and over and over again from insurance policies throughout the years, mostly because they leave the market. We've been told by those insurance companies and by our broker repeatedly that the reason they're leaving, or the reason they want to charge us astronomical amounts, is because of DC's laws, because of because it's just an unknown, and they just don't want to. They don't know what they're insuring against, so they're either going to charge the moon or they just leave. And we've been pretty, we have to hunt and hunt and hunt, and we try to find the lowest bidder that we can. And we've ended up with policies on at least one memorable occasion where they went bankrupt afterward, and it turned out that our policy had been no good, even though we paid a ton of money for it. So it would be great to get some experts in here. I think that would be a useful thing down the road. But as an anecdotal thing, I can let you know we've been told by our broker and by insurance companies that the laws in DC are the reason for the rates.
Thank you for your testimony.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just two quick things I wanted to throw out there is we keep circling back to the number of tried cases, but I don't think that speaks to the number of settlements, which is kind of the whole reason we're paying high premiums in the first place. I've dealt with situations like this. One was 15 years ago. And when I spoke with the insurance company, and to Catherine's point, they don't want to insure because with the language in the law, they can't win. They can't, if they think the operator was in the right in the case, they can't win with the way it is currently worded. So that's why we can't get anyone to cover us. And that's why no one takes anything to trial, because they just don't think they can win. And so that's what I'm hearing from the insurance carriers I've spoken to. And that's why our premiums are so high. There's not these outside factors that DC drinks a lot more than other major cities in the country. If you want, I have friends in New Orleans and I can pull their lower insurance rates. And I'm pretty sure they drink a lot in New Orleans. But those are my 2 points.
Thank you for making those points.
Thank you very much.
You bet. Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. I'm going to, at this point, transition to our government witness. I want to thank all the public witnesses for their testimony here this afternoon on this measure.
Members of the committee, council staff, and members of the public. My name is Fred Musali, and I am the Director of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration. I am here today to testify regarding Bill 25-0056, the Dram Shop Clarification Amendment Act of 2023. I would like to thank Chairperson McDuffie for holding a hearing and Councilmember Pinto and Henderson for introducing legislation on the issue of dram shop liquor liability. As you know, the district and approximately 42 states impose dram shop liquor liability on alcohol licensees. However, unlike most states, the district does not currently have any statutory language in the DC Code that explicitly imposes dram shop liquor liability or addresses bringing third-party civil actions against licensees for alcohol-related incidents. Rather, alcohol licensees' dram shop liquor liability has been established through case law as a result of decisions by district courts, including the DC Court of Appeals. As a regulatory agency that regularly receives inquiries on this issue, we believe that the district would benefit from the adoption of specific, clear statutory language in Title 25 that the agency, businesses, and the public can point to that balances public safety and consumer protections with the need to ensure that liquor liability insurance is readily available to alcohol licensees. We note that legislation regarding dram shop liquor liability is being discussed in other states, with Alabama being the most recent state to adopt a new legislation on this issue in April 2023. While our agency supports the adoption of statutory language regarding dram shop liquor liability, both APCA and the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board have concerns with and do not support Bill 25-0056 as currently drafted. APCA and the ABC Board's primary concern with Bill 25-0056 is that it goes well beyond the purported scope of clarifying and limiting alcohol licensee liability in civil actions for alcohol-related incidents. Instead, it unrelatedly also encourages negligent alcohol serving practices that endanger minors and intoxicated persons, and allows alcohol licensees to avoid civil enforcement action by changing the evidentiary standard from strict liability to knowingly that APCA and the ABC Board will have to establish to prove a sale to minor violation or sale to an intoxicated person. APCA and the ABC Board strongly oppose this change. The bill, however, can be amended to address this concern by creating a new section in Title 25 or elsewhere in the DC Code that addresses civil rights of action by third parties against licensees for alcohol-related incidents instead of seeking to amend current Section 25-781, which should be left unchanged. This is consistent with other states, including most recently Alabama, which separate statutory provisions in their codes for one, selling alcohol to minors and intoxicated persons, and two, third parties bringing civil rights of action against licensees for alcohol-related incidents. Thank you for allowing me to testify today on Bill 25-0056. We look forward to working with the committee, and I'm available to address any questions that the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony this afternoon, Director Musali. You referenced Alabama. Have you or anyone on your team looked at other jurisdictions to determine what, if any, best practices exist that might address, I think, some of the gaps that exist in our law?
We've looked at other states, looked at Alabama, looked at Maine, looked at Iowa, looked at other states. As I stated, 43 states, including the district, do have dram shop laws that this committee can look at. There are 8 states, including, I think you heard today, Virginia and Maryland, that do not have dram shop laws. But I think they're helpful. Speaking on some of the comments that happened, you know, we had this discussion here about knowingly in Alabama, the law they passed on April 19th, 2023. It defines knowingly to mean knew or should have known under the circumstances. Mm-hmm. So Alabama included knew or should have known. I think it's also worth mentioning when I looked at Alabama, and I think you heard about the unanimous vote in their legislature to adopt their bill, is they actually worked with their trial lawyers in coming up with language, mm-hmm. and that's how it passed unanimously. But the standard was knew or knowingly is defined as knew or should have known. The bill currently before us does not have that should have known, similar to what passed in Alabama. And like I said, they did work with their trial lawyers in drafting their bill.
Well, I appreciate that. That's an important point. Let me ask you about the caps on liability. In surveying other bills, how does the District of Columbia and how does this measure compare to other jurisdictions in terms of the cap on liability?
Well, as you heard today, they vary. I think there's a couple points that are worth mentioning. So right now, the bill is currently drafted as $250. When you look at Maine Liquor Liability Act, which I think has a lot of important points to look at in their bill, but their cap is $350,000. But what they do is they exempt medical expenses. So the $350 cap, but then they're exempt from medical expenses. So I think one of the important things in their bill, they actually have, you know, the primary purpose of their bill, which is obviously to prevent intoxicated related injuries and deaths and other damages in the state's population. But when they have secondary purposes, one I think is relevant today. It talks about allocating the liability for payment of damages fairly among those responsible for the damages. But this is the key point, which will encourage liquor liability insurance availability, because that's one of the reasons we're talking about. We can talk about how high the premiums are, but the other aspect is the availability of premiums, right? So when you look at this, I mean, from what I could find, and I think we talked about this, you know, the ISO, the Insurance Services Office, they rate states, which has an impact on your insurance rate, mm-hmm. from 0, which is the lowest, which is Maryland and Virginia, to a 10, you know, which was like Alabama before they passed their law, which is why they passed their law, because their insurance score was a 10, which is the worst.
Have they, do you know what, I hate to interrupt you, I want you to finish that thought, but do you know if they've been adjusted based on the law that they recently passed?
No, so the most I could find based on their legislation, like I said, it only passed about a month and a half ago,
okay,
was that their legislation was going to be sent to the ISO for kind of a rating, I guess,
okay,
you know, analysis. But I mean, I don't know anything in terms of what that portrayed. But like I said, their definition of knowingly had the should have known,
Mhm.
and they did work with their trial lawyers. So I think that's the point there. But in terms of the rates, they vary. Some states have the 250. Like I said, Maine has the 350, but they exempt punitive damages. The bill that just passed in Alabama does not have a cap. Other states have a higher cap. And then I think the other important for the committee, some states have a cap per individual bringing action, and then other states have a cap, like Maine has, where it's the totality of everybody filing the claim. But they do have an exemption for medical costs.
You mentioned the ISO and the rating. I think the rating for the district is what, 9?
Based on the information I could find from September 2022 was a 9.
Okay, and Alabama?
Alabama was a 10. And then Vermont has been looking at this issue. They have one of the worst ratings as well. And then Maryland and Virginia are 0.
Got it. Okay. That would seem
But
to
real quick, I did
Sure.
want to highlight, like I said, the Maine Liquor Liability Act, which I found helpful to have a lot of good ideas and information in. Maine, just so it's clear for the record, is a 4 based on what I have.
Okay. So I appreciate your testimony in the part that said that you believe that the district would benefit from codifying its dram shop liquor liability framework. You have some issues that you put on record with the way that it is done in this draft, but we're hopeful that you'd be willing to work with the committee to perhaps refine areas of this bill that might address some of the existing challenges with the law, but also still make sure it's protecting the consumers and victims and others who might be impacted negatively by, I think, the state of our existing law as it is today.
Absolutely. Look forward to working with the committee on this issue. We believe that a law should be passed. Like I think you heard today, the liability is solely based on case law.
Yeah.
It's not based upon public hearings or hearing from the legislature or public input. It's based upon case law. And what's interesting when you look at the cases is, different states have interpreted similar type of, provisions differently. So I think we clearly need legislation on this issue. Obviously, we believe this bill needs to be modified. But we do think it's important to have a statutory provision that's clear, that everybody knows what the law is.
Okay. All right, let me turn to Council Member Fruman is the only council member I see on the Zoom at the moment, at least, for a round. Councilmember Fruman?
Thank you very much, Chairman McDuffie, and great to see you, Director Musali.
Great to see you as well.
So very helpful. What I'm hearing from you is 2 of the issues that had become a focus. One was the knowingly should have known issue. That's one of the things that's on your mind. The cap, that seems to be another of the things that's on your mind. When you say medical expenses are exempted, it's that they're exempted from the cap so that the suit could be for all of the medical expenses plus $350,000. Is that the idea of how the medical expenses are exempted?
Well, let me kind of clarify 2 ways. So in terms of the 350 in the exemption for expenses, that's what Maine has. And so when I mentioned that, that's just an example of how the other state does it. And there are other states that do have that. So just looking at what Maine reads, I'm just going to read it real quick. It says expenses may not exceed $350,000 for any and all claims arising out of a single incident or occurrence. But then it says except expenses for medical care and treatment, including devices or aids. But so they would have 350 and then exempt medical care and treatment. I'm not saying that I don't think we should have a cap. I think there's value to having caps. And I think when we're talking about insurance companies and certainty, I I think it would make sense to have that. But the point I was trying to make is that, which I think you heard today, is that 250 may not be sufficient, given the fact there's also medical expenses. And so whether you exempt medical expenses or you set a separate cap for medical expenses, I think that's fine. I just want to bring how other states have dealt with this. There's another state that has a cap of 250, but then if somebody has been significantly injured, maybe they've like had a hand that's been damaged or a leg that's been damaged or some type of impairment, then the jury can go above that $250,000 limit, right? So I just want to bring to the committee's attention that while other states may have this 250 or 350, they've also taken note of this medical expenses issue, either allowing the jury to go above that, or potentially we look at another cap above the 250 or whatever it is. That's the only point I was trying to make.
Yeah, no, and I hear you. And I hear you that one could hear, well, we'd be 250, Maine is 350, but those are not comparable because the Maine 350, the actually could be significantly higher than 350 because you'd add on to that 350 medical expenses, which the way I'm understanding it is exempt from the cap, not exempt from recovery, but exempt from the cap so that they would be received above what the cap on paper is. So the third issue that was raised was the prohibition on suits by the person who consumed the alcohol. And it seems like you've done a pretty thorough canvass of looking at laws in other places. Is that a exemption that is common in other places, or would that be exceptional to have a prohibition on suits by the person who consumed the alcohol?
That's pretty common in other states. I think the only thing with the current laws drafted that I think probably needs to be looked at is the age of the individual who was served. And what I mean by that is this. So when you look at Maine, for instance, the individual or the family can't bring the suit if the individual was 18 years of age or older, right? So if they're 18 or older, that family can't bring the suit, or the individual who got served can't bring the suit. But the premise being is that, like, just way of example, we do, I think you heard today, our sale to minor compliance checks. And so we may have a 14-year-old that gets served, as part of that, or sold to. So I think the committee should probably look at, okay, if it's a 14-year-old and you're selling to a 14-year-old and they get involved in an accident of some sort, should the family be able to sue in that instance if the minor is so young that it's not realistic, right? So, I mean, that's why Maine has 18 or above, and then some states it may be 16, but, and then this bill has 21 and above, but this bill doesn't allow anybody who's been served to file. So you may want to look at if the minor is of an age less than 21, whether it's 18, 16, 14, whatever it is, that action would be allowed, because it's harder to defend from a public policy perspective and consumer protection why a 14-year-old wouldn't be able to bring a case. Because if you served a 14-year-old, then we're basically saying the 14-year-old should have known better, or that to me seems a little far afield.
Okay, and so a different thing that was raised, and maybe you spoke to, that it would be good to be speaking to the insurance industry. Maybe it's the insurance industry that should be regulated here. It strikes me that if the insurance industry is not participating in the market, then it'd be hard to require them to participate in the market under the current rubric. But do you have any communications with the insurance industry or any insight into this idea that a major thing driving the high premiums is the state of our law? Are you hearing that from other people? Have you heard that from people in the insurance industry? Is this a solution in search of a problem, or is there a problem that our law is driving up insurance premiums in the city?
I do not have, I have not had conversations with insurance companies, so I can't speak to that. What I can say is, you know, looking at what I've found where insurance companies not covering based on documents I've read, you look at the states that they're not offering liquor liability insurance in those states. They're pretty much the states with the higher scores. Then also, if you look at the movements that we just had in Alabama, obviously you had in Iowa in 2018. If you do a search, you'll find that Montana and Vermont particularly with this same issue, there was legislation introduced in Vermont, but I didn't find any evidence that it had passed. But if you look at the states with the worst rates, you will see this is a common issue that's come up. I mean, I think the way we look at it is we're one of the very few states that doesn't have statutory language on this. So regardless of where you come out on this issue, it was all decided by case law, right? And obviously one of those cases were remanded. So it was, you know, the courts, you know, that with that. So we get inquiries, people ask, they want to know what the law is, and you can't find it anywhere. You have to, you know, do a search on case law. But the point I was making in Alabama, you go Maine, I'm looking at the Maine Liquor Liability Act right here. Alabama has civil rights of action by third parties in alcohol accidents. You can pretty much go to every state and find legislation, a code on this. In DC, you're not going to find anything. There's nothing we can point to. When we get inquiries, we can't point to anything. So I do think it's a workable issue. Like I said, in Alabama, it passed their legislature unanimously, but how they were able to do that is they worked with their trial lawyers and you know, other stakeholders, and they were able to come up with language. And that's why I brought up the new or should have known, because the should have known, you know, standard was in theirs, which is not currently in ours. So hopefully that helps.
So very helpful. I mean, the takeaway is we need to do something. Exactly the shape of it is a thing that we should be working with lots of stakeholders on. And then I guess the second piece for me is I'll be very curious to see what happens to Alabama's rating. It may be that it doesn't directly translate here, but it'll be some kind of an indication of what happens when you refine the law in the kinds of ways that they have. So thank you very much, Director Musali.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Councilman Froome, and thank you, Director Musali. Is there anything else you'd like to add to the record before we transition to the next measure?
No, I just wanted to say that as always, we look forward to working with the committee. This is an important issue, and want to work with you on a revised version of the bill that takes into account the concerns we heard today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And thank you to all the public witnesses who testified on this measure. Moving on to Bill 25-280, I introduced this measure, the Workers and Restaurants Our Priorities Act of 2023, on May 1st, 2023. The bill was referred to the Committee on Business and Economic Development on May 2nd of this year. And I want people to understand why I introduced this bill. It's because I heard from tip workers, from consumers, and from restaurant operators that the status quo was confusing and not working for any of them. It is a fact that some tip workers have faced harassment or received varying tips based on their race or gender. It is a fact that more and more restaurants are implementing service charges. It's also a fact that under federal law, any service fee collected belongs to the restaurant, not the employee, and they can do with it what they choose. It is a fact that tip workers are in some cases seeing reduced tips as service fees are implemented. This is true even when diners know the service fee is not going to the employees in the form of tips. This hurts, and it hurts workers. And the cumulative effect over a 4-year implementation period could truly harm the very Black and brown tip workers that the elimination of the tip wage was intended to help. Restaurant operators, by and large, have said to me that they would rather have one increase instead of multiple steps because it would be more manageable for their businesses. They've said that they need time to implement a large increase, so some asked to remove all intermediate steps between 2023 and 2027. I've heard from some workers that they would like to see the tip minimum wage end immediately. This bill is an attempt to find a compromise between those two contrary positions. And while unfortunate, for some people, it seems that our politics have become such that the word compromise has become a dirty word. Any movement from one special interest position suddenly makes you anti-worker or anti-business. I implore us all to not just go into our respective corners and gear up for the fight, but to seek a solution in the spirit of getting to the best policy for all involved. And most of the time, this means your side won't be 100% happy with the result. The compromise that I sought to strike with the introduction of this bill would accomplish a couple of goals. First and foremost, getting the most money into the hands of workers the fastest. Secondly, significantly reducing customer confusion and frustration. And third, easing the administrative and financial burden on restaurants shifting to the new minimum wage model. This bill would get money in the hands of workers faster, and it would eliminate the tip minimum wage 2 years faster than current law. That is the truth, full stop. If anyone says otherwise, they're either misunderstanding the bill or not telling the truth. The bill does make trade-offs, and I want to hear from all involved how those trade-offs would affect them. Under current law, the minimum wage would increase to $10 an hour on July 1st, 2024, to $12 an hour on July 1st, 2025, to $14 an hour on July 1st, 2026, and finally to the full minimum wage on July 1st, 2027. Under this proposal, tip workers would skip one increase next year, but in exchange, they would receive the full minimum wage 2 years earlier in July 2025. If we conservatively assume that the minimum wage will increase 50 cents each year, that means it should be approximately $18 an hour in 2025 and $19 an hour in 2027. Now, is this asking a big sacrifice for workers? Yes, it is. It would mean around $4,000 less in their pockets for 1 year from 2024 to 2025. But the trade-off is they would receive around $12,500 over and above what the minimum wage would be in 2025 and around $10,000 over and above the minimum wage in 2026. Let me explain the math. Assuming 40 hours worked each week for 52 weeks a year at $10 an hour in 2024, that is approximately $20,800 in base wages. In 2025, that would increase under current law to $24,960 at $12 an hour. Under the WRAP Act, the measure proposed before the committee today, a tip worker would not receive a base wage increase, so their base wage would remain at $8 an hour or $16,640 for the year in 2024. This is $4,160 less than what they would earn as compared to the current law. But in 2025, under the WRAP Act, their base wage would increase to around $18 an hour, totaling $37,440 or $12,480 more than they would make in the base wages under the current law. In 2026, under current law, a tip worker would earn $14 an hour or approximately $29,120 in base wages. Under the WRAP Act, that would be about $18.50 an hour or $38,480 in base wages in 2026. This is $9,360 more than would be earned under the current law. So over the 2-year period where the WRAP Act accelerates the phase out of the tip wage, tip workers would earn around $17,680 more in total base wages. That would be a very positive development for workers. Legislating, to be clear, is not for the faint of heart, but to me, it is important to listen to the concerns of those on all sides of an issue, and I take that feedback seriously. One concern that I've heard from some advocates is that waiting from July 1st, 2023 to July 1st, 2025 for the full raise is just too long. Some feared that it would create a hardship for some workers, and others were afraid that the promise was too far out and could be tinkered with by a future council. I hear you, and I'm committed to working to see how we can further refine the bill to address those concerns. But let me be very clear. This bill is about ending a broken system faster and getting more money in the pockets of workers sooner. This is not a Trojan horse. This measure is intended to implement the spirit of Initiative 82 and to do so faster than it otherwise would be. And yes, there are trade-offs, as I mentioned earlier. To make the transition easier for restaurants, we clarify the treatment of service charges so that restaurants are not paying more rent because they are now paying higher wages, and so that consumers save a little money by not having to pay sales tax on the service charges. There's a lot of confusion and frustration over service fees today. What are they? Where do they go? Who do they belong to? Service charges, for the first time in the district, are being defined in the proposed law as a percentage fee on the meal that goes to pay base wage of the restaurant's employees. The bill requires the district to undertake a campaign to help educate the public about the transition away from the tip minimum wage, and we will clarify the rules around giving consumers notice about service charges. And I've heard feedback that the way we have defined it in the bill needs to be revised. And we will revise it through a legislative process to get it right. At the end of the day, I return to what I said when I introduced this bill. My intent is to help workers get more money in their pockets faster, help restaurants adjust to the minimum wage, to the new minimum wage, and help consumer confusion around current state of affairs. The bill is not perfect as drafted, and I'll admit that, but rarely is any bill ever perfect as initially drafted. That's why we work through the legislative process as we're doing with this hearing today. But the basic question that we all must answer is, do we want to end this discriminatory and confusing state of play now and get more money into the hands of workers faster or not? I'm going to now call our first panel witnesses. And again, I ask participants to mute their microphones when they're not speaking. Be mindful of the clock that appears on the Zoom screen. Every public witness is going to have 3 minutes, and I'm going to be mindful not to allow people to go over because we have more than 90 public witnesses who have testified, who signed up to testify on this measure. I'm going to call the witnesses in the order that they appear on the notice of the agenda. Andrew Shapiro, Sean Townsend, Chris Velick, Andrew Klein, Joshua Chasen, Ryan O'Leary, Abel Amini, Zachary Hoffman, Trupti Patel, Dr. Katie Wells, Caitlin Schnur, Theodore Miller, Michael Richmond, Zachary Tashman, Simon B. I appreciate your patience. We're going to begin, as I just mentioned, with Andrew Shapiro. Good afternoon and welcome back. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, committee, and thank you very much.
Mr. Shapiro, we cannot see you on the Zoom. I don't know if you intend to turn on your camera.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much to the Committee on Business and Economic Development and council members for holding this very important, crucial hearing for the small business, hospitality, restaurant, and bar industry. I am speaking today as a longtime hospitality worker and a small business advocate that works with small businesses across the city in a lot of different sectors and a lot of different areas. And I am very much in support of this legislation, although I do have concerns about a few things. But I think on the whole, in my dealing with a variety of restaurants in a variety of different places, and the general confusion and trying to figure out not only how to navigate this, but deal with wage increases every year and everything else that is going on in the larger economy. The need and really the responsibility of the council, which does have a mandate to review every voter-led initiative and decide, how to best align that in the interest of the city. And, even though I personally feel like this is what actually should have happened in the first place, particularly when you are dealing with a vastly complex economic system that is really tied into a larger regional economy that not only feeds into this city's economy, but really creates an overall economic structure that's completely interdependent upon each other. And when you do something like this and you don't go through the proper process, you don't go through the proper channels, you don't have the hearings, you don't have experts and witnesses who really know the ins and outs of not only this, but just the complications of federal labor law and the definitions and meanings of certain things, you get morass. And, you know, as much as I was not a fan of the initiative, to have some sort of structure and guidance on how businesses are supposed to comply is absolutely necessary. So I am deeply appreciative of the work that was done to get here. And I just wanted to talk about a couple of other things in regards to the legislation. Number one, on the service charge clarity, certainly appreciate the intent on that. I know the federal definition of a service charge is very intact, and so it's very difficult to maneuver around that, and just getting that cleaned up a little bit so it is in alignment with that would be very helpful. Otherwise, every other part of it is extremely helpful to helping the industry navigate all the challenges, maintaining a very robust workforce, making sure that they are properly taken care of compensation wise, and having the ability to operate in what are incredibly difficult dynamics is so important. And my family has over 300 years in the small business and hospitality industry. And so I have seen it my entire life, and just how difficult it is, how hard operators work to keep places open, to provide jobs, to be really critical community sectors.
Has expired.
We thank you very much, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to turn next to Sean Townsend. Good afternoon again. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon. First, I begin my comments in gratitude with thanks to you, Chairman McDuffie, for your strong support of our local restaurant industry. You've provided a steady and reassuring hand during the height of the pandemic, and you continue to be our champion in advancing policies to carry us beyond the pandemic. RAMW is proud to support the Workers in Restaurants Are Priorities Act of 2023 because it does so much to help our beloved local independent restaurants. First, it simplifies and streamlines the end of the tip credit by doing it in fewer steps. Following the increase made in May of this year and the additional increase approaching in July, today's bill would defer next year's scheduled increase for 1 year to July 1 of 2025, at which time the tip wage would be fully eliminated. I know there are some who are skeptical of our reasons for advocating for this. While incremental increases over several years may seem reasonable at first, as you will hear today from our operators, drawing it out calls for making ongoing changes in operations, staffing, payroll, pricing, and more as each annual increase takes effect. We, like others at this table, are ready to put the past behind us and focus on building a better future together. The RAP Act does just that. Ending the tip credit in less steps makes transition from the tip wage more manageable for restaurant operators and clearer to diners. But to accomplish that, we've made an important compromise in agreeing to end the tip wage 2 years sooner than scheduled. Second, the RAP Act affects parity between service charges and gratuities by waiving sales tax on service charges for small groups and directing service charges to be used for workers' wages, which is how it's done in Maryland. As our operators will share today, these service charges help to provide equitable wages for front and back of house workers and benefits such as paid vacation, retirement plans, and health insurance. Now that the tip credit is ending, these service charges are more critical more than ever to ensure workers do not suffer a pay cut and are kept whole. Additionally, the proposal makes it clear that service charges are not considered unfair or deceptive when diners are notified about them before ordering, either verbally, by signage, or on the restaurant's website, a practice that RMW has long supported. The RAP Act also sets a starting point for what constitutes basic delivery and establishes a public education campaign. Taken together, the policies in the RAP Act will help our local independent restaurants finally turn the corner on the pandemic, successfully transition from the tip wage, and position the industry to thrive and grow once again. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to turn to our next witness, Chris Vetlick. Good afternoon to you. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you, council members, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Chris Vetlick. I'm owner operator of 2 restaurants in the district. I've also helped lead a group of 50+ restaurants advocating for fairness and equity in the food delivery space. There are many good proposals in the WRAP Act, but since this bill aims to be comprehensive of the important restaurant issues of the day, I'm speaking out today not on what is in it, but what was left out. Over the past 6 months, there has been much debate about fairness in the food delivery space, but with recent compromise measures on the council, the big delivery companies got what they wanted and have been allowed to maintain their opaque and predatory pricing scheme with local restaurants. Our narrow ask is that the council close the loopholes in the existing law, which allow delivery companies to make a sham offering out of DC's required 15% commission tier. As a restaurant owner, I can state confidently that last month's decision to leave this loophole open has emboldened the delivery companies. We see aggressive sales tactics, indicating that restaurants will be buried at the 15% tier and must pay 25 or 30% in order to still receive orders. These are not sustainable economics. The delivery companies want us to believe that government shouldn't be involved in this space. So why is intervention appropriate here? The delivery companies have created a warped reality for restaurants and consumers. By vastly underpricing the cost of their service to consumers, building a fantasy where it costs $2 for someone to deliver us a restaurant meal across town, they are manipulating consumer behavior, shifting it from the vibrancy of in-person dining and takeout to home delivery. Restaurants are then forced to utilize the delivery apps to meet customers where they're at, or rather have been steered, and restaurants are the ones left footing an enormous bill. Despite an apparent return to normal, many restaurants are still struggling with back rent, pandemic-era debt, and a slow return to downtown vibrancy. We're still in a financially precarious position. Meanwhile, the big delivery companies are flush with venture capital, have the resources to manipulate markets, and spend richly on lobbyists to influence public policy and grow their profits. It's a David and Goliath story, and we urgently need the council to prevent out-of-state tech companies from bleeding local restaurants dry. Closing this loophole would keep $50 to $100 million per year in the hands of DC restaurants, rather than going to big tech companies, and all at a $0 cost to the district. At a time of great disruption related to tipped wages and service fees, this simple policy measure would provide much needed relief. I ask that the council take this step to ensure a fair marketplace and protect our local restaurants. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to turn to our next witness, Andrew Klein. I don't see, oh yeah, I do see Andrew Klein now. So Andrew Klein, welcome back. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie, council members and council staff. I'm Andrew Klein, counsel to RAMW and principal of the Veritas Law Firm. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie, for introducing Bill 25-280, the Workers and Restaurants Are Priorities Act of 2023. RAMW and its members wholeheartedly support this legislation. And frankly, we think it's a win-win-win, and we don't understand opposition to it. Tip workers are big winners under this bill as drafted, as they will receive, and you did the calculations, I'm not going to repeat them there in my testimony, but several thousand more dollars in base wages over 3 years than they would have received under Initiative 82 as passed. These additional wages, as you pointed out, result from the moving up of the timeline for full implementation of a full base wage for tipped workers with the elimination of the tip credit. And the figures are actually higher because, as you also pointed out, there will be increases in the minimum wage. We don't know what those will be, but workers will enjoy those earlier than they would under Initiative 82. Consumers are winners under the bill also, as service charges will be exempted from sales tax, and diners will save 2% on every meal and every drink purchased in restaurants and bars in DC and establishments which levy service charges. Restaurants and bars do not pay sales taxes, patrons do. And under the current wage system, tips paid by patrons are not subject to sales tax. Service charges under the current law are subject to sales tax. So eliminating this tax 10% of a 20% service charge results in a 2% savings for diners. It may not seem like much, but restaurants make their livings around the margins. A 2% savings means that someone that goes out once a week, 50 times a year, can go out 51 times a year for the same amount of money. That's good for the diner, good for the restaurant, and good for the workers. Again, win, win, win. And restaurants and bars are winners under this proposal also, as they will avoid what they fear most, which is an incremental implementation of the elimination of the tip credit. We surveyed our 1,500 members extensively on this issue, and the one thing that they agreed upon was that the ratcheting up every year, forcing them to rethink their wage models every year, is just simply untenable. Some wanted to do it right away, others wanted to do it further down the line, but they were universal in their belief that it be done not with increases every year. And we appreciate you recognizing that and putting it in the bill. As I said before, we think this bill should be supported by all. There's something in it for everyone.
Next witness, Mr. Klein, at this point, we're going to go to Joshua Chasen with the Restaurant Workers of America. Thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Chairman McDuffie and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development, my name is Joshua Chasen. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. The last time I spoke before members of this body was during the Marathon Repeal Initiative 77 hearing. It's disheartening that this time I'm speaking to what could be named as the Restaurant Industry Survival Act. Workers, owners, and folks across every sector of the industry who were attempting to fend off Initiative 82 warned of service charges becoming the norm. Media called the idea a red herring. The proposer of Initiative 82, along with counselors in this body, called us liars, corporate shills, and claimed that tips on top would become the norm. Well, like we all decried, here we are legislating service charges, which are quickly becoming the norm. Initiative 82 and the tip credit elimination forces policies like service charges that take money out of worker hands and give it to ownership. Unlike tips and gratuities, service charges belong to the house for them to dole out as they see fit. The proponents of Initiative 82 knew this then, and they didn't care. Instead, non-industry folks like the DSA spread their lies around DC and passed this deplorable initiative at workers' expense. Workers will be left like those in Seattle, for example, essentially chasing percentage points of what service charge will be. Yep, workers will get prevailing minimum wage, but they won't be getting tips anymore, as the general public isn't tipping on top of the service charges. Recently, One Flat Wage held a presser with the local AG and the counselor from Ward 4, and the hypocrisy was in full swing. They pushed the service charge model through their Raised Restaurant Association as one of the only ways to make the numbers work, and claim all of it goes to the workers on top of their wage, which is not only a lie, it's impossible to legislate. Even if it's attempted, restaurants will just change their business model, and 7 Seasons, just like 7 Seasons announced yesterday that they're going to do in the near term. Welcome to the land of counter service. If this legislation passes, the elimination of the taxes on the service charges will allow for more of those monies to be directed towards workers. So in a roundabout way, it does help us on the margins. However, the sped up timetable proposed is an actual abomination. Sure, some of the larger operators are saying, yeah, let's just rip off the Band-Aid because they'll be fine. But the mom and pops of the industry in DC and workers alike are going to be the most affected, know that this is a death knell for the industry. I understand that it may be alleged political compromise. I certainly understand that. But I'm hopeful that this body can amend this legislation to a bill that it would at least slow down the timeline to its original, or even slower for that matter, and do so do more to this bill essentially to help the workers to attempt to survive the devastating blow to the industry that Initiative 82 will have. Thank you for your time today, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
And thank you for your time for providing your testimony this afternoon. Our next witness is Ryan O'Leary. Thank you for joining us. Actually, I don't see Ryan O'Leary on the Zoom at the moment. We'll try to check on that. Now we have Ryan O'Leary. Thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. And thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
As the proposer of Initiative 82, I'm here to express my strong opposition to the RAP Act. This bill, backed by the restaurant lobby, undermines the will of DC voters, harms workers, confuses customers, and fails to address the real issues faced by the restaurant industry. Last fall, DC voters overwhelmingly supported Initiative 82, a ballot aimed at improving the incomes of tipped workers and providing them with more stability. However, less than 8 months later, this bill threatens to undermine the progress made by Initiative 82, just like the repeal of Initiative 77. One of the most concerning aspects of the bill is its incentivization of deceptive service charges. The bill encourages restaurants to break out part of their prices as a service charge, which would go entirely to owners, and this bill mandates that it be used only for base wages. Let me be clear. By mandating the service charge goes to cover only base wages, this means that workers will make less money, not more. Auto gratuity is and remains an easy option to guarantee tips and equal tips for all workers. Service charges only serve to keep tip workers from what's rightfully theirs. Furthermore, service charges confuse customers as they mistakenly assume that these charges go towards increasing workers' pay. I have little confidence that the DOES would ever be able to launch a successful education campaign on this, and the confusion leads to customers either not tipping at all or tipping less, further reducing incomes. This directly undermines the intent of Initiative 82, which aimed to provide workers with a solid base wage with tips as a supplement. Instead, this legislation would result in reduced pay and less tips. The bill's provisions regarding service charges are also bad tax policy. The bill provides an unfair advantage to restaurants over all other retailers by exempting service charges from sales tax and income calculations for commercial landlords. This special treatment incentivizes restaurants to use service charges, even those that were not inclined to do so. The loophole would reduce DC revenues and is not in line with the ongoing efforts of the Tax Revision Commission. Additionally, by changing the timeline and denying workers a raise in 2024, the bill disrupts the gradual process towards a higher minimum wage for tipped workers. While some larger restaurant groups may be able to absorb such a sudden wage increase, many smaller restaurants will struggle and leading to job losses and business closures. This unnecessary change in the timeline only serves to undermine the widespread support for Initiative 82 and creates a dangerous opportunity for the restaurant lobby to call for its repeal come 2025. And while I'm almost out of time, I want to add that delivery workers deserve to be more than an afterthought. They deserve a meaningful bill to address the longstanding issues that they've faced, as well as the ones that restaurants have faced at the hands of companies like Uber. In conclusion, this bill undermines the progress made by Initiative 82. It disregards the will of the voters. The bill's provisions on service charges reduce income for tip workers and provide unfair preferential treatment to restaurants. As a proposer of Initiative 82, I urge you to consider the negative consequences of the RAP Act and focus on supporting policies that truly benefit workers, customers, and the restaurant industry as a whole. Thank you for your attention.
And thank you for your testimony. Our next witness on the list is Abel Amin. And we're going to turn to you for your testimony. Good afternoon. You begin.
Thank you very much. My name is Abel Mene. I'm a Ward 4 resident. I've been working in the restaurant industry since 2013. I began as a dishwasher. I was a line cook, eventually even became a sous chef for a brief period, then transitioned to front of house. I was a server for a long time, and then also became a bartender. Throughout that time, I struggled to make a living. There would be days in which I would come in, work for many hours, and come home with nothing. I would be in trouble. I would have trouble getting home. I would sometimes have to sleep in odd places so I can go back to work the next day. So when Initiative 82 came around, I stood out in the cold to gather signatures. When it was placed on the ballot, I canvassed neighborhoods, including your neighborhood, Councilmember McDuffie. I think someone in our group even knocked on your door. While we did that, we wore these little buttons. They said, "I want 15% with tips on top." And we explained to all the people we were speaking with that tips would be on top. Here we are, your bill, frustrating this process that was laid out to voters, and voters consciously chose to pass this bill, this initiative. And now you are trying to frustrate that. And I find it shameful that the same person that would introduce a resolution for reparation would be frustrating a bill trying to get rid of a vestige of Jim Crow. And I think I oppose this bill in all its parts. I particularly want to talk about the service charges and how it is basically stealing money from servers and from bartenders. Many mistake the service charge as a tip. Mandating that the service charges go towards paying for wages perpetuates the constant theft of wages from workers. And also this process of first slowing down, then speeding up the gradual elimination of the tip wage is frankly, I mean, it's very obvious what is being attempted here. If you truly mean to speed up the process, do it before the election. Okay, let's do that. So I want to wholeheartedly oppose this bill and speak against it as a former restaurant worker. And thank you for the time to testify.
For your testimony, I'm going to turn next to Zachary Hoffman. Welcome back. Begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. I introduced myself earlier and I wrote quite a bit in my written testimony and in correspondence with your staff, Councilmember McDuffie. So I'm going to just read some of my testimony as it's written, and I'll defer to the rest of that for you to look over. Today, I wanted to voice my support for B 250280, the Workers, Restaurants, Our Priorities Act. Overall, I feel this bill supports both workers and restaurant operators in navigating the changing landscape of regulation that would be described as the new normal after passage of Initiative 82, as well as post-COVID-19 cultural shifts. Small, independently owned and operated bars and restaurants make up the bulk of our community. Shaping policy to better serve the thriving and economic driving force in our city is not only necessary, but our duty to preserve and empower such a vibrant and exciting aspect of daily life in the district. This bill covers a wide range of areas critical to the continued success and viability of the hospitality industry and its workforce. I want to focus on a few items that I feel are most impactful. One of the key areas of the bill is to move the tip credit removal implementation from 2027 to 2025. There are certainly arguments that can be made for both a slow implementation as well as an expedited one. It feels at this point that operators and workers will be better served with a faster rollout of this significant change in operations. With the removal of the tip credit being a certainty rather than a question for debate, it's my opinion that swiftly making this change as an operator will allow for a more direct shift to a model that will be permanent and long-term rather than reevaluating the model each year during a slower implementation. Ultimately, the rationale to move swiftly comes from a choice of harm reduction, with the final result being as little disruption to the overall ecosystem that is small business and its workforce. I talk in my written testimony about rental agreements. I think there's definitely some necessity to add language to prohibit the mechanism to counting service charges towards business income as it relates to a percentage rent system. I think that's a little bit technical and important, but I think we should skip over that. But finally, the public education campaign should include, in my opinion, the Tipped Workers Coordinating Council. I am a current appointee of that. That was set up with the Tipped Workers Fairness Act of 2018. It's already established, already working with DOES, OHR, the Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture, and specifically formed to inform people about changes and make policy recommendations. So I think that we should include them in any of the policy campaign for that aspect of the bill. And I appreciate it. And if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer it.
Thank you for your testimony. We really do appreciate that. We're going to turn next to Trupti Patel. It's great to see you. And City Commissioner 2803. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairperson McDuffie. Thank you for hosting this hearing so that I can enter my comments into the public record. My name is Trupti Patel. I'm a third-term ANC commissioner that represents 2A03, which is the historic Boggy Bottom. But what is the most important is I am the only elected official in Washington, D.C. that is a current tipped worker. And in my current tipped worker capacity, I not only oppose this bill, but I also oppose the dram shop bill. And I will start off with my conclusions. And basically what I want you to know, and what I want everyone on this panel to know, is that workers want operators to keep their hands off their money. Consumers don't want you to cheat or exploit them. And voters don't want you overturning their vote. They want you to respect it. And I'm here to amplify and protect the voices of the workers, the consumers, and the voters. This is a blatant attempt by restaurant lobby based on greed to only keep their money. This is not about protecting workers, not at all. And this bill is deeply, deeply disappointing. Workers are excited about getting their raise. The workers are excited about finally feeling a little bit of economic stability and prosperity. It's not very much. I work at an employer that pays well above the sub-minimum wage. I make $10 an hour. So the arguments when people say that employers can't afford a higher wage, that's crap, because I make it right now. And when I get tipped, no one's sitting here looking at me asking me how much money do I get? How much is my sub-minimum wage? They sit there, they tip me, they say thank you. Now, as far as service charges, which I do get at work from time to time, customers do ask me point blank, does this belong to me? And I'm actually proud to say that my employer does do this. But under this current bill, you would sanction wage theft. You would also make sure that wage transparency is rampant and pervasive. You would sit here, you would confuse consumers, they would feel exploited, they would feel cheated. And that's not right, Chairperson McDuffie. You know that I've talked to you. You know that my door is always open to you. I am ready to work with you and your team on this, but this bill as presented, I cannot support. I do this and I stand behind the workers that I represent. I've talked to hundreds of them throughout the years. I've gone to bat for workers. So Chairperson McDuffie, I respectfully ask that you work with me and other labor advocates in this area, and so that we can make a true bill that actually protects workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Patel, for your testimony. We always appreciate hearing from you. We're going to go next to Dr. Katie Wells. Welcome to the Committee on Business and Economic Development. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Great. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie and members of the committee for this opportunity to testify. As you said, my name is Katie Wells, and I'm a researcher at Georgetown University. Less than 2 months ago, I released findings from the first study of labor conditions for instant delivery workers in DC. Here's the bottom line, so you don't have to look at it. We find no evidence that the industry adheres to contemporary labor standards. We find that the delivery industry poses risks to worker health and safety. It subjects workers to unpredictable and variable wages, as Chris Feltek motioned to earlier, and it requires unpaid work. As the instant delivery industry workplace consists primarily of people of color, a significant portion of whom are immigrants, our findings suggest that the new industry is deepening economic and racial inequalities. The WRAP Act that you're considering today barely acknowledges a slice of these findings, only that the difficulties that workers have in finding and accessing restrooms. The WRAP Act also proposes a study that is misshapen. There have been countless studies across the US about the very issues that I take up in my work, and in no such study has there been gathering of the kind of data that the WRAP Act suggests is necessary, specifically the collection of worker identifiers and contact information for the workers. This blatantly reads as a kind of study that would never hold up in a university setting. More importantly, the WRAP Act is just not meaningful change for delivery workers in DC. Nor will meaningful change come from DoorDash convincing the city that $100 dash cams for 5,000 of the 53,000 workers in its platform is going to be useful. Until DC requires this industry to recognize worker rights and protect against unfair deactivations, camera giveaways and bathroom access are going to be very worthless. In DC, we find that workers are often penalized and fired after they report assaults. They're not helped. We cannot allow the delivery industry, who has hidden all assault and accident reports in the city for a decade, to now steer the public safety conversation. We deserve better. In the last 2 months, the Washington Post and the New York Times have done extensive exposés about the unfair working conditions of delivery workers. It's time for the council to do more than simply require bathroom access and actually regulate these delivery companies. It's been a decade of no regulation, and it's time to change that story. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next witness is Caitlin Schnur.
Chairperson McDuffie, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Caitlin Schnur, and I'm the Deputy Policy Director at the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. Today, I'm calling on the council to oppose and reject the WRAP Act. DCFPI opposes this bill because it gives special tax treatment to restaurants, which is unfair to other retail establishments and bad tax policy, incentivizes and defines service charges in a way that will likely reduce tips, harming tipped wage workers and especially Black and Brown workers, and accelerates the implementation of I-82, which will likely hurt small restaurants and restaurants owned by people of color. Last November, voters in DC overwhelmingly voted in favor of I-82, which ensures that by 2027, DC's tipped wage workers receive the standard minimum wage plus tips on top. The goal of I-82 is to get more money into workers' pockets, especially Black, Brown, and other workers of color who account for about 77% of DC's tipped workforce. This bill undercuts I-82 by incentivizing the use of service charges to cover the cost of rising wages in a way that will likely reduce tipping, thus subverting the will of DC voters to help tipped workers grow their wages. Exempting service charges from the district sales tax undermines tax equity by giving special tax treatment to 1, restaurants as compared to other retail establishments, and 2, customers who are predominantly high income and likelier to be white. Under the legislation, restaurants must use service charges to pay employees base wages or their labor costs. Other retailers can't remove labor costs from total sales for the purpose of a sales tax exemption. Lawmakers have expected other retailers to absorb higher labor costs associated with minimum wage increases and inflation, and it's reasonable to ask the restaurant industry to do the same. The benefits of this bill are also highly skewed by race and income. In the US, Americans who eat at restaurants are disproportionately higher income and white. Because DC's white residents are likelier to be top earners, the sales tax break is more likely to benefit them than people with lower incomes who, due to historic and ongoing racism, are likelier to be Black. Exempting service charges from the sales tax would also result in foregone revenue needed to support public investments. This bill incentivizes the use of service charges, further raising the cost of the exemption. Given current fiscal constraints, DC should not limit its potential revenue streams. Additionally, widespread service charges will likely reduce tipping, lowering workers' pay, as other witnesses have noted. When a diner gets a bill and sees it has an up to 22% service charge that they've been told goes to pay workers, many people will reasonably assume that it is okay not to tip. In reality, because this bill says service charges must be used to pay base wages of the employees, if customers do not tip on top of the service charge, then tipped workers' pay would stay stuck at minimum wage. This is not a living wage and on average is less than what servers and bartenders earn now. Again, Black workers and other workers of color are most likely to be harmed. Finally, the accelerated timeline for minimum wage phase-in will likely hurt small and people of color owned restaurants. Thank you for
your testimony. We're going to go to our next witness on the agenda, Theodore Miller. I don't see Theodore Miller. Michael Richmond. How about Zachary Tashman? Simon B, I do see on the Zoom, so we're going to turn next to you. You have 3 minutes to provide your testimony. If you want to unmute yourself and turn on your video. Well, actually, I do see, hold on 1 second. I do see Michael Richmond. Actually, we were able to migrate into a participant. So I'm going to turn to Michael Richmond first. Michael Richmond, you can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes. We can't hear you. We still can't hear you. So while you fix your audio, we're going to turn to.
How about now?
Okay, we can hear you now.
Sorry about that.
You can begin your testimony.
All right, thank you. And thank you, Councilmember McDuffie, for allowing me the time and opportunity to share my thoughts on the proposed RAP Act. My name is Michael Richmond, and I have close to 20 years of operation experience within a restaurant, ranging from busboy to food and beverage director of a hotel. And before I lend that experience on why I think the bill makes sense, I think it's important to lay out a few things. Many of the people that are against this, and probably also proponents of Initiative 82, have done a really successful job in creating a narrative that's either untrue or conveniently leaves out facts and details. The first thing is no state has ever phased out a tip credit in the past 30 years. And that's why there's zero data on a phase out. This is essentially an experiment on the second largest industry in the district. And we have people arguing over a timeline at a phase out that have no operational experience, and they're basing that on no study or no data. Secondly, gratuities and service charges are not the same thing. A gratuity is voluntary and must go directly to the service staff associated with the service of that gratuity, unless they're paid the full wage. Then the operator can distribute those gratuities amongst the hourly staff. That's right, removing the tip credit allows back-of-house and dishwashers to participate in the tip pool. And if you didn't know, that was an update from the FSLA from 2018. Additionally, removing the tip credit removes your 80-20 protection. So basically, in its ultimate wisdom, Initiative 82 removes tip workers' protections to have their tips go to them, as well as it removes the protections from them doing non-tip generating work. So yeah, you can now mop the floors and clean the bathrooms. Service charges belong to the employer. They go through as revenue and they're taxed as revenue. So with Initiative 82, an employer that utilizes a service charge to cover the costs increases their gross income. There is a lease mechanism called percentage rent. Any increase in gross income is more money for the landlord. So essentially, Initiative 82 was a raise for landlords. Opposing this bill is ensuring that they get that raise. Tips on top is a lie. Canvassing the city and telling people that this will happen when there's zero evidence that it's happening anywhere else is not only disingenuous, just flat out wrong. It's not happening in California. All you have to do is do a search for how much people are making in California, subtract 15, and you'll see that they're making $3, $4, $5 an hour in tips. Restaurant owners, and the thing that I don't understand is this narrative that, well, restaurant owners are awful people. They just want money. But what we should do is give them more control of our tips and give them more control over what we have to do by removing 80-20 protections. Lastly, restaurants aren't a monolith, right? A restaurant that operates with a tip credit or a restaurant that operates paying full wage are two separate business models. I've run both of these models and I've created both of these models. If you asked me to find a restaurant that does one or the other, I'll submit to you two different business models. A phase out or a timeline extended to merge one into the other just doesn't work. You have to flip the model. So a shorter timeline makes perfect sense because you're never going to gradually, incrementally phase into a model that doesn't fit. I think it makes sense and I support this bill. And if you have any questions, I'm available for those.
All right. I still don't see Theodore Miller, so we're going to turn next to Simon B. Welcome back. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi there. Thanks again for hearing me. I appreciate the opportunity to speak once again. A lot of what I'm going to talk about has already pretty much been stated, so I'm going to keep it kind of brief and just go through what my written testimony is, and then hopefully save the rest of the time for other people to weigh in. Anyway, since 2020, we've had to pivot and adapt our business model perpetually due to the pandemic. This has created difficulty in operations and stress for ownership, management, as well as confusion for workers. Operational changes require an investment in time just to be changed right over again. We saw that for 2 years there where it was just continual. So moving up the timeline for the tip wage increase allows us to be able to adjust to a business model sooner so that we can be able to focus on other aspects of the business instead of this continual change throughout the long-term change of credit. So anyway, I'll wrap it up there, but mainly that was the biggest point I wanted to drive home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time and for your testimony. The next person on our list is actually that's wraps up the first panel. We're going to actually turn to my colleagues now. I see that I'm going to turn to Matthew Fruman first. Ward 3 council member for a panel to be followed for a round and to be followed by Ward 5 council member Zachary Parker. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman McDuffie. It's very helpful to be listening to this testimony, which is obviously passionate on both sides. And there's one of the questions that I'm trying to understand is with the service charge, the law is drafted says that it can be used to pay base wages, and it feels like people are interpreting that differently, but maybe someone can help me understand how that applies. Is the idea that if the service charge that the service charge would pay the wage up to the new minimum wage and then be free to be used by the restaurant in whatever way it saw fit, or would service charge revenue over the amount of the minimum wage have to be used to pay wages over the amount of the minimum wage, or for other employees over the otherwise minimum wage for other employees in the restaurant? So I hope that's clear, but I've been going to different restaurants and asking people, how does this work for you now? And I was at a place recently where someone said, one of the wait persons said that they make, I think, $30 an hour, as do folks who are working in the kitchen, because the way the service charge is distributed, the service charge goes to the employees and it doesn't stop at the minimum wage. It goes to wages generally and increases wages for everyone in the restaurant. Is that how what's contemplated under this law? Not necessarily the $30, but that every nickel of the service charge goes to wages and to employees in the restaurant, or is it only up to the minimum wage that it goes to employees? Andrew Klein, I see you turned on your camera, and
yeah, all of it would go to base wages.
But that's my question. What's base wages? What does that mean? How's that defined?
Those would be wages that are promised the employee on an hourly basis.
Well, yes, so that's the thing,
as opposed to a gratuity.
So, but base wages promised to an employee would be $15 an hour, $17 an hour. So once those $17 an hour is paid, what happens if there's more money from the service charge? Where does that additional money go?
It would, I mean, under the law, it's only available for base wages. As from a mass standpoint, there wouldn't be additional money.
Oh, I don't think, I doubt that's true. If it's a 22% service charge, I would be surprised if it stopped at $17 an hour. But are you saying, and maybe this is a question for Chairperson McDuffie, that all of that money goes to employees?
Remember, you have back of the house also. All of a sudden, you have everyone treated the same because we're effectively, I mean, eliminating the tip system as a basis for base wages. So everyone's in the same boat. And in terms of the math, I mean, I don't know of any restaurant that has labor costs less than 22%.
Well, no, so now the 22% is being used to pay base wages that might not otherwise have been paid through the tip system. So now you have the service charge being used to pay all wages. Is that what's happening here? Because that's a different situation than what I had. Is that what's happening here? Is that this is used to pay base wages and then eliminates the requirement to pay base wages out of other revenue sources inside of the restaurant before?
Well, I mean, the issue is, and I think we had this discussion, is that money's all fungible. It goes into a bank account. That's where it goes. And the money necessarily will be used to pay base wages, which are wages for both front of the house and back of the house.
Yeah, so I think this is, we'll have more conversations about this, but this is different than what I had thought. And it is and to the extent that this becomes a way to pay wages that were previously paid outside of the tip system, and you then also want the sales tax holiday for this.
That's for consumers, though. We don't. Restaurants don't get that. That's a consumer provision. Restaurants do not get the.
Let me just
any benefit from that.
Yeah. I've used up my time, but I think I thank you very much for answers.
I'm going to turn next to Councilmember Zachary Parker.
Yes, I wanted to acknowledge Caitlin Schnur. You had a hand. If you could just briefly share what you wanted to say.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Parker. So I was trying to respond to Councilmember Fruman's question. So our read of the bill is that the way that it defines service charges is that they're prohibited from acting like a tip and supplementing base pay. So they are going to only pay the prevailing minimum wage. So if customers do not tip on top of an already levied service charge, tipped workers' pay would stay stuck at the minimum wage. The question about this excess dollar amount was one that I brought to the council member's office last week. It sounded like a part of the bill where we need additional clarity to see if those extra dollars could operate more like a tip. But that is the current read of the bill.
For that. So your suggestion, just to make sure I'm tracking, is that the service charge cannot go towards tips. And so there, in your words, workers would be stuck at the minimum wage.
That's not my suggestion. It's my interpretation of the bill as it's written.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Klein, I'm going to come back to you. I don't know where you went, but because I believe your interpretation is slightly different, or Mr. Townsend in Mr. Klein's absence. Do you want to speak to that in terms of how?
I'm here, Councilmember Parker.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't see you.
Okay.
It's like, never mind. I was going to say the Brady Bunch with all of the boxes on the screen, but can you just speak to that briefly in terms of your interpretation of how the service charge can be used?
Yeah. So, okay, let's start with a couple of presumptions. One is you can't get workers in restaurants for minimum wage. So this notion that they're going to be stuck at the minimum wage is a fallacy. I mean, particularly front of the house.
But very specifically, your interpretation that service charges can be used to tip workers?
No, because and I have lots of problems. People use the term auto gratuity, which is an oxymoron. Tips are given voluntarily by consumers, by dining patrons. Those are by law the property of the employees. Service charges, on the other hand, as was pointed out earlier, are the property of the restaurant. Now, this law would require, it would constrain the ability of the restaurant to use it for anything. It would have to be used for wages.
And now I want to go to the tax exempt criteria. What would be the justification of exempting that service charge if it is not going to benefit a worker from sales tax?
Because it benefits diners. Currently, under the current system, we have a tipping system. The minimum wage, the base wages are lower. The difference is made up in tips. Those are not subject to sales tax. Diners do not pay sales tax on that. So the reason for exempting it is to give the diners a bit of a break and give them this 2%, which they can then use to go out an additional time a year if they go out once a week, which will benefit the business, benefit the diners, and benefit the workers.
Because you're suggesting that restaurants would just pass that fee on to patrons.
Well, they do. I mean, restaurants don't pay sales tax. Diners pay it, restaurants collect it and turn it over to the district.
Gotcha. Michael Richmond, I just wanted to come back quickly. You were talking about flipping the consumer protections or something about consumer protections at the end of your testimony. If you could just in 10 to 15 seconds restate what you were speaking to.
I don't think that was me.
Or maybe I
in terms of
had the
consumer
wrong person.
protections.
Maybe I had the wrong person. Or you were talking about your support for the bill, if I'm not mistaken. And I thought, or my notes here said something about
the difference between a tip model and a full service model.
Yes. Can you just elaborate on that?
So if you were to tell me to open up a restaurant and you said, I want to pay all my employees the full wage, we look at what your rent is, what the location is, how much you want to charge per dish, what the community would hold, what makes sense to make it profitable and a good restaurant. And based on how much we're going to pay our staff, we will decide how many we have and what the model looks like, whether we want more service staff and support staff or less support staff. If you were to say we're going to take a tip credit and we're going to base it on tips and gratuities, I would have a completely different labor model. The amount of staff that I would hire would be completely different. It'd be two completely separate models for the same exact restaurant that you want to open. So the point being is that you can't switch them. It's not like a light switch.
Understood. That is my time. Thank you all.
And thank you for your questions and for the answers of the witnesses. We stopped on witness number 15, so we're going to move on with Michael Harrison, who is, if you're following the agenda, witness number 16. I'm going to move on from there. Margaret Durkin, John Guggenmos, Elizabeth Falcon, Sandra Basanti, Ed Lazier, Matthew Hansen, Diana Ramirez, Maxwell Holla, Tom Naylor, Deanna Forrester, Paul Schwab, Aaron Chappelle, Brendan Mullen, and Alex Dodds. We're going to begin with witness number 16, Michael Harrison. Good afternoon to you. Thank you for your patience. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie, members of the committee, present and watching in the backgrounds in their office, the oft-forgotten staffers of the council, and other witnesses. My name is Mike Harrison. I'm a bartender of 4 shifts and work 1 floor manager shift a week between 2 restaurants. I'm primarily testifying against Section 4 of the bill regarding the classification of how service charges can be used and to press for academic study of transition from a tipped wage to a flat or a minimum wage with potential additional gratuity system. Restricting the service charges to be a part of the base wage may make sense for steakhouses, high-end restaurants, and Michelin-starred restaurants, which traditionally pay a higher base wage than other establishments already, but is not necessarily the best for all staff at all traditionally tipped restaurants. As the people voted overwhelmingly to change how the economic rents transfer from guest to worker, how we make sure those economic rents transfer in a less leaky bucket is of course important. Unfortunately, as we're changing this transfer of rents drastically, there has to be an understanding that different places will adjust in different ways and must be allowed to do so, as we don't know where said leaks are coming from yet. Once we begin restrictions, we tend to build more caveats over time, causing more confusion between workers, consumers, and even employers. To study the elimination of the tip credit, as the people voted for the change, the people bear the responsibility of studying the transition and process, including manners of service charge implementation. To do this in the way that would be acceptable for all parties, the city would have to fund an academic study. Not many folks trust any of the three groups that will be and have been producing reports. Not the Economic Policy Institute on the business side, the DC Fiscal Policy Institute on the philosophical side, nor does the city itself have the ability to produce a study that isn't received as partisan. If there is any desire to get the elimination of the tip credit right for workers, it must be shopped out, study of which must be shopped out to a party that can work with more self-skepticism than trying to prove themselves correct, which is why it must be an academic study. Thank you for your time, and I'm more than willing to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to turn next to Margaret Durkin. And good afternoon to you. You begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chair McDuffie and members of the committee. My name is Margaret Durkin, and I serve as the Mid-Atlantic Executive Director at TechNet. TechNet is a trade association with about 100 members currently, and we represent members in the fields of e-commerce, data security and privacy, as well as TNCs and DNCs. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on the Workers and Restaurants Our Priorities Act of 2013. Our member companies empower gig workers as well as local economies, including thousands of restaurants in the district. Restaurants use third-party meal delivery services to attract new customers, increase sales, and grow their business. Conducting a study of delivery workers is complicated and must be done with care. The data requirements implied by the scope of this bill are likely to include proprietary information. Studies require time and resources, and at this level, both strong security measures and data science expertise will be needed to conduct a successful study. Asking for worker identifiers and contact information of gig workers is an invasion of these workers' privacy. And furthermore, as stated in the bill, quote, any other information deemed relevant by the deputy mayor is broad and subjective. Similar legislation continues to be litigated. For example, in New York City, the city directed a city agency to study delivery workers. They put forth one proposal, which was soon replaced by another proposal due to the backlash of constituent concerns as well as business concerns. In New York, they wanted to harvest a large amount of data without a clear question of what they were actually trying to do within a short time frame. Regulation of app-based delivery, specific a minimum pay standard, hits three groups of stakeholders: consumers, restaurants, and delivery workers themselves. Imposing a minimum pay standard is likely to raise the costs on consumers, especially those who have lower incomes and rely on delivered food and eating out. It will also harm restaurants, as raising the cost of deliveries will in turn hit the cost of restaurants. And finally, it harms delivery workers. As demand falls, so does worker opportunity. The minimum pay would pressure platforms to promote other cost-saving measures. Third-party delivery platforms benefit tens of thousands of district residents and allow for gig workers the ability to earn extra supplemental income. We would recommend that the council not rush to upend the industry without first understanding how it benefits district residents. TechNet seeks to encourage, enable, and advance American leadership and innovation, and is vigilant against overbroad and harmful laws that stifle industry. For the above stated reasons, we're opposed to this bill, and we look forward to continuing these conversations with the council, and I'm happy to take any questions at the end of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony this afternoon. Our next witness is John Guggenmose. Good afternoon to you. Good to see you once again. If you want to begin your testimony, you can do that now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and members of the Committee on the Business Economic Development. My name is John Guggenmose, and I am the board chair of the DC Nightlife Council, representing a vibrant spectrum of nightclubs, music venues, concert venues, outdoor festivals, taverns, entertainment facilities, and restaurants. Happy that Ben's Chili Bowl is one of our newest members. I am here to express our support for Bill B 250280, also known as the Workers and Restaurants Are Priorities Act of 2023. This act is critical for the industry, providing important guidance and balances of interests of the consumers, workers, and the businesses. We do have a few concerns or notes. Communication of the service charge as related to the language presented in lines 43 through 50. The provision states that the implementation of a service charge by a restaurant or a bar shall not be considered unfair or deceptive trade practice, provided that the consumer is advised of the charge in advance, verbally, by signage, or through the establishment's website. The DC Nightlife Council stands firmly against any unfair or deceptive trade practices, and we believe in transparency with our consumers. However, we would propose focusing on the written aspect, conspicuous notices of the service charge rather than verbal communication. Verbal notification is not practical or reliable in many of our venues due to the high volume of music or noise or the sheer volume of transaction a bartender may handle in a night. This leaves room for miscommunications and may inadvertently create a sense of deception among the consumers. Second note would be of the use of the service charge. We note that each establishment, as I've said across our whole array, is different, and hence in each establishment, they'll need to have the flexibility to use the service charge differently. Paying servers, but also server assistants, bussers, barbacks, hosts, door personnel, members that are traditionally indirectly tipped by the public. The flexibility enables us to maintain a high quality team dedicated to serving the consumer. We'd also advocate that establishments should have the freedom to apply the service charge towards other employee benefits such as health insurance. In 2012, the Internal Revenue Service provided clarity between a tip and a service charge and acknowledges a service charge belongs to the establishment and is taxed as revenue, a clear distinction from a tip. It's not up for debate. The revenue ruling of 2012 helped to clarify this distinction and define the criteria that a tip must be made free of compulsion. The customer must have unrestricted right to determine the amount. The payment should not be subject to negotiation or dictated by the employer. And generally, the consumer has the right to determine the payment. Sorry.
Yeah, I know. We're just trying to keep it as tight as possible, 3 minutes, because we have over 90 witnesses. So I'm going to turn next to Elizabeth Falcon for your testimony. Thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify. My name is Elizabeth Falcon, and I'm the Executive Director for DC Jobs with Justice. DC Jobs with Justice has a long history of fighting for fair and accountable workplaces in Washington, D.C., including with tipped workers. I'm here to express my strong opposition to the Workers and Restaurants Are Priorities Act of 2023. Let me be clear, I believe there is no part of this law that improves on the needs and will of D.C. voters, restaurant workers, delivery drivers, consumers, and that the bill should be withdrawn. To gain access to what should be readily available information, we were forced to use the Freedom of Information Act to require DOES to share information that was collected in the tip portal. What we found is an abysmal enforcement by the agency and rampant noncompliance from the restaurant industry. From April 21st to March From April 2021 to March 2022, only 11% of bars and restaurants with ABRA liquor licenses regularly reported, and 65% failed to report at all. This raises two questions for me. Why does this bill trust DOES to do a more complex and unfunded public education campaign after years of failing to follow similar directives from the council to inform the public of basic information like minimum wage and tipped wages? My second question is, why should the DC Council take the advice of RAMW leaders who regularly break the law by failing to report their tips to DOES, fail to provide their workers with the required notice of hire information regarding tip policies, and do not respect the rule of law in DC? I will be specific in my challenge. We require certain things from companies in order to do business in DC, like paying taxes and unemployment insurance, different things for different industries. For tipped workers, that includes notice of hire for starting pay rates, overtime eligibility, tip sharing, and a company that fails to do these things is required to pay the full minimum wage to all workers. Unfortunately, according to the FOIA that we received from DOES, the following companies have not been reporting. So Clyde's Restaurant Group, who is represented as a treasurer of RAMW, the Hamilton has never reported in the 4 quarters that we received, and most of their restaurants only reported once. That means that Clyde's know they should report, and they know how to report, they simply do not. The Jose Andres Group, who is listed as an operator director for RAMW, has never reported. El Tamarindo has only ever reported once. Founding Farmers, fully reported for farmers and distillers, but farmers, fishers, and bakers only ever reported once. And this company should be well aware of DC's laws since they settled a $1.5 million lawsuit for claims of tipped wages and sick days violations. We have no data from Cork Wine Bar, Carmine's, Vagabond, or El Tamarindo. Representatives from RAMW and these specific establishments will be testifying after me. I implore you, as they come asking for tax-free revenue and implementation of 82 on their timeline, rather than that of the voters, that you ask them why they continue to flaunt DC laws. Right now, we are supporting Moon Rabbit and Union Kitchen workers whose tips have been stolen. They are just the tip of the iceberg. RAMW wants us to keep letting the foxes mind the hen house, but these aren't hens. They're DC workers and they deserve 82. We call on the council to reject this legislation. Thank you.
Next to Sandra Basanti for your testimony. You have 3 minutes to do so. You can begin.
Thank you, Committee Chair McDuffie and members of the committee. My name is Sandra Basanti, DC resident and owner of Pie Shop DC. Pie Shop is a mom and pop small business and has been in operation for over 13 years on H Street in Northeast DC. First and foremost, I want to state my understanding of the benefit of the presence of delivery platforms during the challenging times we faced during the COVID-19 pandemic. When our dining room and music venue had to close for roughly 16 months, these platforms were helpful for small businesses like mine in reaching customers. Even today, as our sales seriously struggle to recover to pre-pandemic levels, we can still use all the help we can get in reaching our customers. However, since the expiration of the 15% cap on commissions, it's become abundantly clear that DoorDash, Uber Eats, and others have taken advantage of the new law's loophole. These companies immediately impose an unfair ultimatum upon vulnerable businesses like mine, utilizing their marketplace, pay higher commission rates, or risk losing a critical portion of your business. They have effectively manipulated discoverability and delivery radius to pressure restaurants into accepting what we would consider exorbitant rates. It is important to note that customers using these platforms rely on them to discover, not search for, the various restaurants available. If customers were already planning to order from a specific restaurant, they would more than likely simply visit that restaurant's website directly. Thus, discoverability and delivery radius are vital variables for businesses utilizing these marketplaces. These companies understood this and strategically attacked these factors to coerce businesses into paying higher commissions. They created an illusion of choice, while in reality, the 15% commission option became an impractical and disingenuous facade. Furthermore, the landscape of these platforms has transformed into an oligopoly. Uber's acquisition of Postmates, along with the online ordering options such as Bento Box, Caviar, and Toast, all contracting delivery out to DoorDash, has created an unfair monopoly. We witnessed the development of the local platform DC To Go during the shutdown, and it was admirable to see their organization and resourcefulness. However, it is virtually impossible for independent companies or individual restaurants to compete with the might of DoorDash and Uber Eats, so they were forced to fold. These platforms function as marketplaces, not true partnerships. Small businesses lack the building necessary resources and infrastructure to contend with these industry giants, and these companies are fully aware of this disadvantage. I want to emphasize that these companies should, of course, have the freedom to charge more for added services such as marketing. However, it is crucial that the entry barrier is set at a level playing field, enabling all restaurants utilizing the marketplace to compete on equal terms in terms of discoverability and delivery radius. This commitment to fairness fosters healthy competition and equitable opportunity. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony this afternoon. Our next witness is Ed Lazier. Welcome to you, and you can begin. Thanks.
Great. Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and other members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Ed Lazier, and I'm the Legislative Advocacy Director at United Planning Organization. As DC's community action agency, UPO has worked since 1962 to improve the economic security of DC residents with low incomes. I appreciate your opening remarks today, commenting on the need, your desire to help workers. And I know you're going to be listening today to the many workers and worker advocates who are telling you that this bill would hurt them, not help them. I'm here to express UPO's strong opposition to the RAP Act. Most important, the bill would reduce income of tip workers and thus undermine Initiative 82. We also oppose altering the steady implementation of wage increases for tip workers, and we feel the bill would increase confusion for customers. Finally, the bill would give unwarranted special financial treatment to restaurants over other retailers and change tax policy for the worse. The service charged under this bill serve no compelling purpose and instead confuse customers and hurt workers. Imagine going to a hardware store, seeing a drill with a $100 price tag, only to be charged $122 plus tax checkout. You'd be confused and angry. Yet this is exactly how restaurants hide their full prices using service charges today, which is noted go entirely to owners. I say this as a customer who feels tricked by hidden service charges just last week at Martha Deer in Mount Pleasant. It's important to note that a 22% service charge bears no logical connection to restaurant labor costs, and there's no need for restaurants to use service charges at all. They can and should build labor costs into transparent pricing like hardware stores, bakeries, florists, and every other retailer. Service charges, as you've heard, are harmful to workers because they seem to many customers to be tips and thus to reduce actual tipping, even though service charges create no obligation to increase the pay of workers. The 22% cap in this bill is close to standard tipping amounts, which makes them especially likely to confuse customers and reduce tipping. The reduction in tips is the clearest way in which this bill would undermine the intent of voters who approved Initiative 82 in an effort to help tip workers. The bill would incentivize service charges by exempting them from sales taxes and excluding them from counting as gross income when landlords set restaurant lease amounts. Given these financial advantages, service charges likely would be adopted by nearly all restaurants, even those not inclined to do so. It's important to note that restaurants will be the only retailer given this special treatment around their tax payments and lease amounts. It's another way in which the bill undermines the intent of Initiative 82, which was to call on restaurants to play by the same rules as other employers around wages. It's important to note that the bill's provision to exempt service charges from sales tax would reduce DC revenue collections, reflect bad tax policy. It would make substantial tax policy changes while the Tax Commission is still conducting its work. A sales tax commission would be unfair to other retailers who have to apply the sales tax to their full prices, and it would go against the goal of the sales tax, which is to apply broadly to the full cost of all retail and customer purchases. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to taking your questions.
Thank you for your testimony this afternoon. Our next witness is Matthew Hansen. Thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony.
Good morning, Committee Chair McDuffie. I'm not Matt Hansen. He could not be here today, so he asked me to testify in his place. He did submit written testimony for the record. Again, good morning to you, Council Chair McDuffie, and other members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. My name is Natasha Riddle Romero. I am a Ward 1 resident and a longtime restaurant worker. I'm here to express my deep concern with the proposed changes to Initiative 82 that aim to, in my opinion, undermine it. I recently left a job as a server at a busy 14th Street restaurant that charged a 20% service charge on all transactions. At first, I was excited that I wouldn't have to worry about people tipping under the customary tip percentage. However, it quickly became clear that the charge was confusing for customers and workers alike. No one knew what the breakdown of tips would be at the end of the night. We were told the tips were split among the staff, but we had no way of guaranteeing that that was the case. And we were instructed to tell customers that the tip would not go to restaurant operations. Though the service charge helped me make a higher hourly wage, I was never sure if all the tips we received would be split correctly, or if occasionally the restaurant would use those funds for other expenses. I was simply assured they would not. On one occasion, I was paid the hourly minimum wage and nothing was added to my tips by mistake. I made it known to the manager, who immediately rectified the error. If I had not noticed, everything I made that paycheck would have been from the hourly tipped minimum and not from the service charge, like the restaurant had assured both the staff and customers. While I believe it was an honest mistake, another person who may not be familiar with how to read their paycheck may have missed the error, and the restaurant would have kept the tips because there is no external system of accountability for the restaurant, and tips are not publicized for employees at the end of the night. A worker just has to cross their fingers and hope that no errors are made. The bill that you have proposed incentivizes restaurants to use service charges to cover base wages, which is neither how tipping works nor how I-82 was intended to work. Employers are supposed to be paying us base wages up to the tipped minimum, and after I-82 up to the minimum wage. The service charge definition in the bill would confuse customers who think the fee operates as a tip and is supposed to supplement the base wages employers pay instead of charging a service fee. Instead of charging a service fee, restaurants should just adjust their prices to reflect the true cost of labor and in their establishment. Even then, I think you'd find many people would be happy to leave an additional tip for good service. And instead of confusing customers who would expect the service charge to operate like a tip, raise the tip minimum wage up to the minimum wage as laid out in I-82. And that would ensure that workers are always protected to the full extent of labor laws, not at the discretion and goodwill of employers. Though my experiences with the tipped minimum have been positive, that is largely because of my employer that had years of experience implementing it. I hope the committee will take our perspective into consideration and reject this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next witness is Diana Ramirez. Good afternoon to you. You can begin your testimony.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and members of this committee. My name is Diana Ramirez. I'm on the Workplace Justice team at the National Women's Law Center. The Law Center is in strong opposition to this bill because it would undermine the overwhelming public support of Initiative 82 in 2022 and Initiatives 77 in 2018. And unlike the overturn of Initiative 77 by the previous council, this council must respect the will of the voters. The RAP Act would make the gradual phase-in of one fair wage a now excessive burden for some restaurants. And the expected press coverage of restaurants struggling to raise wages in one step would create an opportunity for the restaurant lobby to call for its repeal. This council needs to respect the will of the voters and not overturn much needed phased-in raises to tipped workers. The majority of tipped workers in DC are women, disproportionately women of color. Currently, women working full-time year-round in DC are only paid 85 cents to what a white non-Hispanic male is paid, leaving a wage gap of 15 cents on the dollar. This bill would deny tipped workers a raise in 2024, perpetuating gender pay gaps and exposing workers to higher rates of sexual harassment. This bill would also weaken existing DC consumer protection laws. In December 2012, the DC Council voted into law the Consumer Protection Amendment Act with notable support from you, Councilmember McDuffie, Chairman Mendelson, and at the time, Councilmember Bowser. The law was proudly adopted as one of the most protective of consumers, outlawing false and deceptive practices. The bill you propose today would also undermine the intent of that act by essentially exempting the restaurant industry from having to disclose service fees, shocking consumers by extra fees on their bill that they were not expecting. Today's bill also incentivizes restaurants to deceptively break out part of their prices as a service charge, and again, create confusion for consumers who think a 22% service charge is a tip. The bill will also set bad tax policy by exempting the restaurant industry from paying sales taxes on service charges, meaning that part of the cost of their product is not taxed. Initiative 82 called on restaurants to play by the same minimum wage rules as every other employer. And this bill reflects yet another effort by restaurants to get unnecessary preferences over other businesses. The RAP Act would undermine the overwhelming public support for Initiative 82, weaken existing DC consumer protection law, set bad tax policy, and create unnecessary confusion for consumers. We urge you to drop this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next witness is Maxwell Howla. Good afternoon to you, and you can begin your testimony.
Afternoon. Thank you, Chairperson McDuffie and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify. My name is Max Holla and I live in Ward 4. Currently, I work as a bartender at Adams Morgan, but have filled many roles as a full-time tip worker in bars, clubs, and restaurants for over the last 8 years. I am a supporter of Initiative 82 here to testify against the RAP Act. My coworkers, peers, and I all fear the impact this bill would have on our income. It creates a dangerous incentive for the use of service charges throughout the restaurant industry with its mandate that they go solely to our base wages. Service charges are already confusing to customers who think of them as the same thing as a tip. This bill would encourage restaurant workers to implement service charges on a massive scale and decrease transparency and accountability for both customers and workers alike. Restaurants should not be relying on service charges to pay their employees a base wage and should not be encouraged to utilize this system to replace tipping. Working under the tip credit, especially post-COVID, is incredibly volatile when it comes to our personal finances. Restaurant workers need the stability of a full hourly wage paid to them by the business itself through its costs, not by the guest via a service charge. I am a skilled professional. I deserve to be paid the regular minimum wage by my employer and still retain the ability to earn tips on top of it. That's possible. We should not be giving restaurants special treatment and forcing customers to pay our base wages by deceiving them. I want to achieve these goals through the already established trajectory of wage increases that Initiative 82 lays out and that voters chose back in November. This brings me to where this bill concerns me more broadly as a DC voter. The bill tampers with Initiative 82's established plan to slowly increase the base wages of tip workers like myself to match the regular minimum wage. This threatens to undermine the will of voters here in DC who chose to vote in favor of this policy based in part on its timeline of wage increases. Changing that schedule is a violation of the ballots we cast. I am disappointed that you, Chairperson McDuffie, have introduced this special interest bill for the restaurant lobby that will hurt restaurant workers and confuse our guests. I am angry that you would once again dismiss the will of DC voters, just as you did in 2018 when you voted to repeal Initiative 77. I believe that changing an already voted on policy by an elected official sets an incredibly irresponsible precedent that is incongruent with our democratic process. It makes me feel like my vote doesn't count to you. Overall, this bill gives me the impression that we are not a priority to Chairperson McDuffie as workers in DC, nor are we a priority to him as his constituents. I hope my testimony helps the council address these issues and steers them to reject this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I want to acknowledge that we have been joined by Ward 6 Councilmember Charles Allen. Just for planning purposes, Councilmember Allen, we've got a few more witnesses to get through to this panel. We're going to end at about witness number 30, and I'll turn to you then. We are now on witness 25, Tom Naylor. I don't see that person present. So we're going to move next to Deanna Forrester. And good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Chairman. I am not going to be, since we have so many witnesses, I'm going to be very brief. My name is Deanna Forrester. I'm the president of the Metro Washington Labor Council, but more importantly, I'm a proud resident of Ward 7, a lifelong DC resident. Today, on behalf of the Metro Washington Council and over 200 affiliates, we stand in solidarity with our brothers and sisters in the restaurant industry and Unite Here Local 25, who represents over 800 workers in the restaurant industry, in addition to UFCW, that also represents workers at Union Kitchen, which Elizabeth Falcon referenced earlier in her testimony. I want to acknowledge that this legislation was efforts of the voters and not a special interest. And therefore, as others have said, should be respected as such. We also want to acknowledge that we know the restaurant industry has had a hard time attracting and maintaining workers. And if anything, they should be making sure, and we should be making sure that these jobs are stable, that they are jobs that people can make a living off of and still live in the District of Columbia. And we understand, I think as others may have said, that the service fee is very confusing. For that reason, having an education campaign to inform consumers, people that are visiting the District of Columbia, or people who live in the District of Columbia on how this impacts the restaurant industry is going to be a hard process to implement. So I really would like to understand, one, what does the education campaign look like and who's going to pay for that? Because I think what we need to be thinking about is how do we not include taxpaying dollars into efforts that actually the restaurant industry that is making a profit off of the consumers, and they continuously, by having this increase, puts the pay and benefits onto the consumer. That's something that we should be concerned about, especially as we work to be competitive in the District of Columbia. I would just wrap up by saying that we are opposed to legislation as is and hope that we can work with you to actually clarify the service fees and make sure that we're holding the restaurant industry more accountable to our laws and regulations in the city. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony, Deanna Forrester. Next on the list is Paul Schwab. Good afternoon to you, and you can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon. Thanks to Chairman McDuffie and other council members in attendance for the opportunity to testify. My name is Paul Schwab, and I'm the Executive Secretary Treasurer of Unite Here Local 25 and a resident of Ward 5. We represent over 6,500 hospitality workers in the region, including approximately 800 tip workers in food service in DC. I'm here today on behalf of our members because we have serious concerns about the legislation before you. We think its provisions will be harmful to workers and may inflict serious damage on the restaurant industry. As you may know, workers at the Intercontinental Hotel restaurant Moon Rabbit just won a huge victory. The Intercontinental Hotel has agreed to a fair process to recognize the union for Moon Rabbit's workers after a card count and to expedite bargaining. Many of the workers at Moon Rabbit wanted to organize because of a lack of transparency in their tips. This is an issue we hear about from non-union workers all the time. We think the service charge model, as proposed, will confuse customers and workers even more. Service charges are especially confusing in a tipping environment. Many consumers will assume a service charge is adding to a worker's pay, which it could be under the, in adding to a worker's pay rather than simply a source of income for owners, which it could be under the current proposal. Without explaining that service charges are not tips, many diners will assume that they are. This will result in a substantial income reduction for waiters, bartenders, and other front of house staff. What will the industry do when waiters are told they must do without tip income? Has anyone surveyed waiters currently making hundreds of dollars a night and asked them whether they will stay after their incomes are more than halved? This unintended consequence could be devastating. This bill does not require servers to let customers know who will create this, who will receive the service charge, and only requires a restaurant to describe service charges on their website. Why would any government entity want to endorse or support the hiding of this basic fact from consumers? Knowing that the service charge is not going to workers as tips and understanding that consumers will assume that it is, this reads like a conspiracy to hide the truth from consumers. We're also concerned about the changes proposed to Initiative 82 implementation. Our union knocked 10,000 doors to support the initiative, believing that the council would support the will of the voters. Under Initiative 82, the minimum wage for tip workers rises from $5.35 an hour to roughly $17 an hour through 2027. This bill before you would unnecessarily change that timeline. The bill would cancel an increase in wages from $8 to $10 an hour in 2024, denying workers a much needed raise, and then fully implement the full amount of the wage in 2025. We are also concerned that this delay would not be the last and that the industry may attempt to kill this popular initiative by repeated delay if these mandated wage increases. On the behalf of our members, we urge you to reject this approach. We believe service charges should go to servers.
Next to Aaron Chappelle, who's witness 28 on this list. Good afternoon to you. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie, members of the committee. Thanks for the time. My name is Aaron Chappell. I am a DC resident and the political director at Our Revolution, the country's largest grassroots funded political action committee organization, started by Senator Bernie Sanders in 2016 with 30,000 members here in the District of Columbia. Our members were part of that overwhelming majority of DC voters who passed Initiative 82 because they want to raise wages. They want tipped workers to make more. They want them to receive the full minimum wage with tips on top. The message couldn't have been clearer with the overwhelming vote in favor, but we're seeing an effort to undermine that goal by the Restaurant Association and this shift from tips to service charges. This bill would incentivize that shift by clearly permitting their use to cover wages instead of going on top of wages, establishing the property of restaurant owners, not the workers, eliminating, as Paul Schwab just said, the 5-year timeline of increases. We're really concerned, as obviously will have a negative impact on earnings for tipped workers and confuses customers. As a district resident, as I said, someone eating out here, I'm consistently getting bills that say, oh, there's already a 22% service charge added, which makes one think you don't need to tip, clearly. It's not a coincidence, it's the same amount. We support restaurant workers and we support local businesses. As I just said, I eat out plenty here in the district, but we fought with the intention of raising wages. We've done this across the country, across industries. Employers always say the same thing. We can't afford to pay more over and over. We see minimum wages increase. Businesses do fine. Workers do better. The restaurant industry is not an exception to this basic truth. So, we don't need to compromise about this. Voters spoke loud and clear. What we do need is to address what's happening with service charges being taken by employers now instead of being the property of workers when they're clearly meant as tips. Thank you for your time. I'd end early here.
And thank you for your time and testimony. We're going to turn next to Brendan Mullen for testimony. Good afternoon to you, and you can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes. Okay, looks like Brendan Mullen is not present. We're going to try to migrate Brendan Mullen over. While we do that, we're going to turn to Alex Dodds. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining. You can begin testimony. You're currently muted.
I am. So.
Oh well, no. Actually, we're gonna do Alex Dodds first. But now that you're on as a participant, we'll turn to you first, followed by Alex Dodds. So welcome, Brendan Mullen. You can begin your testimony. You're muted.
So sorry. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie and members of the committee for this opportunity to testify. Sorry for the technical difficulties. My name is Brendan Mullen, and I live in Ward 3. I'm a bartender in Adams Morgan, and I have worked in the industry for around 12 years now. I'm here to testify against McDuffie's proposed bill, which threatens to undermine the voter-approved Initiative 82 that is slowly increasing the wages of tipped workers to match the regular minimum wage. The bill also creates a dangerous precedent for the use of service charges in the restaurant industry. As a restaurant worker, my coworkers and I fear that our wages will be impacted if this bill passes. Service charges are already confusing to customers who think it is the same thing as a tip. This bill would encourage restaurants to implement service charges on a massive scale and decrease transparency and accountability of both customers and workers. Restaurants should not be relying on service charges to pay their employees a base wage and should not be encouraged to utilize this system to replace tipping. Personally, I'm sick of restaurant owners dipping their hands of employees and using duplicitous practices or hiding the service charge from customers. The restaurant that I work at has been transparent about the charge and people still tip on top. They appreciate the service that I give and I want to continue giving it, but I can only do that with a guaranteed minimum wage that is the responsibility of my employer solely, with tips on top where they should be. I am a skilled professional. I deserve to be paid the regular minimum wage by my employer and still earn tips. We should not be giving restaurants special treatment and forcing customers to pay our base wages. I hope my testimony helps the council to address this issue and reject this proposed bill as a matter of dignity. Thank you all for your time.
And thank you for your time and testimony. Brendan Mullen, our final witness for the second panel is Alex Dodds. Good afternoon to you, and you can begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chairperson McDuffie and members of the committee. My name is Alex Dodd. I'm a resident of Ward 4. I'm also the chair of DC for Democracy, which is a grassroots coalition of DC residents committed to making the district a place where we put people over profit. DC for Democracy endorsed Initiative 82 last year, and our members spent months knocking doors to make sure voters understood the measure and had an opportunity to cast their vote with a full understanding of the proposal. As I knocked doors over the early fall and into November, the conversations I had with DC voters had one recurring theme over and over again. Oh, it's redoing Initiative 77. I can't believe the council overturned that. DC voters passed Initiative 82 by an overwhelming majority. It won in every single precinct in the district. That's a mandate. That's a clear directive that DC voters want tipped workers to be paid the same fair wage as every other worker in the district. These are DC values. And in keeping with the will of the voters, we should build toward that one fair wage immediately, not years from now. DC voters with Initiative 82 recognize that restaurants and tipped wage industries will need some time to adjust to the increase in wages. That's why Initiative 82 phased in the change over many years to help make it easier for restaurants and recognize their needs. Pushing back the phase-in timeline means workers will earn less now. And if restaurants don't want to allow for a small increase now, what makes us think that they will agree to a large increase later? For the restaurant owners on the call today, I'm disappointed to hear you pushing back against fundamental worker rights and fair wages for workers. If you supported paying your workers a fair wage, you should start on that path today and not tell us to wait until 2025. The timeline for the wage increase is only one bad aspect of this bill. At no point in my conversations with voters about Initiative 82 did anyone, not a single person, think that deceitful service charges would be a good alternative to a real fair wage. Voters, who the DC council members are here to serve, want fair wages for workers. That's what we voted for with overwhelming clarity. We want DC's Tip Credit Elimination Act to continue what it has set out to do, and we do not want changes backed by industry lobbyists to undo the will of voters again. In keeping with the direction provided by 73.94%, almost 74% of the DC residents who voted in our past election, I oppose Bill 250280, the Workers and Restaurants Are Priorities Act of 2023, and encourage the council to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. That concludes the public witness testimony for the second panel. And we're going to turn to my colleagues for a round. I'm going to turn first to Ward 6 Councilmember Charles Allen as a member of the Committee on Business and Economic Development, to be followed by other members who are present when he concludes his round. Councilmember Allen, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. McDuffie. And I appreciate you holding today's hearing. As a member of the committee, I'm very glad we're having this conversation today. I think the landscape for our restaurants and our restaurant workers is shifting fast. Pre-pandemic, it was well known restaurants already have thin margins, but I think voters very clearly said that they wanted to see wages raised. And as somebody who voted against overturning I-77, I want to see I-82 be implemented. I also think, though, I think sometimes we get caught up in the conversation, and I think the idea of helping support our local restaurants and our local businesses, help them succeed, help them thrive, help them grow, help them recover, is not diametrically opposed to also raising wages for our workers and helping take care of our workers. And actually, I think I heard that from a lot of the witnesses today, both wanting to advocate on behalf of the workers, but also want to see those businesses do well, want to see those businesses succeed. You know, one of the things that I introduced legislation on the Helping Small Businesses Recover and Thrive Act, which is a collection of items that was born out of discussions with a lot of our small independent restaurants, including the Restaurant Association, to try to make some adjustments and changes that would help restaurants as I-82 takes effect. I'm disappointed that it's not on the agenda today, but I know it's been talked about already, and I have a hunch will be more about how we take these ideas, everything from doubling our small retailer property tax credit to helping our businesses be able to navigate the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection, to bar managers' licenses, to a lot of other efforts that I think will add up to helping support our businesses. Because time is short, let me just try to jump in. Ms. Forrester, I was going to see if I could ask you a question or two. I heard your testimony to really focus in on the definition of service fee, and I kind of a lot of concerns about that. And the other part I think I heard was around what you considered it to be the delay of implementation. Am I accurately summing up those two things? I just want to make sure.
Yes, definitely the confusion around the service fee, which I think you also acknowledge, and even Councilman McDuffie did in his opening. How do we implement that? Is it then on the district to fund the education campaign and to explain to people that are coming in and out of the city what this means?
Yeah, well, I had an element of the legislation I introduced was around creating that type of public education campaign, because I do think it is incumbent on the government to help explain this. I do think I hear a lot of confusion from customers. I hear a lot of confusion from our restaurants. I hear a lot of confusion even from our workers. And I think that's where government can provide some leadership to help provide a kind of public messaging around that. I think there's a bigger issue around defining what the service fee is. And it's going to kind of get teased out throughout the conversation today about how you do that and how you do that correctly. But I wanted to ask if you had, from a Labor Council's perspective, is there any opposition or is there any concern to some of the other measures that have been proposed in legislation to help the restaurants be able to navigate the changing landscape, right? Things like helping them out with the small retailer property tax credit or the bar manager's license, where I heard, at least from a lot of our small businesses, they felt like they kind of shoulder the 3-year license, and then, you know, they might lose someone to a bigger chain or big restaurant, but it was that small business that ended up having to pay for a 3-year license. So trying to create some flexibility there. I would imagine the Labor Council doesn't oppose any of those, but I just want to kind of check to see, are those things that you think are great ways to help our small businesses? And they're not diametrically opposed to also raising wages for our workers.
Yes, definitely. I think I would also say, as the president of the Labor Council, yes, we are definitely in support of efforts that help small businesses, but also as a Ward 7 resident, I would like to see more incentive legislation to implement and to pay workers. Because I do think there is a balance, right? But we have to make sure that the people that are working in the restaurants, the industries, can see these as career paths and stay, especially because we're losing workers in the workforce, and we're trying to attract those workers. But then also, even listening to, I've been here since 10 o'clock this morning listening, and I mean, there's a lot of opportunities that government can step in and help small businesses implement these policies. Even the training, I heard a restaurant owner talk about training they were doing on ABRA laws, but that is something that we could be offering. I was an ANC commissioner, and I'm all too familiar with ABRA laws. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of opportunities that we can look at as a government to support small restaurants and to also to support the workers.
Okay, thanks. I know my time is up. I'll just thank everybody else on this panel. It's a quick round, but also Ms. Basanti, who's one of our Ward 6 small businesses, who helped make some of the recommendations that we had introduced in legislation around how to help support our small businesses. So since my time is up, Mr. McDuffie, I'll yield back to you. And again, my thanks to this panel.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Let me ask Alex Dodds, you mentioned in your testimony that you viewed the bill as pushing back the timeline of Initiative 82, and I wanted to just explore that a bit in terms of how initiative the timeline currently exists and what this bill as proposed would do. Do you see the proposal in the RAP Act as pushing back the implementation timeline of Initiative 82?
As I understand it, this current bill, the RAP Act, would push back the raises, the wage increases, rather than ramping up slowly. As I understand it, it would jump all at once in 2025.
Okay, that's not quite accurate. It would miss one of the increases in 2020. 2024 when it goes to $10, but it would implement the full increase to the minimum wage 2 years earlier as than proposed in Initiative 82. Rather than it be implemented in 2027, the full minimum wage would go into effect in 2025. The increases that would occur this year would still be in place. It would skip the increase next year. So it would skip 1 year with an increase, but as I attempted to explain during my opening statement, it would speed up actually the full implementation of the minimum wage and an elimination of the tip credit, which would occur in 2025 rather than 2027, which would ultimately amount to more wages earned faster by tip workers than if the Initiative 82 was implemented in the way that it is currently outlined in the law. And if there's anybody who disagrees with that interpretation, then I'd love to hear your thoughts about that.
Thank you, Council Member. This is Elizabeth Falcon from DC Jobs with Justice. And yes, that is also like, I read the law, I understand that that's what it says. By the council amending the timeline, that will completely override the timeline as it was passed in Initiative 82. So the function of that is that the prevailing law of the land would then be the timeline that you laid out, which would be that in 2025, that it'll go up to 8 on July 1st. It won't go up next year on July 1st. And then the following year on July 1st, it would go to the full minimum wage. My concern with that is that that creates a fiscal cliff for the restaurant owners that will have a very strong economic incentive to then ask for an additional change in before the July 1st, 2025 increase. And at that point, the Initiative 82 timeline will be voided. It will have been voided if this law is passed. So there's no like falling back. Like if this law passed, it becomes the new timeline. And essentially, we would be starting from $8 in 2024, like until June of 2025, we are talking about a minimum wage that is $8. And so what this bill would do is it would undermine the will of the voters, which said that the appropriate way to do this is to have increases that go up by $2 every year until we get to the full minimum wage for 4 years, which is the way that minimum wages, that's how we move from to get to the $15 minimum wage. We have an incremental process. That's generally how minimum wage increases are done across the country. And further, it locks in the fee structure. It allows for this 22% fee with no taxes and lower reporting requirements while the minimum wage is still only $8. So we have a high fee and a low base wage.
I was trying to regain my time to keep it on the time. I wasn't sure if you hear me. Can you hear me, Elizabeth Falcon?
Yes,
okay, I wanted to make sure. Okay, so just to be clear, the intent is not to undermine, at least as far as I'm concerned, as the introducer of the measure, to undermine workers getting to the full minimum wage. I mean, I heard voters loudly and clearly. And this is a proposal, it's a bill. The whole point of introducing the bill and going through the legislative process is to hear from people on all sides of an issue. And I really respect people who disagree with this approach, which is the point of having this hearing. I thought and have heard from some people who are restaurant workers who support getting to the full minimum wage faster. I appreciate, though, the point that you make about the potential of a fiscal cliff. I have no desire, I'm not sure that any council members, if this were to pass, who would want to revisit a and change the timeline because of an issue of a fiscal cliff. But I think it's important that we think through those challenges today before anything like this moves to a vote. So I wanted to just ask that because I thought it was unclear to some people that the idea was not to push back the timeline of Initiative 82. In fact, the idea was to speed up the time when workers would actually get the full minimum wage. What this bill, as proposed, would do is move that timeline up by 2 years so that the full minimum wage gets implemented in 2025 rather than in 2027 under existing law. But let me turn to Councilmember I see Councilmember Zachary Parker is with us. So I'm going to turn to you for a round.
Thank you, Chairperson McDuffie. And I want to agree and elevate something that you just shared, Chairperson McDuffie, that I too have heard from several Ward 5 restaurant owners and business owners that would like to get to the increased wage sooner. The phrase that I've heard is let's rip the Band-Aid off quicker versus this gradual drip, drip, drip over many years. But as has been said, maybe there is a better way that we can configure things so we don't have the fiscal cliff that you're speaking of, Ms. Falcon. I do want to just maybe have an interactive question, and there are several things I want to ask, but just on a rule of thumb, if you could just put your thumb up or down around whether or not you think this bill, as the language states currently, will mean restaurant workers will make more money, thumbs up, or less money, thumbs down, than the I-82 that was voted on by residents. And Mr. Harrison, I see you have it sideways. I'll just thank you all for that. Do you want to just speak to why you might be in the middle?
Because I don't think that all other variables are equal. I don't think that we're in a position where we actually can define what the variables are and will be. All the advocates are working from political realities, not the dollars that pay people's bills. So I think that it's hard to determine that without actually gathering the information. And unfortunately, all the advocates here are all working for agendized groups rather than the truth itself. So I think that we actually have to quantify that rather than have people who are working from an agendized script and who are not able to breach the barrier of getting the reports published in academic papers.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Guggenmoos and Ms. Basanti, if you're still on, one of the things I wanted to come to, and then Ms. Forrester, I'm going to come to you as well, was about the service charge. I will say, admittedly, when I go out with friends, there's one or two things I hear. My friends sometimes will say, oh, is the tip included? Or sometimes the restaurant server will say the tip is included or you don't have to tip, which it just speaks to the confusion of the service charge and tips. And some people thinking the service charge means tips, and even that interpretation translating to people that I go out with pretty frequently. Can you just speak to what mechanisms are in this bill, or perhaps should be in this bill, that would provide more clarity of how restaurants use that service charge? Because what I'm not convinced of right now is that just because a restaurant charges a service charge, that it has to go to workers. So how do we put more guardrails on that to make sure that it benefits workers? Oh, there you go. Mr. Guggenmoos? It seems like you're talking, but I can't hear you. So I will, anybody want to take that? If you could just raise your hand, and we'll love your interpretation of around how do we put more guardrails around that service charge to make sure it benefits workers? Okay, no one wants to take it.
No,
I'll step
happy
up.
to take it.
Okay,
Councilman
go
Parker.
for it.
I would say just like you, if I see a service charge and is my understanding that is going to workers' wages and benefits, then I am going to acknowledge the fact that I'm paying for the workers and wages and benefits. So I'm going to think twice about how I'm tipping. So if you educate people on that, then that is more incentive for them not to tip.
And I really appreciate
yeah.
I really appreciate you elevating, even in your testimony, the importance of that education campaign. And I could just, to the point you're making, it is really needed. And Mr. Lazier, I will give you the last 20 seconds.
Yeah, I would just say, given that the 22% service charge is a fiction, right? It's not tied to actually any expenses. You heard Andrew Klein say labor expenses are more than 22% for a restaurant. So like, why 22% other than to be confused with tips? So I just think that service charges by definition are confusing. There isn't a good way to do them and then explain it on a bill that's still not going to confuse a lot of people and still reduce tipping. Given that most retailers, you pay one price that includes all of their expenses, their labor costs, their energy costs, their rent. Why does a restaurant need to break out their price into a $13 martini plus a $2.50 service fee that you don't actually realize makes your martini almost $16? I don't get it.
Okay. Thank you. That is my time. Thank you all for your testimony. Last thing, and my apologies, Chairperson McDuffie, I may have to jump. I will say I am sympathetic to the fact that we are asking restaurant owners to drastically increase their prices. And so while there may be some needed changes to this bill, I just want to associate myself with the comments of my colleague, Councilmember Allen, earlier, that trying to help restaurant owners meet the legislation at hand isn't necessarily a bad thing. And so I look forward to working with you all in this committee to get this across the finish line. Thank you all.
Council member, I'm sorry my mic didn't work, couldn't get it, but you can reach out to me at any time. I'd be happy to have a conversation about other things we could do with the safeguard for that. I'm so sorry.
Thank you. No worries. Thank you.
I want to thank each of the witnesses who testified during this panel, and I expect that this won't be the last conversation that we have about this measure, but we do have a number of other witnesses I want to be able to get to today, and so we're going to keep moving forward where we left off with witness 31, Zachary Slavin, Gavin Coleman, Dean Sybil, Ted Orell, Alfredo Castro, Eric Rosenthal, Carol Rosenblatt, Valerie Zweig, Taryn Pelicombe, Greg Caston, Zoe DeRoe, Jeffrey Bank, Michelle Blackwell, Aaron Silverman, Will Moulton. Good afternoon to all these witnesses on this panel. We're going to begin with Zachary Slavin. And you have 3 minutes to provide your testimony. Welcome.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chairperson McDuffie. I appreciate this opportunity to comment on this proposed bill to the committee. My name is Zach Slavin. I live in Ward 1, and I'm a tipped wage worker, and I've been working in the restaurant industry in DC for the last 6 years as a bartender and server. And I love being part of the vibrant restaurant industry in DC and working with the many wonderful people who make it what it is. I'm here today to testify against the proposed bill as it is currently written for a number of reasons. First, this bill ignores the will of the voters who passed Initiative 82. People of DC have spoken, and they want restaurants to pay their staff minimum wage and for increases to happen as outlined in the initiative, including an increase in the next year. Second, while I appreciate Chairperson McDuffie's comments about how this would the move up of the move to the full minimum wage would result in more money overall for tipped wage workers, I think unfortunately a lot of tipped wage workers cannot afford to wait a year or more for that $4,000 increase that would be coming next year. Finally, I think that the proposed use of service charges in the bill is deceptive and would undermine the intent of Initiative 82. People go to restaurants and bars to escape their usual lives, and as a result, the atmosphere created by the hard work of restaurant staff, customers pay very little attention to where service charges go and even less attention to the pay of the workers serving them. I've seen from personal experience that many people assume that service charges, especially service charges similar to average tip amounts, go directly to workers as tips, and mandating that the service charges be directed to base pay will reduce tips and reduce the overall pay of restaurant workers. I believe that the bill as proposed will harm both workers and customers, and I respectfully implore the council members to protect their constituents by rejecting this bill. I appreciate the chance to testify, and I will yield the rest of my time.
Thank you for your testimony this afternoon. Our next witness is Gavin Coleman. Welcome, and you can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is Gavin Coleman. I'm a DC resident and I operate 3 restaurants in the district, including the Dubliner, the Saltline, and Delphines. I'm also the current chair of the board of the Restaurant Association of Metropolitan Washington. Before I begin, I would like to correct something Elizabeth Falcone said during her testimony when she so passionately but incorrectly called out operators for not complying with tip reporting to DOEF. To be clear, DC Code 31-1009 requires third-party payroll providers, not operators, to report employees' tips. You know, it will not surprise anyone here that I was disappointed when Initiative 82 passed. But 82 passed, and the debate over the elimination of tip credit is over. However, that does not mean our elected officials should not have a voice determining how this fundamental change to the hospitality industry will be rolled out over the coming years in our city. The WRAP Act is a win for all sides. Proponents of Initiative 82 would see their ultimate goal, the elimination of the tax credit, happen 2 years earlier than is currently scheduled. It also requires that service charges go to employees' wages. I, for the life of me, cannot understand why they would oppose this bill. This gets more guaranteed money into tip workers' hands in less times. Seems like another big win for them. Initiative 82 delivered the end of tip credit in 2027. Now they have the chance to get it in 2025. On the other side, restaurant operators would get the top thing they need to move forward, clarity. Let's not forget, we are still barely coming out of the worst 3-year period the hospitality industry has ever faced. Downtown activity is a shell of what it was before the pandemic. Changes to the timeline of Initiative 82 and utilization of service charges are the tools we need to survive. By July 1st, the tipped minimum wage will have already gone up by almost 50% since April. Operators are still trying to figure out how to account for these increases to the payroll. The idea will be able to change our service model each year due to the scheduled incremental increases is just not reasonable. By delaying additional increases between July 1st, 2023 and July 1st, 2025, the council would give us the time we need to figure out how we will operate once the tip credit is eliminated, and then educate our customers about how this will change their dining experience. In addition, by ripping the Band-Aid on the tip credit, we will help alleviate confusion around tipping, as well as provide a level playing field for all restaurants. One way we compensate for this massive increase in cost will be the use of service charges. Let's be clear, service charges are currently permissible and will be used by operators with or without the WRAP Act. This bill would give further clarification to customers and protections to workers that these charges will be used to pay workers. This additional money can go directly to payroll so we can maintain workers' total current wages and that they do not suffer a pay cut. For the record, in my restaurants, our workers are currently paid well above minimum wage, and the service charges are needed. This would continue to be the case after July of 2025. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
And thank you for your testimony. Our next witness is Dean Sybil. Okay, we don't see that person on the Zoom. How about Chad Burrell? Okay, I do see you, and welcome to the council. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie and members of the committee. My name is Chad Horrell, and I'm with DoorDash. We are proud of the service we provide our partners in Washington, D.C. In 2022, DoorDash powered nearly 10 orders per person in the district, higher than any of the 50 states. Dasher earnings on the DoorDash platform in D.C. supported nearly $89 million in economic impact. DoorDash operates a marketplace that thrives by serving the interests of customers, merchants, and Dashers. For customers, that means giving them affordable, convenient access to the best of their neighborhoods. This is especially true for vulnerable communities where local delivery can help broaden access while providing greater choice. In 2022, nearly 30% of deliveries were made to DC consumers located in low-income communities. For restaurants and other merchants, that means providing access to a wide variety of products and services to power online ordering and delivery, as well as attract and retain new customers. Whatever a merchant's goals may be, we've worked hard to develop affordable tools that will help them succeed if they decide to partner with DoorDash. For Dashers, that means providing flexible opportunities to earn income. Dashers come from all parts of the community. They are football and baseball coaches, church elders, veterans, teachers, mothers, and grandfathers. 60% of Dashers surveyed in the US are women. The vast majority do this on the side. 95% of Dashers in DC deliver less than 10 hours per week on our platform, and the average Dasher in DC spent less than 2 hours per week delivering on our platform. They value the flexibility and the earnings it provides to help them meet their individual financial goals on their terms. And those Dashers made over $31 per hour on average, including tips, while delivering from DC merchants last year. The measure before the council seeks to further regulate delivery service for restaurants, but the council must be sure to consider the unintended consequences this could have for customers, restaurants, and Dashers alike. For example, mandating a 4-mile delivery radius could lead to higher customer prices, food quality issues, longer wait times, and further delivery distances that may not suit Dasher preferences. The council must ensure that delivery platforms have flexibility to modify services offered to restaurants to maintain the high level of quality everyone who interacts with the platform expects, and should avoid imposing rigid standards without carefully studying potential unintended consequences. The bill also proposes a study of working conditions for delivery workers. If the district goes forward with this proposal, a centerpiece of the study should be to understand why so many district residents choose to Dash and why it works for them. Dashers are a large, diverse group, and this type of study would be complex and resource intensive, and it's essential to the 50,000 plus DC Dashers and to all other stakeholders that it be done right. Such a study must include the views of a large and representative group of delivery workers, not a small convenient sample, as well as those of merchants, customers, community groups, platforms, and other stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next witness is Alfredo Castro. And I don't see that person on the Zoom. Eric Rosenthal. Good afternoon to you. Testimony.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Chairman McDuffie and members of the committee for this opportunity to testify. My name is Eric Rosenthal and I live in Ward 4. I'm a waiter, barback, bartender, and barista, and I have worked in the restaurant industry for over 10 years. In DC, I have worked at large corporate chains as well as small owner-operated bars and restaurants, mom and pops. I'm here to testify against McDuffie's proposed bill. This bill undermines the will of the voters who have overwhelmingly approved Initiative 82 in order to increase service industry wages. I think it is also worth mentioning that this is the second time DC voters have demanded an increase in the tipped minimum wage, and that continued resistance to this initiative is entirely undemocratic. The bill also creates a dangerous precedent for the use of service charges in the restaurant industry, which is deceptive to customers and workers alike. As a restaurant worker, my coworkers and I fear that our wages will be impacted if this bill passes. Service charges are already confusing to customers who think it is the same thing as a tip. This bill would encourage restaurants to implement service charges on a massive scale and decrease transparency and accountability for both customers and workers. In fact, this bill effectively legalizes a form of wage theft in an industry that already deals with this issue on a massive scale. Customers leave tips with the expectation that the money will go directly to the worker, and this bill would allow restaurants to put their hands in our tip jars to cover their own labor costs. The sub-minimum wage that we in the restaurant industry deal with is exploitative. We do a tremendous amount of work that is not customer service oriented in nature, such as cleaning, stocking, product prep, and so much more. In any other industry, this work would require proper minimum wage compensation. Restaurants should not be relying on service charges to pay their employees a base wage and should not be encouraged to utilize the system to replace tipping. A business which cannot afford to pay its workers the minimum wage does not deserve to be in business. Customers tip us for our customer service, not to subsidize the restaurant and the work we do that contributes directly to the success of the business. Residents have voted, and over 70% of them want us to receive a full minimum wage in addition to tips, not a continuation of the sub-minimum wage practices that Chairman McDuffie's bill would result in. This bill is undemocratic, it is counter to the will of the voters, it suppresses wages for workers, it is entirely unethical. DC voters want to raise labor standards, and this bill would do just the opposite. Skilled professionals like myself and others on this panel deserve to be paid the regular minimum wage by our employers and still earn tips. We should not be giving restaurants special treatment and forcing customers to pay our base wages. We should not dismiss the clear will of the voters. I hope my testimony helps the council to address this issue and reject the proposed bill. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you for your testimony this afternoon. Our next witness is Carol Rosenblatt.
Thank you. Okay. Hello, Chairperson McDuffie and members of the committee. My name is Carol Rosenblatt. I appreciate the opportunity to testify. I live in Ward 3 and have been a DC resident for 25 years. I'm representing the Claudia Jones School for Political Education, that is a popular education organization aimed at building the political consciousness of the Washington, DC working class community. We've worked for Proposition 77 in 2018 and of Initiative 82 last year, and are opposed to subverting the will of the people that this bill would do by undermining the vast majority vote cast in favor of this ballot initiative. I stand with those workers who have supported the initiative of Initiative 82 and want to see its implementation as originally intended. Service charges under this bill would be bad for workers by reducing tips. The bill incentivizes restaurants to break out part of their prices as a service charge up to 22% of a customer's bill that would go entirely to owners and be used for base wages that employers are already obligated to pay, which means workers will not benefit in any way from them. Workers will lose tips and lose income. Service charges are especially confusing in a tipping environment. Many customers will assume a service charge is adding to a worker's pay rather than simply a source of income for owners and may not tip at all. This bill would deny tip workers a pay raise from $8 to $10 an hour in 2024 that is mandated by the current bill, which would be a hardship for them. The proposed bill would then fully implement the minimum wage increase in 2025 rather than graduating the increases through 2027 as Initiative 82 mandates. There is no reason to institute this change. Initiative 82 was a well thought out proposal and one that would be fairly implemented, taking into account the interests of both the workers and employers. The special tax treatment for service charges under this bill would be bad tax policy and reduce revenues. The bill would exempt service charges from sales tax, meaning that part of the cost of their product is not taxed, providing special treatment to these employers. The bill also would exempt service charges from being counted as income when commercial landlords set rents. Initiative 82 called on restaurants to play by the same minimum wage rules as every other employer, and the bill reflects another effort by restaurants to get unnecessary preferences over other businesses. Thank you for permitting me to testify, and I urge a no vote on the Wet Workers and Restaurants Are Priorities Act of 2023.
Thank you so much for your testimony this afternoon. Our next witness is Valerie Zweig.
Thank you. I'm Valerie and my colleague Taryn. We are the co-founders of Prescription Chicken, your favorite chicken soup delivery business. Today, we are here to speak about the delivery portion of the Workers and Restaurants Are a Priority Act. Thank you to Council Chair McDuffie and Councilmember Allen, who have taken the lead on this legislation. And thank you to the other council members we've had the honor of meeting and chatting with these last few weeks. Prescription Chicken started with the goal of being able to deliver chicken soup throughout the District of Columbia. And I'll underscore delivery, as 95% of our business is an on-demand delivery. 6.5 years later, we operate our bustling business in Shaw in Ward 1. We still believe strongly that the delivery services provide a value. They provide access to drivers, ordering technology, and a dedicated source of hungry guests. And we pay for this value. Before April 15th, our total spend was about 19%, delivery cap plus optional but necessary marketing fees. It will jump almost 8% with removal of the cap. We're not against paying. However, we are not and never have been told specifically and quantifiably what we get for what we pay. We believe delivery services should be held accountable, and the only way to achieve this is through transparency, not only to the guest, but to the restaurant. The temporary bill included verbiage about transparency. The current form does not. Without transparency, we are not able to hold our partners accountable for the specifics they purport to offer. We urge you to revise this bill to include more transparency, not only addressing the core services, the lowest tier, but all tiers of service. This is a business partnership and a business contract, and we urge you to give businesses the right to know that they are getting what they pay for at every level. So what would we like to see in the bill? Careful and specific wording that does not allow for ambiguity that can penalize restaurants with limited radius and drivers. Transparency that addresses all tiers and helps businesses hold third-party delivery companies accountable. I'll now yield to Taryn to finish our statement.
And what do we mean with transparency? With the removal of the temporary fee cap, the delivery services introduce 3 tiers in which they can offer service. However, they are vague in defining the tiers. In each tier, you pay more and you get more, but they do not share specifics on how much more you get. For 5% more, we should know what we have access to, and we should know if we are getting X percentage more guests or X percentage more drivers. In any contract, it is required to provide specifics as to what one gets for one pays for, and that's to ensure that both parties perform to the agreed terms. Why is it acceptable for delivery companies to just tell us we get more without any specifics? How can we ensure that they are delivering on the promise? What exactly are we paying for? One anecdote. Since the cap was removed in April, we elected the highest tier of service, and yet we've seen a 23% decrease in sales. And while some of this is seasonality, which we understand, we are still down 13% more than prior year. Why? Our broths are delicious, our matzo balls are fluffy. We're now paying more for access. So something has changed. And while we've investigated our prep and line execution, we're not able to investigate the delivery radius or driver access to see if there's an issue with the delivery radius or that drivers have dipped on a certain day or certain time. This lack of information hinders our business further. We are fully prepped and staffed 11 hours a day, 7 days a week. We don't get any notification if, say, on a Sunday evening, there's a shortage of drivers. And by the way, the guests don't consider this as a delivery service fault. They consider our brand unreliable. Diane Gross, owner of Cork Market, stated something that has really resonated with us. Transparency is not regulation. We are so appreciative of the council's protection of our consumers and our businesses. Do not forget that the businesses depend on this for our revenue stream. Please do not hesitate to reach out to Valerie or I with any questions you may have regarding this matter. We thank you again for the time and the opportunity to testify today, and I yield the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony this afternoon. I do not see Greg Caston on the Zoom. I do see Zoe DeRoe, so we're going to turn to you next. Good afternoon, and you can begin your testimony.
Hi, thank you. My name is Zoe DeRoe, and I speak now in opposition to McDuffie's bill. I'm a bartender at Exiles Bar on U Street. I've been working here for over 2 years, been a voting member of the district for the past 9 as a Ward 2 resident, and I'm a staunch supporter of Initiative 282 as it was written and voted for. I am here to share a tipped worker's perspective on the detrimental effects of McDuffie's bill. This bill works to solidify service charges as the status quo, which I oppose, as these charges only work to deceive customers and eradicate tipping in the district. It is not a coincidence that McDuffie's bill suggests a 22% service charge, as that is the most common gratuity amount left on receipts. Customers are deeply confused by these charges and more often than not believe the additional fee to mean automatic gratuity. The thinking is, I am a server, that is a charge for servers, so therefore it goes directly to me. The only additional charge that goes directly to me, the worker, is called a tip, and it can be left voluntarily. All other potential charges have no legal precedent to go directly to workers and will be funneled through tax exemptions to make service charges the status quo through this bill. As a worker and as a customer, it is unreasonable to expect anyone to leave a 20% gratuity on top of an additional 22% service charge. It just won't happen. RAMW was toting this Save Our Tips campaign against Initiative 82 because it knew that workers didn't want to eradicate tipping culture just to receive a livable wage. Nothing in Initiative 82 dictates the loss of tips, and in the wake of I-82's passing, McDuffie and RAMW aim to turn their scaremongering into a self-fulfilling prophecy. By codifying that service charges go to the base wage, and by making these ridiculous fees the status quo, the bill will end tipping culture for any reasonable consumer, plain and simple. While this bill is chock full of issues, the second clause, which harm workers like me the most, regards the repeal of the sections which detail the incremental wage increase. McDuffie has been quoted in the DCist in support of eradicating and rewriting this clause as, quote, "It gets money into the hands of workers faster." This could not be further from the truth. And McDuffie is either ignorant of basic economic realities or willfully looking to harm small businesses and workers alike. Forcing vendors in 2025 to increase their labor costs by 150% overnight creates a dangerous financial burden that will force small businesses to close, lay off workers like me, and cut workers' hours overall. This would be detrimental to me and my employer, and is explicitly not what workers or small businesses want. In fact, during the I-82 campaign, many businesses and workers expressed these very fears. So to say now that we just want to, quote, "rip off the Band-Aid," as Councilmember Parker noted earlier, misrepresents the concerns of workers and small businesses. By halting this wage increase, McDuffie's bill actually keeps money out of the hands of workers, as I would have a stagnant wage of $8 an hour for over the next 2 years. My wage would actually be increasing during this time without McDuffie's bill, following a sensible and rational timeline of increasement that doesn't risk layoffs or job loss. To support McDuffie's bill is a vote against workers and the small businesses we work for. Thank you very much for your time, and I really urge you to oppose this bill.
I'm going to make a call for Jeffrey Bank next. I don't see the person on the Zoom. Michelle Blackwell, I do see, and welcome, and you can begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie, members of the committee and staff. My name is Michelle Blackwell, and I am here on behalf of Uber Eats to testify on Bill 25280, the Workers and Restaurants Are Priorities Act of 2023. Like many aspects of daily life, the restaurant and food delivery industries evolved significantly during and because of the COVID-19 pandemic. What used to be a simple relationship between a consumer, food establishment, and delivery person now also includes app-based technology and major international corporations. In short, we are living in a new normal. As the council evaluates how these industries have evolved since the start of the pandemic, it's important to understand that Uber Eats is a platform that connects DC restaurants to DC consumers with the help of DC workers. 64% of the restaurants on the Uber Eats platform are small or medium-sized businesses. And those businesses earned $185 million on just our platform alone. Moreover, the app sees over 4 million visits a month by local consumers, and more individuals are signing up to earn through delivery on Uber Eats. As you know, the bill before you today would prohibit a third-party meal delivery platform from excluding any restaurant with whom that platform has an agreement from the search results of a customer within 4 miles of a restaurant. In order to best operate in the city for the restaurant, the customer, and the delivery courier, third-party meal delivery platforms have to balance many factors. Restricting how those platforms are able to grow and optimize delivery service could negatively impact reliability and the quality of service we are trying to provide merchants and the customers they're hoping to reach. We have not seen any other jurisdiction in the country implement a similar restriction, and its impact is unknown. This bill would also require that the Deputy Mayor of Planning and Economic Development conduct a broadly scoped, wide-ranging study of worker conditions for food delivery workers and then issue a report no later than December 31st of this year. As written, the bill envisions a collection of complex and sensitive data, including the private, personally identifiable data, as well as contact information of individuals who have not consented to sharing their data. What we are asking for is that the council instead look to experts in the field who are given and give them adequate time to process and understand the data. Uber Eats is open to working with this expert to help them understand the nuances of how our platform operates. And we appreciate the renewed interest in food delivery workers given a recent local report. Nonetheless, it is important to note that whoever conducts the study required by this bill be neutral and familiar with the industry. I'd like to be clear. Uber Eats wants to work with the council and our partners at the Restaurant Association of Metropolitan Washington to address the concerns raised by some of our city's restaurants. As I prepared for today's testimony, I actually spoke with one of our delivery couriers, and I think I'll end on something that he had to say. Food delivery is something that needs to be fine-tuned, but it is not something that should go away because it benefits the community. If there's a way to make it better, we should do that. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. I'll make a call for the last 2 witnesses. I don't see them on the Zoom, but Aaron Silverman and Will Moats are the names in case they show up. I wanted to ask Zoe DeRoe. I think you mentioned that this was actually less money in your view, the bill that's proposed for workers. And I wanted to get your thoughts on what I said in my opening, acknowledging that for 1 year, when you compare this proposal to Initiative 82 as written under the existing law, there would be 1 year from 2024 to 2025 when it would mean the increase would not happen. And so that's about $4,000 is the amount that I estimated. But that it would actually receive around $12,500 over and above what the minimum would be in 2025. And so they would get more money in 2025 and they would get more in 2026 under this proposal than workers would get under Initiative 82 as written. What are your thoughts about that?
Thank you, Councilmember, and thank you for considering my testimony as well. While in a few years overall, the wage would increase at a faster rate, similar to Elizabeth Falcon's point in the previous panel, the halting of the timeline now is what's keeping money out of the hands in 2024. People often come and go in the service industry. I've been in and out of the service industry since I was 15. It's about helping workers in the present, people who are working in the industry now, people who will come in due to different hardships in their lives over the next couple of years. And adjusting that timeline negatively affects all the workers for those years. I think it should continue with that timeline that Initiative 82 rolled out, in particular because of the financial burden that will be created in 2025. One of my bosses, even in particular, said that, you know, if we have to increase these labor costs tenfold, we won't be able to fund all of the workers that are currently on the payroll. So I think overall, with an adjusted timeline, it will overall harm workers in the sense that either cutting back their hours with the financial burden or just halting the increase in the next 2 years.
Well, I'd be interested if you know specific restaurants who would find this proposal onerous in terms of the jump from the increase that occurs this year to the increase in 2025, because in my conversations, I really haven't heard it. It's not to suggest that they don't exist. And to the extent they do, I would love to hear from them. And so there are restaurants that you don't have to put them on the record, but if you know of restaurant operators who would find this financially challenging, more challenging than the implementation of Initiative 82, then I would love to chat with them. If you can direct them to me and the committee, that would be helpful.
Sure. Well, I mean, an additional $2 increase is happening in July, right? Obviously, businesses will have to adjust their costs to pay just those $2 per hour. The difference between your timeline and the initial 82 timeline will double, like from $8 to $16, $17 an hour. So that's obviously a much larger increase overnight than even just the $2 that's initially outlined in 82. So it's that financial burden that will be had.
I hear you, and that's why I specifically would like to talk to people who find that more of a challenge in terms of their model, because I'm not hearing that from restaurants. It does not mean that they don't believe it will be the case. I'm not really hearing that. So I would like to hear that from the restaurant operators, because I think it would be informative for us. And then let me also ask just really quickly while I have a little bit more time on my round before I turn to Councilman Allen. In terms of the service charge, what's been your experience with service charges? Because I think it may have been Gavin Coleman or maybe another panel who said that service charges exist today and they're going to exist. The idea behind this proposal was to have them go towards, the wages of workers rather than have them go to other things that owners might decide they go to. Service charges aren't tips. more restaurants are implementing service charges because of some of the challenges that they're facing in the market, Initiative 82 related and otherwise. And so what's been your experience though with service charges? If any? This is to Zoe DeRoe.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you had thrown the question to somebody else. I'm so sorry. Perhaps someone else can answer. Or can you repeat your question briefly?
Sure. I just, because you were a worker, I wanted to ask you that. I don't know if there's anybody else on this panel who is
Sorry, you're asking for my experience on service charges?
Service charges. What has your experience been, if you have any experience with service charges more recently? Are they being used in the restaurant where you work, or do you have friends in the industry who have experience with service charges? What are they being used for? I just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So Exiles, where I work, doesn't have a service charge currently. So I can't speak personally as a worker to that. However, have lots of friends and family in the industry who, before the AG's office came out with specifically dictating to customers where service charges were going, I know a lot of businesses were using a portion of those service charges to go to fund the workers' pay. And then a portion of those charges were just held by the business, either to pay the electricity bill or all the other expenses that go after it. So I overall don't understand the service charges, like the necessity for them. There are other creative ways to have money back into the workers' pay. Something like an auto gratuity, I like to throw out as just a parallel structure. There's a lot of discrimination in tipping cultures, but something that's an auto grad is similar to a service charge, yet legally go right into the pockets of workers, while service charges do not.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Thank you for that feedback. I'm going to turn to Councilman Allen, but I'll note though, the auto gratuities, similar to service charges, are not, we're not tips. And rather than take up much more time on this, we have looked at that as a committee. I know there's some places that charge automatic gratuities as well, or in lieu of service charges. Maybe there are places that charge them both. But the way that the IRS looks at this is that neither are actual tips as they define them. Let me turn to, and I wanted to try to get Gavin Coleman in there just to get your feedback, but I'll turn to Councilman Allen go around.
Thanks, Mr. McDuffie. I'm going to turn to Mr. Coleman, so maybe that'll help draw him into some of this. Mr. Coleman, I wanted to start with you a little bit. The questions I'm going to kind of ask are I'm going to assume, at least for the sake of these questions, that we have some type of service fee model. I think we need to think through how we define what the service fee is and what it is not. But as an operator of multiple restaurants, I kind of want to get your thoughts about if that is the model of where the industry is going, and if wages are going to be raising up and the tip minimum goes away as the initiative lays out. I also want to think about, in addition to, of course, how are we raising wages for our workers and helping take care of workers? How do we help our small businesses and our restaurants continue to grow? So some of the ideas that we have introduced and thought about are aimed squarely at that. And one of them had to do with, for example, when we think about service fees as part of sales for the purpose of calculating rent. So under current practice for businesses that are in that space, tips don't get considered part of sales when you're calculating what the rent would be. And if the industry moves in a place where the service fee essentially is taking the place of what that tip is from the customer's perspective, should that service fee similarly not be counted the way it works today?
Yeah, what I would say is that I think one of the reasons you haven't heard back from landlords in opposition to this is that a lot of leases take into account service charges being excluded from percentage rent. I know a lot of mine do. I think this bill moves forward to protect people who didn't contemplate that with their landlords. So I don't think that is a controversial point of this bill.
Okay.
You know, another thing I think is about the service charges that are interesting we talk about is there's 20 to 25% of restaurants right now are utilizing service charges, full service charges in lieu of the traditional tipping model. And I think one of the things that this bill does, and I said this in my testimony, is it creates a level playing field so that consumers know that everybody is doing the same thing. It also helps create a level playing field for labor. You know, it's hard for one restaurant to move in one service model versus another service model as the different incremental changes happen to the tip credit elimination. And I think that's another one of the benefits of eliminating it sooner and all at once for restaurants.
Okay. From the standpoint of, you know, I think transparency and trust is a big issue as well. So one of the things I've as a diner, I've experienced when I've gone to a restaurant where I feel it's on the menu or it's a little card that's on my table and it tells me your service fee, this is what we're going to charge a service fee, so you know it up front, and this is what we're spending that money on. It makes me feel better. Makes me feel like, oh, okay, I'm kind of, my service fee is going towards my server, is going towards workers. I don't necessarily know. I mean, I have no ability to actually account for that on the back end, right? I'm going to trust that. How I know that it makes me as a diner feel more comfortable and confident when I see that sign, but how should we think about how do we actually make sure it's doing what it says it does, right? It's one thing to put it on the card, put it on the menu, put it on the table. Are there ideas that you've seen between restaurants that would improve kind of that transparency and accountability around it's actually doing what it says it's doing?
You know, what I would say is that the transparency and the messaging that restaurants put out in terms of service charges at whatever level they're doing it is the best practice. I think it was the best practice by restaurants before the AG put out his very confusing business advisory. It was the best practice. We put it on our open table. When you make a reservation, you get an alert that this is going to happen. You see it on our menus. To our counsel's point during his testimony is that, you know, money goes in is fungible, right? It's very difficult at some point to decipher what money I'm spending on utilities as opposed to pay. I think this bill makes an attempt to clarify exactly what restaurants should be spending their service charges on. And, you know, I don't know what the enforcement mechanisms on that. I think that's part of what the council, you know, needs to consider for investigating those, you know, instances when that possibly does not happen. But for the greater part, it's clarification for customers that this money is going to be used for payroll, which we don't have to do right now, right? That's not required currently. We just have to notify people that we have a service charge. This bill takes it an extra step.
Yeah. And I know that, you know, from a marketplace of, I've got a lot of different restaurants I could go to. I certainly will go and frequent places that I feel like are treating their employees right. And I feel like that service fee, if that's the scenario we're under, is going there. I know my time is up, so I appreciate this. The 5 minutes goes by fast. So appreciate everybody's testimony on this, and we'll have to follow up after the hearing too. So thank you.
I was going to give you a little extra time. I know I went over my round. If you needed it, Councilman Rowland, on this round.
Well, thanks. I'll try to move quickly then on a couple other ones. I didn't hear all the testimony from Valerie and Taryn. I think both of you were from the same place. Is that right? Did I catch that? Okay.
We are.
So maybe I can just try to make sure I understand. I kind of tuned in, Taryn, I think as you were kind of towards the end of your testimony, talking about the transparency in fees. But I think you were also talking a little bit more about not just the transparency, but how it actually works. My concern is we need to create a stronger system around service delivery fees, because it feels like people are getting squeezed on both ends. So both the restaurant gets squeezed in terms of you're making the meal but you're having a significant portion of what you would normally be making that's going out the door for the service fee or for the delivery company. And then the drivers on the other side get squeezed because they're not going to see the full realization of that. And I'm not against a business that figures out how to connect a consumer and magically make food appear on my doorstep. But I do want to have a fair system that is good to the restaurant and the people that are actually preparing the meal, good for that gig worker who's probably hustling 2 or 3 jobs to figure out how to make it all the ends meet, and everybody in the middle. And I think, Taryn, I heard you say something about transparency is great, but regulation is important. And I missed part of that maybe. So I don't know if you want to just kind of reiterate some of that.
Val, I'm going to go ahead and take this. We're saying that transparency is not regulation. All that we are asking for is to understand exactly what we are paying for as a business. Mm-hmm. So if we are signing up for the top tier of the delivery services, we'd like to know how many people are we actually accessing? Where are we delivering to? How many drivers do we have access to? Can we get information when things change within the contract? If we know we are supposed to go an allotted 5 miles, if that mileage is decreased for X reasons, how are we notified? So we are not necessarily saying that transparency is regulation. We're just looking for regulation. In any contract that you sign with a business, when there is a partnership, we are paying for a service, it's reasonable to ask for what we are getting and have definition to that and really understand that. And that's where the transparency comes in.
Okay,
I hope that answered
I appreciate that. That was part of what we tried to put into the emergency legislation so that it could be more clearly defined, so that our restaurants and that contract you sign and you sign up for clearly delineates. And I think we do have a variation between the different companies about who's providing that information at what level. So kind of standardizing that in a way I think is important. I know my time is up. Valerie, I don't know if you just want to answer quickly at the chairman's discretion.
Chairman, is that okay?
Please go ahead.
And just exactly, what Taryn said, I think, for us, this is really not about, do we want to pay or not? It really is about what are we paying for and understanding that we are getting that. But I just lost what I was going to say. I'm so sorry. But Councilmember, will you just repeat your last thing that you just said?
No, actually,
is the transparency?
Yeah, it was helping make sure that what you're. Listen, you're a small business, so you're probably busy 25 hours out of the day. So making sure you know what it is you're signing up for. Like you said, you're not against paying for it. You just want to know what it is that you're paying for, and then be able to make informed decisions about what you're going for.
Correct. And we just have to be careful with the language. I think that, the language that was put in that sort of circled around core delivery services was a little detrimental to the other delivery levels. And I think it's important that we are looking at this holistically for all relationships to make sure that everybody gets what they need to know. Again, our goal is just to continue to get more delivery opportunities for people, which is just beneficial for the delivery companies. We just all need to know the information so we can continue to do this get better and make sure that it is the right way forward.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the extra time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. We're going to call our next panel of witnesses. Marco Fabian, Yannick Omegton, Jamie Leeds, Diane Gross, Fitzgerald Lewis, Eric Heidenberger, Anna Valero, Megan O'Malley, Catherine Richardson, Morgan White, Travis Bally, Austin Dinan, Jacob Brown, William Martin, Stuart Carafa. We're going to begin this panel with Paco Fabian. Good afternoon. I really appreciate everybody's patience. You can begin your testimony and you have 3 minutes.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, members of the committee and of the council. My name is Paco Fabian and I live in Ward 4. I'm the Deputy Director at Our Revolution, which is one of America's largest grassroots funded political action organizations. started by Bernie Sanders in 2016, and we have around 30,000 members in the District of Columbia. Our members, pardon me, are part of like most DC voters, right? We're part of the group that passed Initiative 82 because they want tipped workers to have better incomes, be receiving the full minimum wage with tips on top. In our city, 15,000 restaurant workers approximately, most of whom are people of color, would benefit from this new pay arrangement and Initiative 82. Since the pandemic, restaurant workers have been leaving the industry in unprecedented levels. All of you know this, and workers need to be getting a living wage with tips on top in order to be able to support their families. Something like a survey done recently found that 78% of restaurant workers would stay in the industry if they earn livable wages, again, with tips on top, right? So our members are very concerned about the impact that this bill on tipped workers, on this proposal, could have on their incomes. And the confusion is already causing customers, it's causing a lot of confusion, right? So hopefully it gets cleared up. Restaurants opposing Initiative 82 claim that workers would make less in tips if it passed, but this is now becoming true, not because that was the intent, but because of the confusion created around the service charges, right? And so our members support restaurant workers and support local businesses. At our revolution, we've fought to raise the minimum wage for workers across all types of industries, and we have always heard the same complaints from employers. We can't afford to pay more, yet we've seen it over and over again that those complaints prove to be hollow in many cases when minimum wages get increased. So the restaurant industry shouldn't be an exception here. They can and will manage to pay workers the minimum wage, and customers will be able to tip workers for their service, boosting their earnings if we maintain Initiative 82. So restaurant workers deserve livable wages with tips on top. Don't let the National Restaurant Association undermine the will of DC voters. Thank you very much for your time, and I yield back.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Our next witness is Yannick Omicton, Commissioner ANC 2A01. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, excellent. Good afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie and the committee. My name is Yannick Omicton, and I am an ANC Commissioner in 2A01, that's in Foggy Bottom. I wanted to come here today to state my opposition to large swaths of this bill. There are certain provisions that make a lot of sense, allowing delivery workers and couriers to use restaurant restrooms and reducing the burdens caused by commercial landlords and their leases, both improving conditions for delivery workers and cracking down on some of the predatory or bad practices from commercial landlords vis-a-vis restaurants are absolutely worthy policy goals that deserve a full discussion and separate bills. But the rest of this bill, besides those two pieces, look like cleverly designed ploys to allow restaurants to return to a version of the sub-minimum wage system. By allowing restaurants to levy untaxed service charges, specifically to cover base pay, customers are discouraged from leaving actual tips, believing that the service charge is a tip on top of the worker's wage. But for service charges to be untaxed, they have to go to base pay, meaning that the cost of an employee's wages or a portion of the cost of an employee's wages is removed from the cost of food and is instead just enforced as a thing that looks like a tip. It's a kind of forced tipping to make up the portion of the wage that restaurant operators don't want to pay, which is pretty close to the sub-minimum wage system before I-82. On top of all of this, the bill's language seems to allow restaurants to explain their service charges just on their website if they want. And that's all. Restaurants would really no longer have to explain their service charge in a really comprehensive way. So a customer will see the service charge and assume, again, that it's some kind of automatic tip. This bill will take away tips for workers, period. There is really no world in which tipping will not decrease as a result of this bill. It tricks consumers into thinking that they are tipping when in reality they are subsidizing a restaurant's unwillingness to comply with increasing restaurant workers' base wage to match everyone else's minimum wage. And last piece here, it's been stated that some restaurants want to increase wages faster, and that it would be easier for them to do so. And I think if that's the case, then go for it. Absolutely nothing stops restaurants from raising their wages right away and flipping the model that they have to pay their workers the full minimum wage. There's a whole host of restaurants that we call like high road employers who have already raised their wages. Now, there are a lot of very small operators who move in good faith and are operating with extremely small margins who would rely on these gradual increases that I-82 had that the voters passed. This system was already a kind of compromise, but the Band-Aid being ripped off in exchange for killing workers' tips altogether is actually a lose-lose. It's a loss for small restaurant operators and it's a loss for workers. So thank you for your time today and have a good rest of your day.
Thank you for your testimony, Commissioner. We're going to turn to our next witness, Jamie Leeds. And good afternoon to you. If you want to turn on your video and unmute yourself, you can begin your testimony.
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
My name is Jamie, and I am founder and CEO of the Jamie Leeds Restaurant Group, operator of Hank's Oyster Bar. I operate 2 restaurants in the District of Columbia, employing close to 200 people. I would like to advocate for the timeline in the RAP Act of eliminating the annual wage increases and implementing the total and final increase to July 2025. With each increase, as we will do twice this year, it takes many hours of admin time, strategy sessions, and financial modeling to ensure our business can work and remain viable in relation to these increases. Given this current timeline, we would have to implement a service charge and eliminate tips with the next scheduled increase in 2024 in order to make our business viable. Hank's tipped employees currently make way over the minimum wage. With a service charge model, we have to calculate how to pay our servers and tipped employees what they are used to making, not just minimum wage, but far beyond. This admin time needed to calculate this eats into our daily operations, which in turn costs a great amount of money. Payroll increases directly impact the restaurant's bottom line and must be carefully calculated so we can continue to stay in business, pay our employees what they are used to making, make a profit, and continue to grow. My restaurant offers a good value for a high-quality local product, and this commitment to our guests and the Hank's brand means we can only charge a certain amount of money for our offerings. Many have said just raise your prices rather than implement a service charge. But for the Hank's Oyster Bar brand, continual raising of prices goes against our business model and trusted name, and we can only increase our prices so much. The service charge model as an approach to pay a fair wage for all is something we are working towards. But as restaurant operators whose day-to-day responsibility is running restaurants, we need time to strategize and perfect the modeling. Again, we would have to implement the service charge in 2024 to stay viable, and would rather see it in July of 2025. We have been willing to work with other people at the table, so please give us this consideration with all the restaurants being mandated to do this in July 2025. In addition, if all restaurants had to pay this increased minimum wage at the same time, it would help with public awareness and public education of a service charge on the guest check. Thank you for allowing me to testify, Chairman McDuffie and the council.
And thank you for taking the time to do so this afternoon. We're going to turn next to Diane Gross. Good to see you, and you can begin your testimony. Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Chairman McDuffie and members of the committee for holding these important hearings, which are critical to the restaurant community as it grapples with the implementation of Initiative 82 and the profound changes that are coming our way to businesses. I am Diane Gross, co-owner of Cork Wine Bar and Market in Cork Spring Valley. We are a Black and women-owned small business that's been operating for over 15 years. I live in Ward 2 and have businesses in Wards 1 and 3. I am also the vice chair of the RAMW board. I'm here today to strongly support both pieces of legislation. The timeline, and to talk specifically about the timeline in the bill and the public education components. The timeline in the bill is critical to helping small businesses like myself, and especially those that are even smaller, adapt to the changes that our business models will be necessary to implement with the provisions of Initiative 82 and to continue to successfully operate. Small independent restaurants like mine make up the overwhelming number of hospitality businesses in DC. Halting the continual step ups in favor of moving up the timeline to 2025 will allow businesses the break that they need to study options and will provide them a chance to figure out the best wage model for them to move forward. Often the operator is in the business each day running operations, and they don't have the luxury of having someone figure it out for them. They need to figure it out while also greeting guests or running the line in the kitchen. With the timeline proposed in this bill, restaurants get the chance to contemplate and implement the best changes to their business model so that they can continue to operate without having to constantly adjust, so that they can make their models work while retaining all of their employees. The answer is not simple, and it's going to be different for different businesses. Restaurant owners want to figure out the best way to keep their employees and their guests happy while ensuring that they are viable and profitable, as any good business should, but they need time. I-82 created a profound change in how we operate and the assumptions on which we relied when we created our businesses originally. That, coupled with the lingering effects of COVID and the razor-thin margins that have become a reality as all costs rise, requires a thoughtful and considered approach to the next chapter of our restaurants. If we don't provide this time, the industry will lose jobs and DC will lose tax revenue from businesses forced to close. That is simply the reality. In my role at RMW and as a member of the newly formed ReHer collective of women-owned businesses, I hear all the time about the confusion among owners, staff, and among our guests. And so the timeline becomes important for both owners and guests. And while it gives time for owners to plan, it too gives time for guests to become educated about what is happening with the tip credit in the District of Columbia, and also about service charges and what their local dining spots are doing to meet the challenges of I-82. And that is why the public education piece is so profoundly important. We are partnering with our guests in creating an enjoyable hospitality experience, but that requires our guests to also know what's going on and not be confused. Just days after I-82 passed, people will—
Bruce, your time has expired. I'm happy to have your written testimony for the record, but we're going to move to our next witness, who is Fitzgerald Lewis. I don't see Fitzgerald Lewis here. How about Eric Heidenberger, who joined us earlier and is here today? Welcome back. We're going to turn to you now for your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie and fellow members of the committee. Thank you for taking the time to listen to our testimony today. My name is Eric Heidenberger, and I'm the managing partner for the DC Restaurant Group, which operates 6 locations in DC and 3 locations in Bethany Beach, Delaware. I was born and raised in DC, and our group has been operating in DC for more than 44 years. I'm proud to say we currently employ over 350 employees, some of whom have worked with us for 40 years. I started as one of these employees, working up from a server, bartender, to manager, and ultimately a partner. We are not here to argue the merits of Initiative 82 and its potential effects on our industry. It passed, but we need a viable and sensible way of phasing out the tip credit. The increase from $5.35 back in April to $8 in July will equate to $74,000 in increased labor costs just this year for one of our locations. We feel that pausing the increase after July for 2 years allows businesses sufficient time to plan and implement a new wage model. We favor an expedited all-in-one elimination of the tip credit in 2025, 2 years earlier as what was originally proposed, versus a rolling increase over the next 4 years. Overhauling our wage model, pricing, and business operations year after year is not practical. It will hopefully clear up confusion for customers if a standard wage model is eventually adopted by the majority of restaurants. We've seen some of that confusion, that customer confusion, over the last month. I fear a year-over-year increase for 4 years will only delay the inevitable, that small independent restaurants will close, and that no one wants to accept the responsibility of what the cause may be. Furthermore, we strongly feel that service charges should not be taxed as income so long as that businesses are passing along that service charge to its employees. This ultimately benefits the customer by lowering check averages. Restaurant margins are very, very slim, as is. Merely breaking even this past year is considered a success. The elimination of the tip credit will increase restaurants' payroll expenses by 3 times from what they are today.
I ask that the council consider our proposals and approve the Workers and Restaurants Are Priorities Act so that we can strive to keep our doors open, maintain prices at reasonable levels, and most importantly, retain our 350 employees on payroll while ensuring that we are not left with the unimaginable decision of whether or not to close our doors for good. I genuinely hope this will not be the case. Your actions will make a difference, and I appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony this afternoon. We're going to turn next to Anna Valero, who I don't see on the Zoom. We'll check and see if they're in the waiting room. We're going to turn to Megan O'Malley, who I do see. Good afternoon to you. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee, for this opportunity to testify. My name is Megan O'Malley, and I'm a college student who lives, works, and goes to school in Ward 2, but who dines all over the city. I'm here today with the Restaurant Opportunity Center of DC in solidarity with restaurant workers who are opposed to the service charge bill, and also as a consumer and a DC resident who finds it incredibly intentionally misleading for the promises of Initiative 82 to be undone. The plan to skip the 2024 minimum wage increase and rush it all in 2025, meaning a jump from $8 to $17, is contradictory to the will of the voters, but also contradicts the very structure of I-82, which was designed to gradually increase the minimum wage, to put more money in workers' pockets, not overwhelm businesses and consumers with higher prices all at once, and not risk workers losing their jobs as a consequence of rapidly shifting finances. By approving this bill, the council would knowingly create a situation where it is exponentially harder to successfully implement a livable minimum wage for tipped workers. Additionally, the service charge provisions that this bill includes is another attempt to allow for workers and consumers to be misdirected to the benefit of business owners. Every single one of my friends and family members that I talk to about service charges is profoundly confused at what they are. And I don't think putting an explanation on a restaurant's website or in vague language at the bottom of a menu will clarify that. And on top of that, it is a profoundly embarrassing experience as a consumer to not be sure if you should tip, not be able to afford a tip on top of a service charge, or to look at a service charge, assume it's an auto grat when it's not, and then to find out after the fact that you've unwillingly stiffed an excellent worker who deserves to be paid enough to earn enough to pay the bills. While there are other implementations of service charges that ensure that it is a worker-friendly fee, I feel uncomfortable knowing that this bill would create a way for restaurants to engage in this practice that doesn't serve workers. I hope my testimony helps the council to address this issue and reject this proposed bill for the sake of workers and consumers across DC. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony this afternoon. Our next witness is Catherine Richardson, who's not on the Zoom. Morgan Waite. Good afternoon to you, and you can begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie. But sorry, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loudly and clearly.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie and the members of the committee for this opportunity to testify. My name is Morgan Waite, and I live in Ward 7. I come here as a consumer and an ally for the workers opposed to Kenyon McDuffie's Workers and Restaurants Are Priorities Act. Essentially, in order for workers to secure a higher wage for themselves, it is necessary that we maintain the pre-established timeline which voters in DC have already voted for. I don't see how it's necessary to propose like a single raised wage in the year 2025 if we're trying to prioritize workers' jobs. Essentially, it poses a threat to the voter-approved Initiative I-82, and it institutes a model for service charges which doesn't actually work in workers' interests. As a consumer, I have frequently encountered confusion and potential deception surrounding service charges in restaurants. It remains unclear how the collected funds are allocated, and even if this law mandates their utilization for base wages, it is not the responsibility of consumers to bear the burden of paying workers the minimum wage. Excuse me. There's a lack of transparency, oversight, and enforcement mechanisms to hold employers accountable for the usage of these funds. The 22% service charge, which is in the language of this bill from McDuffie, it appears intentionally deceptive, such that 22% is a common number for tipping at a restaurant. Essentially, in order to, well, I've already said this, in order to secure a higher wage for tipped workers, there is no reason to institute this motion from Kenyon McDuffie. That would be all for me. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your time and your testimony. Our next witness is Travis Bally. It's good to see you. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good to see you. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie, for holding this public hearing and council members for being in attendance. My name is Travis Bally. I am a Ward 7 resident, and today I'm wearing the hat of Assistant Treasurer for DC for Democracy. DC4D has more than 700 members, ranging from native Washingtonians and longtime residents to people who are brand new to DC. And our organization is a grassroots organization that works to promote political empowerment, integrity in leadership, and transparency in government. To this end, DC for Democracy brings new people into the political process. We are here today because Initiative 82 last year was an initiative that our members voted to support, as well, I might add, our support for Initiative 77 in 2018. We oppose Bill 25-0280 because it is a backdoor attempt to repeal Initiative 82. We urge the council to respect the will of voters and implement Initiative 82 as the voters intended when they overwhelmingly passed it. I'll remind the council that Initiative 82 won every single precinct in the district. Across the district, voters are united in this basic matter of fairness for all workers. My East of the River neighbors and I voted more in favor of Initiative 82 than any other wards in the district by margins over 80% in Ward 7 and 8. DC for Democracy strongly believes in protecting the will of the district's voters, and we demand that our votes be respected and not be undermined by legislative attempts being discussed today to overturn the will of the voters. The pace which Bill 25-0280 proposes, by speeding up certain provisions in Initiative 82, favors established and wealthy restaurant groups that are here today over independent small restaurants, many who need more time to adjust their business model than is currently proposed. In addition, instead of pushing for wage transparency for all workers, Bill 25-0280 would let employers abuse service charges in restaurants. Service charges have already been causing mass confusion across the district. As a separate charge on the bill, with the note that it covers an employee's pay, service charges lead many customers to think it is some kind of automatic tipping, even though it is not. In closing, DC4D is strongly opposed to this bill because it violates both democratic rights and workers' rights. We urge all committee members to vote against Bill 25-0280.
We're going to turn to Austin Dinan, who I do not see on the Zoom. Jacob Brown also does not appear to be with us today. William Martin is here, and we're going to turn to you next for your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes. Thanks for joining us. You're muted.
Yes, thank you. Sorry about that. Excuse me. All right, give me 1 second and then we'll be ready to go here. All right. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie and committee members for allowing me to provide my testimony in support of the RAP Act. I'm Billy Martin, a fourth generation owner of Martin's Tavern, which is the oldest family-owned restaurant in Washington, D.C., celebrating 90 years of service this year. We're a small independent restaurant, and we currently have 65 employees. Half of them are tipped personnel. I want to share a story about one of my employees named Nazrul Islam, who immigrated here from Bangladesh in 1985 for the American dream. He has worked for Martin's Tavern for 38 years as a server. He met his wife during this time, and she gave birth to 3 children. A son who's 26 with extreme special needs, a 21-year-old daughter who just graduated from St. John in New York, and a 13-year-old son in middle school here in the DMV. Nazrul and his wife have raised their children here and built a few homes, which they provide for rent, all from his tips he has worked hard for. He wanted me to share that waiting tables is about salesmanship and not order taking. It is a profession. He feels that OFW and other organizations are only helping those who don't want to work hard and only receive a paycheck. He's extremely fearful that when the minimum wage is in full effect in 2027, as per the current initiative, that he's going to take a significant pay cut and may not be able to take care of his family, especially his special needs son. He's not the only employee we have like this. We have several others whose families count on their tipped income. Given the arbitrary base wage and price increases across the board, not to mention high rent in one of the most expensive cities in the country, we need sufficient time to plan, transition, and adapt to the full implementation of I-82. There's been a lot of conversation about service charges. Without one and the huge increase in payroll, as Ed Lazier recommends, just work in the cost, a hamburger could cost $38 to $40. So as a business owner and speaking for my tipped employees, we beg you to pass this bill. Without the help of this bill and future bills providing relief for the hospitality industry, many businesses and employees may be forced to find new location outside of DC to work and run their establishments. Nazrul has made Washington, DC his home and loves what he does. He's not looking to have to change at this stage in life. Neither do we after 90 years. This is the nation's capital with some of the best dining in the world. We should be preserving the second largest industry in DC and not tearing it apart. So I urge you to vote in favor of the RAP Act, as well as the dram shop clarification and the other relief bills that may come before the committee and the council. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony this afternoon. I want to note that we've been rejoined by Ward 2 Councilmember Brooke Pinto. I'll turn to you for a round shortly, but I did want to just ask, in your testimony, Travis Valley, you suggested that you read the bill to be a backdoor attempt to repeal Initiative 82. And as the drafter of the bill, let me assure you that was not my attempt to repeal Initiative 82. It was an attempt to get workers the money faster, but also address the challenges that restaurants are facing and have expressed to the committee with the existing implementation timeline. But then you also mentioned that it would, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm going to paraphrase the way that the bill lays out the timeline, skipping the increase in 2024 and then implementing the full minimum in 2025 would be a hardship to the independent restaurants in the district. Did I have that right?
Sorry, you cut out a bit. Can you repeat your last sentence?
You were saying that you thought the implementation in RAP Act, skipping the $2 increase in 2024 to $10, and then moving directly to 2025, the full implementation of the minimum wage would create a hardship for independent restaurants in the district.
Chairman, thank you for the question. What I support is the implementation of a phase out of the tip minimum wage as we voted in Initiative 82. And I would urge the chairman to consider the diverse perspective of workers. I know there are workers that are testifying on both sides of the bill today. I urge you to consider that you may be thinking you may be thinking too much about the
Let me ask you a question.
larger restaurants
Travis,
versus workers.
Travis Balley, is it that you don't want to answer the question that I asked about? I just wanted to clarify the point that you were making around the implementation to 2025, because the idea is that you actually would get workers to the full minimum wage and eliminate the tipped minimum wage sooner, which is the spirit of Initiative 82. But it sounds like you see that differently.
Yes, the spirit of Initiative 82 was an intentional, longer phased-in elimination of the tip minimum wage. And I stand by what I and every precinct majority of voters in the district voted for.
Yeah, I understand that. Okay, so you don't think it would create a hardship then if it went to the full minimum wage in 2025?
I oppose this bill, and I think it's less about hardship. It's more about what is the best way of phasing in a needed change. And I think rushing, as this legislation is,
in terms
would be less ideal than Initiative
I heard
82.
the response that you provided. In terms of the service charge, I think you took issue with the service charge as component as well.
I take issue with the fact that service charges are being implemented in a way that confuses diners and confuses workers.
So if, as this bill outlines, the definition of a service charge and where it would go, do you think that would be confusing?
The fact that the restaurant industry is trying to rely on a charge that other businesses do not have the ability to do does not make sense to me and is overcomplicating a
Let me ask a
industry.
question. Let me ask a question, because I am a little confused, because it sounds like a number of the advocates who've testified have criticized the bill for the service charge component, but have suggested that they want to see tips continue. And I'm trying to reconcile the two. I thought the idea was to eliminate tipping and get restaurant workers to the full minimum wage.
Yeah, I understand your misunderstanding of where many advocates are, which is that we want tipping to be a tip that is not subsidizing businesses to pay the minimum wage that they owe their workers. So I understand your confusion. We've had many years of debate on this, but I hope this clarifies things for you.
So you would like to see tips continue?
I have always wanted tips to continue, and so has every advocate that has been passionately working to eliminate the tip minimum wage in the district.
Got it. Okay. I appreciate you answering at least a few of my questions, if not all the ones that I asked. It helps to get the responses to questions by the committee so we can clarify some of the aspects of bills that we propose and some of the positions that people testify to on the record. So I appreciate that. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Allen at this point. For a round, I think, I'm sorry, Councilmember Brooke Pinto is actually with us.
Great. Thank you so much, Chairman. And thank you all for your testimony. It's really helpful to hear and the different thinking about these issues. If Jamie Leeds is still here. Are you still with us, Jamie? Okay, great. Hi.
Yes. Hi.
So I'm interested in your points about raising menu prices, because I think this is a piece of this conversation that is sometimes lost on what changes will affect the consumer and how rising costs will affect the consumer's ability to dine out. And if you could elaborate a little bit more on that kind of practical reality on some of what we're talking about today.
Sure, be happy to. So like I was saying, I can speak to Hanks because of the brand that I built as a good for a quality product concept. People know that they can get a good, fresh, locally sourced menu item and not have to pay an exorbitant amount of money for it. So that's what people are coming for. That's what makes us popular. And in order to, I wouldn't do that. I charge $40 for a piece of fish. That's just not in my model. It's not the brand. It's not what we adhere to. It's not what we want to do for the public, so, and that's what we would have to do. If this were to go through, and if we didn't have service charge, or if we didn't have tipping, the prices would be so exorbitant that we would go out of business because no one would come in.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And then Gavin Coleman, if you're still here, with the
yep.
Hi, thanks so much. With the new interpretation of the service charge that came out by the Attorney General, there's been a number of different restaurants who have come forward or written into the council with different models that they use, curious about how this new interpretation would affect them. And I'm just wondering if you can share from your perspective from the Restaurant Association, thinking about kind of a broad array of restaurants, what the bill before us today would help clarify and create more consistency for a broader group of restaurants.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to comment on the vast array of different ways service charges are being implemented right now, not only from a percentage standpoint, but what they're being used for, as stated in menus and on websites. But what I would say is that the current bill that's being proposed would help clarify to customers and to employees that the service charges that we're collecting are going to be used towards workers' pay. I constantly hear the term base pay. There's no base pay anymore. There's just their wages. And that's what this would be used for.
Okay. Thank you. And then Billy or Diane, if there were some arguments made, and I think Commissioner Micton talked about, if a restaurant wanted to go forward and just increase their pay right now, they could do that. Do you have any comments on suggestions like that and kind of the operational perspective of your establishments? Or Eric?
Well, I don't know if this answers your question, Councilwoman, but restaurants right now are using the model that they've been using for a very long time, right? Many of them. And so one of the reasons for figuring out and the time element to figure out what the best method for each of them will be individually, right? Because we all have different models. We all look at our businesses different. We all have different bottom lines. We all have different prices. There's so many different factors that restaurants really need to have the time to sort of figure that all out before they are moved into, the elimination of the tipped credit. Right now, as we know, we don't have to argue the basis, restaurants do pay employees a certain wage, and then their tips must make them up to minimum wage. But as we move forward in implementing I-82, the restaurant pays the full minimum wage. And so it's a change in models. And so for restaurants to be able to stay in business, to offer value to their guests, as Jamie was talking about earlier, and as we at Quirk are always concerned about, because we're a neighborhood spot, right? People come in 1 or 2 times a week, 3 times a month. You want to be able to preserve that. Restaurants need to be able to look at all the different factors to be able to determine what the best model for them is. So they can move to increasing pay now, but then they have to figure out where the give is, because the margins are already so small that just doing that immediately for many businesses would force them out of business. And then those workers wouldn't have jobs anymore. And, the restaurant wouldn't be there to serve the community. So I think we want to avoid that. And we want to be able to make sure that restaurants have the time to be able to implement it in a way that makes sense for everybody. And everybody is the restaurant, the employees, and the community and the guests. I hope that answered your question.
Yes, thank you very much.
Councilmember Pinto, if I might add on to that, and
Yeah.
Diane's absolutely right in that. You know, this is a very complex issue, as we know. And, you know, as your question was, is restaurants taking it to the full, you know, minimum wage now? I think we've seen restaurants from here to New York that have tried that initially when this first came out into, you know, at the forefront, and they found that it was a little more daunting and a lot more to it than they thought. So, you know, being such a complex issue, we do need time to figure this out, you know, and the tax implications that are there are going to be, you know, also something we have to navigate. And I know Gavin talked to that, as well as Sean Townsend earlier, and even Andrew Klein. But I think it's also a case-by-case basis. It depends on what location you're in. It depends on what your business model's in. You know, Jamie has hers, Diane has hers, I have mine, Gavin's got his, I've got one restaurant, they've got two restaurants. So it is, again, I come back, it's a very complex thing that we all have to try to navigate and have time to work it out so that it's understandable and everybody, you know, can knows what they're walking into when they walk into DC, the nation's capital, into a restaurant.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, thank you so much. I am way over time. Sorry about that, Chairman, but appreciate all of you on this panel, and sorry I didn't get a chance to ask you all questions, but thank you all for being here. And thank you, Chairman McDuffie.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto, and anybody who, you know, I know Diane Gross, I don't think you got to the end of your testimony. I'm obviously want to encourage everybody who is a public witness to submit written testimony if they have not had the opportunity to do so. If there are additional thoughts, ideas, positions they'd like to make the committee aware of, we highly encourage you to do so in writing to the committee. I do want to thank you for your time, though, this afternoon. We're going to take another panel, but I do, just for planning purposes, for anybody who is waiting to testify, want to advise that after the conclusion of the next panel, the committee is going to adjourn this hearing, and we're going to reconvene the hearing on June 28, 2023 at noon. Just to be clear, we're going to hear the next panel of public witnesses. Upon the conclusion of that panel, we're going to adjourn the hearing and reconvene on June 28th at noon, hearing from the public witnesses who remain on the agenda, as well as the government witness representing the Office of the Attorney General. So let's pick up with Colin McDonough, Aparna Raj, Laura Brown, Teresa Boyd, Tony Temeldon, Anna Reyes, Amari McElroy, Ren Stone, Camilo Macias, Lauren Cowrie, Dia King, this regional Whitehead, that might be Reginald, I'm not sure if it's a typo, apologize in advance if it is. Lex Orndorff, Shayla LaSalle, Isabella Strada. All right, we're going to begin this panel with Colin McDonough. Thanks for your patience. We appreciate all the patience of the public witnesses. I know it's been a long day for you all. Colin McDonough, you can begin your testimony. Good afternoon to you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. I appreciate the time. My name is Colin McDonough. I represent Redstone Restaurant Group, which is Boundary Stone, All Purpose, and the Red Hen. I urge you to support the RAP Act as proposed. I think it's a win for restaurant workers. I think it's a win for the restaurant industry in general, and I think it's a win for consumers as well. Just kind of to address some of the things that I've heard over the last hour or so, I think this bill gets to the point of the heart of what 82 was about, and that's raising workers' wages and getting to the to minimum wage for workers. And I've heard a lot about and continue to make tips on top. I don't think that was clear in 82. I think the consumer was actually somewhat confused about 82. So I think that this will help with a public campaign of educating the consumer on how we're moving forward. I've been in restaurants in DC for over 20 years. I've been a bartender, a server, and now I own restaurants. And I was at the forefront of reopening the Boundary Stone coming out of the pandemic. We have used a service charge since the pandemic, initially to protect our workers during the pandemic. We didn't want people having to come to work and worry about whether or not they would make a tip or not make a tip. So we instituted a 20% service charge. We continued it coming out of the pandemic because we found that it was really equitable. It allowed us to not only continue to pay our front of house workers a living wage, it also allowed us to raise the floor in the back of the house. And we also knew that potentially 82 was coming and we didn't know where service models would go. I can tell you that having touched, hundreds and hundreds of tables, talked to 1,000 different guests, explaining the service charge, overwhelmingly positive response from all of our guests. We continue to see lots of people coming in. We've continued to educate everybody that comes through the door. All of our service charge goes to our workers. In the beginning, we had to hold back some for base wage because we had to survive, and we weren't back to normal sales levels. We still aren't back to normal sales levels yet. With a 20% service charge and 7%, I'll say on average tips on top, that our servers and bartenders make on average between $28 and $35 an hour. I'm able to give money to the back of the house and increase their wages. We've been able to institute a PTO policy. So all of this argument that, owners are going to dip into service charges was the same argument about tips that we heard before. So I think we need the tools to be able to support our workers. And I think this is a tool that will help us moving forward. Thank you for the time.
Thank you for your testimony this afternoon. We're going to turn to our next witness, Aparna Raj. Welcome and good afternoon. Begin your testimony.
Awesome. Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Aparna Raj, and I am the chair of the Metro DC chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America. Our chapter, which has about 3,000 volunteer members across the DMV area, collected 2,000 signatures and knocked 18,000 doors for Initiative 82 last year. I am testifying to strongly oppose the Workers in Restaurants Are Priorities Act of 2023. We talked to thousands of voters across every ward in DC, including restaurant workers, other tipped workers, and small business owners who supported Initiative 82 as written. 74% of DC voters approved of Initiative 82, an overwhelming number that's more than many council members received during their elections. Voters approved this initiative because they wanted to see higher wages for tipped workers. They saw or experienced themselves, especially during COVID, how fragile it is to work in the industry with unpredictable wages, no health insurance, and having to put up with constant harassment. Initiative 82 is meant to be one step towards creating a restaurant industry that works for everyone, including workers of color, women, and queer and trans people. Instead, this bill seeks to undermine Initiative 82 by promoting service fees that take money away from workers. Customers and workers alike Both generally oppose service fees. Service fees go directly to the owners to choose how to distribute, even though they're generally set around 18 to 22% to make customers associate them with tips, which are actually the things that go directly to workers. The fees already obscure things when customers are considering how much to tip, and this legislation makes it so that restaurants are required to have even less transparency and accountability around them. Additionally, this bill would allow more of a service charge to go towards supporting a worker's base pay, while also confusing customers into thinking that the service fees are being used as tips on top. This would lead to workers taking home way less, which is in direct opposition to the continuous tips on top messaging and implementation that voters approved with Initiative 82. This legislation also makes it so that service charges are exempt from sales tax for restaurants only, which incentivizes even more restaurants to add on deceptive service charges. The purpose of 82 was to start to create a healthier restaurant culture and industry where workers start to make more in base wages while still getting their tips on top. But this bill instead undermines that and redirects money from workers to the owners, in addition to radically changing the implementation timeline. The Restaurant Association of Metro Washington and restaurant owners have donated thousands of dollars to Councilmember McDuffie's campaigns. They've also contributed hundreds of thousands of dollars to oppose Initiative 77 and 82, and have consistently lobbied against vital worker protections like paid sick leave for tipped workers. In 2018, they led the effort to overturn 77, which Councilmember McDuffie voted with them on. And I am disappointed that instead of learning from 2018 that overturning the will of the voters is anti-democratic, that instead Councilmember McDuffie and the Restaurant Association are attempting it again in a more pernicious manner. This legislation is not concerned with successfully implementing 82. It will undermine the will of the voters again, deceive customers, and actively hurt tipped workers. I urge you to not support this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next witness on the agenda is Laura Brown. Good afternoon to you, Laura Brown. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Laura Brown. I'm a Ward 6 resident, and I'm the Executive Director of First Shift Justice Project. I'm testifying in opposition to the proposed Workers and Restaurants Are Priorities Act of 2023, and I oppose this legislation as an advocate for workers, as a voter, and as a consumer. I oppose this legislation as an advocate for workers because it will prevent workers from receiving tips. Customers who are forced to pay a service charge won't tip as much or at all. Even full-time workers receiving the full minimum wage of 2023 in the amount of $17 an hour only make around $35,000 a year. It's not possible to live on that. Restaurant workers are entitled to tips because they earn them through good service. They can't meet living expenses in DC without them. Approximately 15% of First Shift's clients in 2022 were restaurant workers, all mothers supporting families that need them to bring home their tips. As a voter, I have voted twice for the tipped minimum wage to be eliminated and for restaurant workers to be paid more consistent, sustainable wages. I thought the phased approach over 5 years was sensible. I'm not a restaurant owner. I have heard the earlier testimony that restaurants don't like the incremental approach. And to that, I say I'm not aware of anything in Initiative 82 that prevents restaurants from increasing wages in a less incremental manner in 2025 if they want to do that. What's worse than having Congress interfere with our voting rights is having our own council do it. As a consumer, I'm sick of paying extra fees at every turn that I don't understand what they are. I'm embarrassed to say that when I noticed a service fee on my own restaurant bills, I thought I was paying a tip that the restaurant built into the bill, similar to what Colin was saying, to ensure that the server doesn't get stiffed. And that is not true for this bill. To call these charges service charges is an unfair and deceptive trade practice. Labor is the cost of doing business. If you can't afford to pay for labor, there's a problem with the business model. These extra charges should be called something else, not service fees, if they are implemented at all. The customer notice provisions in this bill are inadequate. In a letter to restaurants a few months ago, the Attorney General's office said that the fees must be predominantly, clearly, and accurately disclosed to diners before diners place an order. There are also no reporting requirements imposed on restaurants to prove that the so-called service fees are actually going toward the payment of workers. I get grant funding and I have to justify and prove where I am spending the money if I say that is where I'm going to spend it. And I don't see why restaurants can't be held to the same standard. This suggests that the failure or lack of reporting in this bill suggests that the rationale for collecting the service fees is a ruse. This fee alienates the public towards service workers and punishes and retaliates against them for fighting for basic fairness. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
And thank you for your testimony this afternoon. Our next witness is Teresa Boyd. Don't see Teresa Boyd on the Zoom. I do see Tony. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony.
Hello, my name is Tony T. I own the Pug, and I'm a partner at Brookline's Finest and Union Trust. I'm also the executive director of CHAMPS, the Capitol Hill Association of Merchants and Professionals, with almost 300 members. I live in Ward 5, and I'm not really sure it matters how long I've been in DC. First, I would like to thank Councilmember McDuffie and the rest of the committee for getting involved in these issues and trying to help us out. In the hospitality industry, both owners and labor, we are still desperately limping out of the pandemic, and we are about to be steamrolled by tripling our payroll and the previously discussed skyrocketing liability insurance costs. At the Pug, I'm really hard pressed to figure out how I'm going to survive this shift to a higher wage. Frankly, in all honesty, the Pug is too fancy for adding a service charge, but a lot of my friends in the industry and a lot of members of CHAMPS are moving to this model. For these folks, implementing service charges and customers paying them, more clarity is needed. I think the WRAP Act helps establish rules on how the charges are presented to customers and how the funds are used and dispersed by operators, how the fees are taxed and calculated by landlords, all of which would help all of us a great deal. Right now, it's just the Wild West. In addition to these massive monetary increases we're discussing, we're also continuously nickeled and dimed by the city. I fear DC is increasingly going to lose business to Maryland and Virginia. Charles Allen is also working on some legislation that would help us ease some of the ABCA managers' fees, increase property tax credits, add clarity to the sexual harassment requirements that were brought up by 82, and bring agencies up to speed on communicating with DC restaurants, businesses, and retailers. As the director of CHAMPS and a bar owner, I'd love to see his provisions in the Small Business Thrives legislation added to the WRAP Act. Any moves this committee and the council as a whole can make to help us stay in DC and stay in business would be great. Again, my thanks to Councilmember McDuffie, and really, like the soup ladies said earlier, we're just trying to get some understanding so that everybody's on the same page. Again, thank you for the time, and I hope to see you for a drink later.
Thank you very much. I may need one later. Let me turn next to Ana Reyes, who I do see on the Zoom. Thank you for your patience and waiting, and we're going to turn to you next. You have 3 minutes for your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie. My name is Ana Reyes. I operate my family's 41-year-old Salvadoran Mexican restaurant, El Tamarindo, in Washington, D.C.'s Adams Morgan neighborhood. We currently employ 30 amazing and hardworking people and serve thousands of Washingtonians and visitors every month as a restaurant known for pupusas, late night dining, and celebrating National Pupusa Day. I'm here today in support of the Worker and Restaurants Are Priorities Act. I learned the restaurant business from my mom and dad, who started El Tamarindo using only their family recipes, on-the-job knowledge, and natural business instincts. As I'm sure you can imagine, we've had to adapt and adjust many times in the 41 years that El Tamarindo has been open, but none of us were prepared for the unique set of challenges the pandemic brought on. Those challenges were especially tough for the hospitality industry, and I can tell you from experience that we are still recovering more than 3 years after the pandemic began. But our business has remained a neighborhood and DC staple throughout that time, at least in part because of the cultural and educational exchange we offer our guests, employees, and community. El Tamarindo is a place that you can rely on, a place where you know you will be treated fairly, and a place that has always operated with integrity. Hospitality culture will forever be changed with the passing of Initiative 82, and that is why we need the Worker and Restaurants Are Priorities Act. Our industry has relied on tips for at least the last several decades, and to introduce a completely new way of doing things without properly educating everyone involved, guests, employees, and the community, would be irresponsible of the cultural gatekeepers and policymakers. Though I believe most of my fellow restaurateurs are simply trying to adhere to the new standards for paying employees and continue to make money, service fees vary from restaurant to restaurant, and what's allowed and what isn't is very unclear. We owe it to everyone involved, again, guests, employees, and community, to have clear and concise standards for service fees across the industry. Every other aspect of the hospitality business and culture has established standards and rules to be followed. We understand our responsibility in maintaining these rules and standards, but look to you to regulate them. I believe this can best be achieved and more quickly via a public education campaign, spearheaded by DC government, clearly outlining the new policies and what they mean for everyone who participates in the hospitality culture. The city has to be involved in this effort because we have the best resources for ensuring all parties are properly educated in the most clear and concise way. I also believe that the campaign should be translated into Spanish to ensure a large part of the hospitality industry, those whose first language is Spanish, are fully aware and included in the city's efforts. Through this effort, we can all be better ensure trust and integrity between employees and operator, consumer and operator.
Time has expired. We're going to go to our next public witness on the agenda. I do not see Kamari McElroy on the Zoom. I do see Ren Stone. Good afternoon to you. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon. Thank you for consideration of me as a public witness. I appreciate the time. My reason for rejecting this bill is for revision for worker-centered revisions on top of undermining I-82. It is absolutely true that the wait is too long for revision. However, at the same time, I can understand why it seems like a Trojan horse for workers in 2023. Given the confusions and conflations displayed here between all of us, it could allow employees to use funds towards business expenses instead of towards workers weekly and biweekly, with only fairness of a worker being able to receive after DOES investigations after they are terminated or resign, or move to more equitable restaurants, perhaps even further outside of the city, feeling more comfortable with dealing with time poverty aspects of longer commutes for fair distribution of wages and better culture as a matter of dignity, or simply leaving the industry altogether in the meantime, regardless, which is already happening. A few particulars that I haven't heard given the bill's steps of months and years in advance is simply that we can't consider what is workers going through right now. We are already dealing with being late on rent, owing back rent, being late on utilities this year due to wage theft and retaliatory underscheduling, which is often because of workers dealing with managers and their social retaliation, which is rampant. If your workers are evicted or homeless, employers are going to lose labor. This is simply put. I'm intimately aware myself as someone who works in hospitality as a bartender, host, and most recently as a server assistant, a role that I often misused as a food runner, busser, and barback day by day, shift by shift, all in which within my former restaurant had different shares within the tip pool. So my check was, absolutely through payroll, a nightmare. Given that I was also originally employed as a host and not able to sign my contract as someone who is supposed to be at that subpar wage, I wasn't able to get a decent share of my tip pool that I was working towards shift by shift. And I want to stress that every restaurant is already stuck trying to figure out if they want to stay at minimum wage or not, tip-based pay or not, and having these sub minimum wages with, people not being able to get the wages that they need is going to drive workers outside of the city limits. Hospitality already feels like a social science rather than a financially driven space, but it's also very clearly a financially driven space that a lot of managers are having to deal with their internal biases factoring into how they treat workers. I personally have been subject, because of my marginal identities, to a lot of retaliation. And if people cannot even sign contracts to revise without proper notice, they're going to have a hard time being able to actually receive the fair payment that they are due. And as Tom stated, this is already the wild, wild west. A lot of workers are having to be on eggshells shift by shift due to this current climate. And so it's hard to figure out if this manipulation, which is already common and enforced, isn't going to already be something that folks have to deal with should this initiative pass. If you lose assets because of this, it is simply because of the confusion. This is Ren, and I'm done speaking.
Thank you for your testimony. We've been joined on the Zoom by Kamari McElroy. Thank you for being here this afternoon and your patience. We're going to turn to you next for your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you to the committee for giving me the opportunity to share my comments on the Workers in Restaurants, Our Priorities Act of 2023. I'm here today to testify in favor of the full implementation of Initiative 82 and against Restaurants, Our Priorities Act of 2023. My name is Kamari McElroy. I am a one fair wage worker leader and I am a Ward 5 resident in Washington, D.C. One Fair Wage funded and led I-77 and I-82 initiatives in DC. I am a hostess and a hookah attendant and have worked in the restaurant industry for a year, living off of tips. I'm here to testify against B250280, which would undo Initiative 82. I oppose this bill because I believe that employers should pay our wages, not the customers. Tipped workers deserve a full living wage just like any other profession. And currently the system that I'm working for doesn't work for me or my colleagues. We experience harassment from customers on a daily basis. I'm dependent on customers' tips, and that means I can't count on a steady paycheck. My earnings often go up and down depending on which shift I'm working, how busy the night is, the weather, and the mood of each of the customers. It's often determined by a worker's race, gender, or looks as well of how much money I will take home. Because I rely on tips to earn a living, I feel compelled to tolerate inappropriate behavior in the workplace, including sexual and verbal harassment. The other day, a coworker of mine was assaulted for simply telling a customer that their reservation time slot was up. I am a skilled professional and I deserve to be paid the regular minimum wage by my employer and still earn my tips. There are 7 states that pay one fair wage, including California, Minnesota, and Alaska. DC joined that list thanks to the voters who voted in favor in November of 2022. However, this current bill now aims to undo this victory and take us to a situation where service charges are used to pay wages. The employer should be paying our wages, not customers. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to turn next to Camilo Macias. Yes, I don't see that person present. Lauren Cowrie is with us, and good afternoon to you. You begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. Hello to everyone that is here. My name is Lauren Corey, and I'm pleased to testify on behalf of the Metropolitan Washington Employment Lawyers Association, also known as MWELA. Here in DC, MWELA is an association of over 300 attorneys whose practice is dedicated primarily to the representation of employees. And in our experience representing employees in Washington, DC, we very strongly supported eradicating the tipped minimum wage and oppose B25-280, the Workers in Restaurants, Our Priorities Act of 2023. We share the concerns of many of the folks who have testified here today about the bill being problematic for workers, customers, and voters, including that the bill incentivizes the use of deceptive service charges, alters a steady wage that was called for in Initiative 82, incentivizes the use of service charges that will confuse customers, disincentivizes restaurants from using a better system for a service charge, allows for unfair preferential treatment to restaurants over other retailers, and delays what we think is needed for delivery drivers and the conditions that's happening now. I heard one person testify today about public education and the need for public education, and that's something we agree, but believe that public education has been happening over the last couple of years and should continue to happen without a further delay of the conditions that we've heard from workers in our community. The one thing I do want to talk about. Oh, I'm sorry, I hear a little bit of an echo, but it's okay. One thing I think is important to note that we've seen this week and have seen over the last year For democracy to work for all of us, it must include all of us, no matter who you are or where you come from. And I, along with, I believe, the DC Council, has been disappointed in the US House and Senate to see how they have voted to overturn the will of DC citizens and continue to appear to want to do the same with just a hearing yesterday. And now the DC Council is proposing a bill that does, again, what the voters have voted to accomplish twice: eradicate the tipped minimum wage. First with Initiative 77 and now with Initiative 82. I think that the DC Council, who has been staunchly opposed to what the federal government has done, owes the voters the same consideration and not to step away from what the voters have asked for in eradicating the tipped minimum wage. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to turn to our next public witness, Dia King. Good afternoon to you, and you begin your testimony. You're muted.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to thank you to the community committee and the distinguished members of the panel for giving me the opportunity to share my testimony on BC B250280, which will undermine the victory of Initiative 82 that will phase in one fair wage for tip workers. I am here today to testify in favor of the full implementation of I-82 against B250280. My name is Dia King. I am a native Washingtonian. I live in Southeast, Ward 7. I am a tip worker, a rideshare driver, and a One Fair Wage member leader. One Fair Wage funded and led the I-77, and I-82 initiatives in DC. And I have worked in the industry for 10 years while living off tips. How many times are you going to let the Restaurant Association undermine the will of the people? How many times do we have to go to the Wilson building screaming, yelling, and testifying for you to hear us? You say you do, yet you constantly undermine the will of the people for the will of these corporations. Is this what Mr. McDuffie, Kenyon McDuffie, calls equity? This is equitable to you? Is it equitable to add a nebulous, confusing charge to a bill when everyone knows what a tip gratuity is, as well as a fair wage? Again, I am mostly against B250280, which would attempt to undo Initiative 82. It gives tips workers like me a full minimum wage instead of some clever accounting. I wish I could use the same clever accounting these businesses use on my landlord, but alas, clever accounting does not work on my rent. What I do like is, as a rideshare driver, I should be able to use their restroom if I am picking up an order for a customer, so that's good. I oppose this bill because instead of expecting the employer to pay the full minimum wage, we are expecting the consumers to pay. The current system is not working for me. We make $6 an hour and experience harassment from customers on a daily basis. Being dependent on customer tips means I can't count on a steady paycheck. Earnings go up and down depending on which shift I'm able to work, how busy a night is, the weather, and the mood of each guest. It is often determined by a worker's race, gender, looks as well. Because I rely on tips to earn a living, I feel compelled to tolerate inappropriate behavior on the job, including the rude, obnoxious, entitled type. Just the other day, a fellow worker was punched in the face for simply telling the customer their reservation time was up. I'm a skilled professional and I deserve to be paid the regular minimum wage by my employer and still earn tips. There are 7 states that pay one fair wage. DC joins the list thanks to voters who voted in favor of this in November. And this bill aims to undo the victory and take us to a situation where service charges are used.
Your time has expired. Thank you for your testimony. We're going to go to the next witness. Last name is Whitehead. Lex Orndorff, Shayla LaSalle, Isabella Strada. Trustee Isabella Estrada, thank you for your patience. Good afternoon to you, and you can begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chairperson McDuffie and members of the committee for this opportunity to testify. My name is Isabella Estrada, and I'm a rising junior at Georgetown University. This past year, I worked as a research assistant for Dr. Katie Wells, who testified earlier today. I want to share some of the stories we heard from delivery workers who struggled with pay transparency and were paid less than they were expecting for their work. 40% of workers told us about these experiences, and I'll share a few now. Caleb, a 43-year-old disabled firefighter who lost a supplemental job during the pandemic, has been paid less than what he was expecting on numerous occasions. He said, depending on how much it is, especially if it's in the middle of a delivery, it's not worth it to fight with them, which is sad because I feel they realize they can get away with a certain number of glitches. Quote. Pedro, another full-time driver, told us a similar story. He said, quote, an order came in saying I would get paid $15 for 3 miles, but when I completed the order, they only paid me $10. And after sending many complaints to DoorDash, nothing. They basically said, we can't confirm this, sir. And so I stopped bothering. Roberta, a 65-year-old grandmother who lost her childcare business when the pandemic hit, explained how this happened. When the alert comes on the app, it says this trip is going to pay $5.74, right? In the fine print, however, it says it includes expected tip. So the idea is that they're going to give you this money if the person tipped. Well, if the person doesn't tip, that means you're not getting the $5.74 that was advertised to you. So the amount changes, and sometimes you won't get the $5.74, she said, because you discover that the order is actually $1.59. So that's what Uber does, which is very frustrating. There is always a discrepancy in the amount that they say, she says. This is unjust. Workers in DC currently have no right to know in advance what they will be paid for by third-party meal delivery apps, and that's a problem. And while it is wonderful that the council will mandate bathroom access for this workforce, it is simply not enough. The council gave restaurants and customers the right to know how much the platforms will take from each order with the Fair Meals Delivery Act, and now it should do the same for its workers, who are the backbone of the city and economy. The council must act to address the issue of pay transparency. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. You were the final witness for this panel. I do want to just ask a question. Dear King, you mentioned that the current system does not work. I think most people on the Zoom will acknowledge that. This bill, as drafted, was intended to implement Initiative 82 sooner. And I wanted to just get your thoughts on I guess it sounds like your preference of Initiative 82, which would implement the full minimum wage in 2027, over this proposal, which would implement the full minimum wage 2 years earlier in 2025.
That's the question?
Yes.
Well, I like it the other way in that it's a gradual increase of the minimum wage. I didn't take into account what some of the restaurant owners were saying of how it might be a problem for them, but I still think it's better to do it in a slower way, so that way people, the restaurants, can get used to it. I don't like how just throwing it down on them like all of a sudden in like 1 year is you're going to double the cost of their labor and real quick. So I'm not with that.
I appreciate that. I know I've heard that from some of the advocates who've testified. The challenge, though, is I'm not hearing that from the restaurants, and I mean this in all sincerity. If you all are aware, and there was a witness who said that they are aware of a restaurant who feels like the transition as proposed in this RAP Act would be too much, and I want to hear from them. And I'm encouraging people who are testifying today or people who are listening to please let the committee know of restaurants who feel like this would not work for them, because it is designed to try to breed more of a consensus bill, given the fact that, as you put it, the current system does not work for workers, but it still seems like Initiative 82 as proposed does not work for employer restaurants and operators. And this isn't an attempt to tip the scale in favor of restaurant operators. It's an attempt to really be more of a compromise measure that fulfills the spirit of Initiative 82 by getting restaurant workers the full minimum wage sooner, but then also addressing the challenges that restaurant owners, operators have articulated with the incremental timeline in Initiative 82. So let me ask, okay, I see Tony, you have your hand raised if you'd like to respond.
I mean, I'll say, excuse me, I'll say this, that at the restaurant, once there is some clarity on however we're going to do it, we'll survive at Brookline's Finest. But whether it's 2 years or 5 years or whatever it is, ultimately at the pug, it's just not, it's not going to work. I cannot in 2 years or 5 years figure out how to pay my workers and keep that place open at the new level. They make $40 an hour in tips. They make more than I do as the owner, and it's not sustainable once we move forward over 2 years, over 4 years. So there is your one that I currently cannot figure out a way to make it work. And there's a lot of people that have been testifying all day that are clearly much smarter than I am, and we will figure it out at the restaurant, but I cannot figure it out at the pub. So that's why I'm gonna have a drink now.
I appreciate you sharing. I appreciate you sharing that. I wanted to turn to Laura Brown. I appreciate your testimony. You mentioned in your testimony, and this might not be an exact quote, but you said customers forced to pay a 20% service charge will not pay tips. Did I get that accurately?
I didn't say will not. I said won't pay as much or may not pay it at all. And that's because it's a surprise. And because there's confusion. You look at the bill, you think, oh, service charge. I mean, I don't even go out enough to know this now, but back in the day when there was like a bunch of people at a table, like 10 people, you would expect there to be an added in gratuity. And so then you would pay it. And so when when going out with my family, started to see service charges pop up on bills when there was only 4 of us, I thought, oh, they're just doing that for everyone now. And isn't that great? Because tipped workers are going to get their tips now and they can't get stiffed. And so that is my, layperson's, not restaurant owner mentality towards how service charges are handled. And that's not what this bill is about.
Well, I mean, it recognizes that, currently there are restaurants who charge a service charge. And I'm not sure if it's clear to people where it goes. And this bill does attempt to define service charge so that it's clear where it would go.
Yeah, but that gets to my other point was about the notice, which is just the provision in this bill about notice is not reasonable.
I actually don't disagree. And we've talked, my team and I have already talked, and we intend to change that. I think I alluded to it in my opening statement. The idea that the website alone would work as drafted, I think practically would not provide the sort of notice. And so that's already something that we would intend to address. And we're aware of the Attorney General's advisory on this. And so, and I've talked to them, and they'll get an opportunity to testify. Maybe they have some thoughts about what it should look like. I guess part of the concern, though, and why we try to codify the way to convey the service charge is because we want consumers to be protected. But we also don't want restaurants to open themselves up to suits because they aren't doing it the right way, or they're attempting to disclose what the service charge is, but they put it in a place that is not consumer friendly. And so we're absolutely not suggesting, I think I said in my statement that this bill as drafted might not be perfect. Actually, let me delete might not, it's not perfect. But the idea is that we have this conversation and I get feedback, my colleagues get feedback, and maybe there's a way to improve this measure so that it addresses the really serious concerns that were addressed in Initiative 82, as well as the existing serious concerns that restaurant operators have said will make it difficult, if not impossible, for them to continue to open their doors and effectively employ those workers who we care about and are trying to protect. So I'm open to suggestions about a better way to require the notice to be provided to consumers. And I do recognize, though, the bill as drafted does not address it in the, I think, most effective way. Tony, your hand is still up. Is that just from the last time, or you have something else you would? Okay. What is your experience today? And I'll direct this question to Kamari McElroy. Are you experiencing an environment in your job with service charges? And if so, I was trying to direct a question to one of the restaurant workers. If there is, I can't see all the windows in my Zoom. That's why I keep turning my head if you're at home watching. If there are any remaining restaurant workers, I wanted to ask their experience with service charges. All right, I'll turn to Colin McDonough. I don't think we have any left who want to take the question, but if you'd like to comment, Colin McDonough.
Yeah, it's just interesting. We've heard a lot about one fair wage and, you know, a livable wage and where we need to get workers to. But I don't think anybody's actually talked about an actual wage of what people are earning and what is sufficient to earn and what's not sufficient to earn. And getting workers to the full minimum wage and then tips on top, well, you're leaving an entire half of a restaurant behind. You want to increase that wage, but then also allow all the tips to go to those workers. That doesn't help the back of the house. And I haven't heard anybody advocate for back of house workers at all. And so, again, I only have my own experience. I can't say exactly what every restaurateur is going to do, what every restaurant's going to do, and what they're going to do for their workers. But I can tell you that a service charge has been beneficial to our back of house workers. And I believe that my front of house workers have continued to make good wages. And if they don't feel that way, they obviously can make a change. But that's kind of where I'm confused about, are we advocating for the minimum wage to go up, or are we advocating for tips? Because I've also heard about the tip system being racist, sexist, discriminatory. And I think service charges eliminate that. You no longer have to kind of, for lack of a better word, bow and scrape to a guest and have them pay your wage. We're making sure that money comes in. And yes, you have to rely on people who run businesses to pay their employees. That's kind of the way this works. No one is advocating that we're not paying the back of house employees enough because the minimum wage exists. So if the minimum wage exists for the front of house, then why do they need to be advocated for from some outside party? They have a choice. If they don't feel like they're getting a good wage from their employee, they can move to another restaurant where maybe the wage is better or they offer benefits or something along those lines. I would hope that that's the direction we're going to. And I would hope that with education and with everyone being on the same playing field, it would allow us to start to see truly what does a server make per hour? What does a bartender make per hour? And hopefully we can bring cooks and prep cooks and dishwashers closer to that, because they're also skilled professionals at what they do, and they deserve to be making a livable wage as well. So it just feels like it's half of the conversation is being left out of this altogether. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. I appreciate the point that you're making. I want to turn to Ren Stone, and then I'll turn next to our partner Raj. And so Ren Stone, you look like you would like to comment.
Correct. This is more to answer your question as well as to Mr. McDonough's offering. I'm going to offer a bit of transparency. I've worked mostly front of the house. However, I have spoken to back of the house folks as someone who has been on shift with them and wanted to make sure that I supported them. In those instances, a lot of times, especially at this former employment space, this employer had the back of the house at a lower point range in the tip pool. So already they're at a disadvantage as we are currently. Not only are they at a disadvantage within our employment space, we are not allowed to ask or inquire about that point range or why the back of the house has lower point ranges, basically saying they have a smaller share. We get the lion's share in the front of the house. We're not allowed to have that communication between ourselves without hostility with our managers. So if I can't even ask as a front of the house person, hey, why does a dishwasher only get 3 or 5 points, and the captains or the server assistants or the servers get 7 or 5 or 10 points, we're already at a disadvantage, right? Education isn't even something that we can offer in a space that is less hostile than it really needs to be. So even if we were to make this a more equitable space, we also have to make sure that managers are not making a social pressure so horrible that folks are not actually being able to disseminate information in a space, in a workspace. This is Ren, and I'm done speaking.
Thank you for that. I'm going to turn to Aparna Raj.
Yeah, so there are a couple clarifying points I want to make, and then I have a question. One is the point about tipping and sort of racial and gender biases coming into play there. That is real, and that is part of why we want to raise the base minimum wage, so then that way people's wages as a whole are not so dependent on tipping. We also realize that taking away tips entirely would lead to a lower wage than a lot of front of house folks are experiencing right now. And so we want to make this transition as easy as possible for folks who are already working front of house. But I think you can understand having sort of $5 of a guaranteed base wage and then relying on the rest of that on tips makes it so that you are much more, you have to deal with the whims of the customer, you have to deal with the harassment, and you're more dependent on that for your actual income than you are when it's 16 plus 17, I guess, in 2027, 2028, and then the tips are on top of that. So it's the level of dependency on the tips that we're talking about. I also want to say, I also agree that back of house workers don't get paid enough. I would love for us to pay all of our workers. I would love for us to raise the minimum wage as a whole. I would also love for that to be a conversation that isn't only brought up in the context of when we try to raise the wage for front of house workers and for tipped workers. If after sort of we work through the implementation of Initiative 82 or during it, if the restaurants and the Restaurant Association want to work to raise the base minimum wage across DC, I think we would all be deeply in favor of that. And I hope that we can count on your support now that we have it on record moving forward. And then the other question that I wanted to ask was, my understanding is that when the tip credit is eliminated, that tips are able to be pooled in the restaurant, so front of house and back of house can share them more, and that doesn't rely on a service charge. That's something that I have seen at a restaurant in Minnesota where front of house and back of house split the tips evenly, but they don't have service charges there. And so I was just kind of curious about that particular point of service charges being necessary to be able to split the wages between front of house and back of house, when I think tips are the ones that we all know go directly to the workers, and service charges can go anywhere within the restaurant.
I'm going to make a comment on Ren Shaw's point about the back of the house and not being able to inquire about the point system. I'm not sure. Let me say this. The law in the District of Columbia does not allow employers to if you're an employee, you have every right to inquire about your own wages as you do anybody else at the job. In fact, there was a bill that I introduced almost a decade ago around wage transparency that prohibits employers from requiring employees to refrain from inquiring about, disclosing, comparing, or otherwise discussing the employee's wages or the wages of another employee. And so that's actually prohibited. And I wanted to just share that with you.
Thank you for that, Councilor Member. I'm actually now thinking about bringing that to an attorney if that is actually the case. Thank you so much.
It is indeed the case, and I introduced the bill, and it is indeed laws in the District of Columbia Code, and what I did was just read a portion of that law. So I wanted to share that with you.
Thank you.
As I mentioned earlier, we're going to recess this hearing at this point. There have been a number of witnesses who provided very important testimony on either side of this measure, as well as 3 additional measures. It's important that we get through the rest of the public witnesses and also hear from our government witness representing the Office of the Attorney General. But we are going to recess this hearing at this point and reconvene this hearing on June 28th at noon, hearing from the remaining witnesses who had signed up to testify on this measure, beginning with Kiana Stevens all the way down to Yael Sheffords. We will hear from you, and we intend to hear from our government witness as well, representing the Attorney General, when we reconvene on June 28th at noon. The time is now 5:47 p.m. and this hearing is at recess.